Chapter 1697. Hey! Brother Zhang, why haven't you left yet? Yanhuang College's results are about to be released. That's not it. It's not even 4 minutes yet. Didn't they say that the results would be released at 9? It's true that the results will be released at 9, but there are so many people looking at the results today. If we don't go and get a spot in advance, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to squeeze into the academy later. Damn! Why didn't I think of this? I'm not eating anymore. Let's go quickly. After leaving the Marquis residence and walking on the cement road of the county, Li Zishuan could clearly feel a stream of people heading towards the Cloud Mountain outside the city. These people were basically all students participating in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Among the students who came for the exam, quite a number of them chose to stay in Lantian County. After all, compared to Cheng and City, this place was closer to Yanhuang College. Previously, some of them might have thought that the accommodations in Lantian County were inferior to those in Cheng and City. However, when they arrived in Lantian County, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. The wide and flat streets, the dazzling lineup of shops, and the clean and tidy inns. How was this a small county? It was completely comparable to a bustling city. This was especially true for the Dragon Gate Inn that had just been built in Lantian County. It was luxurious, imposing, and resplendent, stunning everyone. The living conditions inside could be said to be the best of all the inns in the Great Tang. Therefore, the students who were fortunate enough to stay in Longmen Inn could be said to be both physically and mentally happy these few days. After all, whether it was the accommodations or the distance to Yanhuang College, Longmen Inn had an absolute advantage over the other inns in Cheng and City. Lin Wenyuan could be said to have used the Yanhuang College's entrance exam as an opportunity to completely spread the name of the Lin family's Longmen Inn. After these students left Cheng and returned to their respective hometowns, they would promote Lin Wenyuan's Longmen Inn for free. When Lin Wenyuan set up other branches of the inn in other places, he wouldn't have to worry about business at all. People would definitely swarm in to stay there. Li Zishuan sighed internally as he looked at the grand and imposing Dragon Gate Inn. Lin Wenyuan truly had a business acumen. After a moment, he shook his head and walked out of the city with Dabai. There were too many people in the city, so it was not easy for him to ride a horse. Along the way, Li Zishuan saw countless examinees walking in groups. However, very few of them were chatting and laughing. Most of them had very serious expressions on their faces. This situation reminded Li Zishuan of when he was in elementary school in his previous world. He would go to school to get his report card after the end of term exams. He was nervous, but he also had some expectations. He hoped that he would perform better than usual and obtain good results. As someone who had experienced this before, Li Zishuan could understand this kind of contradictory mentality very well. After about 15 minutes, Li Zishuan and his horse finally arrived at the foot of Cloud Mountain. However, when he looked around, he was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that the long and winding path of Cloud Mountain was already packed with people. Among these people, there were examinees who had come to check their results. There were also parents and relatives who had accompanied the examinees to check their results. There were also some vendors selling snacks. These people really knew how to do business. They purposely went to places with a lot of people. This made the already narrow path of Cloud Mountain seem even more crowded. In addition, there were countless horse carriages parked at the foot of the mountain. Presumably, the wealthy young masters who came in horse carriages also understood that it was impossible to climb Cloud Mountain with horse carriages. Thus, they abandoned their horse carriages and walked up the mountain instead. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and patted Dabai's head. Go into the forest and wait for me. After saying this, he didn't care whether Dabai understood him or not. He put down the reins and walked toward the path of Cloud Mountain. This was the territory of Cloud Mountain. He wasn't worried at all that Dabai would get lost or be stolen. Moreover, Dabai's legs were very strong. If it really started running, no one would be able to catch it. On the mountain path, Li Zishuan slightly released a bit of his protective real qi. An invisible pushing force gently pushed the people around him away. Relying on this skillful force, Li Zixuan arrived at the top of the cloud mountain in a short while. He saw that the peak of the mountain was also filled with people. As it wasn't time to release the results yet, the gates of Yanhuang College weren't open yet. Otherwise, with so many examinees swarming in, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a single person causing trouble inside the college. For safety reasons, he could only wait until the time was almost up before the gates of the college opened. There were many college guards maintaining order at the gates. When they saw Li Zixuan, they hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Yamacho." Mr. Yan and the others are all here, right? Li Zixuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. Returning to Yamacho, Mr. Yan and the others are all at Guanghua Tower. The college guard cupped his fists and said, Li Zixuan nodded and then said, "Maintain order well. Don't let them cause trouble." After saying that, he directly walked into the college. Naturally, someone would open the gates for him. "Yes. Yamacho." The guard replied loudly as he looked at Li Zixuan's back. The examinees surrounding the gates of the college suddenly became excited. "Wow! That person just now is the Yamacho from Yanhuang College? The Yamacho from Yanhuang College is actually so young." "That's right. He's much younger than the teachers in our county's official school. Also, the Yamacho from Yanhuang College is the current Marquis Yong'an. He's already a marquis at such a young age. He's really a role model for our generation." These people were obviously examinees from other places. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so surprised to see Li Zixuan. Dad, it's Grandmaster. He's entered the college." In a corner of the crowd, a young man stood on his tiptoes and said excitedly in the direction Li Zixuan left. Don't talk nonsense. When did Marquis become your Grandmaster? Don't say such things to others in the future." Beside the young man stood an old man in luxurious clothes. Who else could it be other than Lin Wenyuan, who Li Zixuan was talking about in the county? The young man beside him was Lin Hao. The reason why he didn't allow Lin Hao to say that Li Zixuan was his grandmaster in front of outsiders was mainly because Lin Wenyuan didn't want to cause trouble for Li Zixuan because of this matter. Today, Lin Wenyuan came to look at the list with his son. Whether Lin Hao could enter Yanhuang College was very important to the Lin family. It could be said that the fate of the Lin family depended on Lin Hao to change it. In this era where the classes of scholars, farmers, and businessmen were strict, merchants were looked down upon the most. The children of merchants would face great obstacles even when they went to school, not to mention the imperial examinations. However, Yanhuang College didn't restrict the children of merchants. Moreover, anyone with foresight could see that the future of Yanhuang College was limitless. If one could enter Yanhuang College, their future achievements might not be inferior to taking the imperial examinations. Therefore, Lin Wenyuan was very anxious to know whether Lin Hao could make the list as soon as possible. Therefore, he personally came to Yunshan. But Han Xiao is clearly. "Oh, yes, Dad." Lin Hao wanted to refute, but he was frightened by Lin Wenyuan's stern gaze. He quickly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his words. Only then did Lin Wenyuan's gaze become gentle. He murmured, "Soon. The list should be released in half an hour. Ancestors of the Lin family, please bless this kid. He must pass the exam." Lin Wenyuan was praying to the gods, but there were two slippery little fish in the crowd. They shuttled back and forth between the gaps of the crowd. They relied on their small bodies to quickly arrive at a position slightly in front of the crowd. "Sister. You're still the smart one. If we didn't come early today, we might not even be able to reach Yunshan." The two little girls were wearing coarse clothes with many patches on their clothes. There were also a few spots of black ash on their faces. It was obvious that they were children from poor families. At this time, the younger girl sighed and said. The slightly older girl said, "Sigh. We still woke up too late. But it's already not easy to squeeze in here. Xiaoyu, when the academy opens later, you have to hold on to me tightly." Otherwise, if we get separated by the crowd, I won't be able to find you. These two little girls were the sisters Qin Shuozhen and Qin Shuoyu. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely hold on to you tightly. This Yanhuang College is really imposing. Sister, do you think you'll get first place this time? If that's the case, Dad and Mom will definitely be overjoyed when they know about it. Chen Shuoyu nodded and responded. At this time, she looked at the tall and majestic buildings within the walls of the academy and couldn't help but sigh. Because today was only the release of the results and not the exam, there was no need for a quiet environment and strict order. The academy didn't restrict the examinees from entering the mountain like a few days ago. Moreover, after the exam ended, all the examinees' tokens were taken back. At this time, even if they wanted to restrict it, it would be difficult to do so. Therefore, the examinees who weren't from Yanhuang College could also take this opportunity to see the majesty of Yanhuang College. Chen Shuozhen's eyes flashed. After a moment, she whispered inexplicably, "Silly girl, how can I get first place? I only hope to get into the academy." She was talking about how to get first place, not how it was possible to get first place. This difference of one word meant 1,000 miles of difference in the meaning. However, Chen Shuoyu was deeply shocked by the majestic building of Yanhuang Academy at this time and did not notice this small detail at all. But with her small brain, even if she noticed it, it would be difficult for her to understand in a short time. Dad. Mom. Let's not push forward, there are too many people. In a while, when the people in front of us finish looking at the results, they will naturally come out. At that time, we'll go in and take a look. On the other side, Zhang Wenzhong also brought his parents to look at the results today. To be more precise, he was brought by Zhang Wenzhong's parents to look at the results. He originally wanted to come alone, but Zhang Wenzhong's parents couldn't wait at home and couldn't wait to come together. However, they came a little late. At this time, the release of the results was near, but they were still stuck on the mountain road halfway up the mountain. Zhang Wenzhong saw that his father wanted to cut in front of the line and quickly stopped him. Alas. Zhong, I'm just anxious. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but wipe his sweat and said. Zhang Wenzhong laughed and said, Dad, this is not your exam. Why are you anxious? What's more, now that the test papers have been marked, the results have been set. If the child passes the test, it means that he has passed. Don't tell me that if he's late, his name will fly off the list. Zhang Wenzhong's father was speechless. He had to admit that his son's words were very reasonable. Haha. All right. Darling, you see that Zhong is not anxious. Why are you anxious? Let's line up slowly at the back. If we cut in line, it will be embarrassing to be seen by the guards of the academy who maintain order. Zhong still has to go to school in the future. Zhang Wenzhong's mother couldn't help but say at this time. She looked at her son's expression of victory and couldn't help but calm down. The door is open. The academy is open. The results are about to be released. Those in front, hurry up. At this time, there was a noise in front of the crowd. It was almost 9 o'clock. The academy was about to open the mountain gate and prepare to release the results. Chapter 1698. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yunshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yunshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. When it was close to 9, the gates of the academy opened. The examinees and their relatives who were crowding around the mountain peak and squeezing on the mountain path heard the news and moved immediately. There was a commotion in the crowd. After all, it was difficult to avoid conflicts when tens of thousands of people were squeezed together. At this moment, the guards of Yanhuang College and the Imperial Army guarding the foot of Yunshan all moved out. Each of them held a loudspeaker and shouted as they ran on both sides of the path. The voices of the guards of the Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial Guards at the foot of the Cloud Mountain were amplified by the loudspeakers and suddenly became abnormally loud and clear. Almost everyone heard this sentence. Therefore, the noisy and disorderly crowd suddenly quietened down. After all, to some of them, being expelled from the Cloud Mountain was not scary. What was scary was that the relatives of those who violated the order would never be able to take half a step into the Yanhuang Academy. Didn't this mean that even if their children were admitted to the Yanhuang Academy, they would be rejected by the Yanhuang Academy because of their squeezing and shoving today? This wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the shouting of the guards of the Academy and the Imperial Army had an immediate effect. The crowd outside the Academy consciously lined up and walked towards the Academy in order. Yamacho's idea is still the best. This way, we won't have to worry about these people getting hurt because of the pushing and shoving. Yen Silu and Li Zishuan stood by the window of the corridor on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building and looked down. Yen Silu couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the crowd outside the Academy had suddenly become orderly. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "The Academy has not considered this aspect thoroughly. Today, tens of thousands of people have come to look at the results. Although the Cloud Mountain is not very steep, the Academy is located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. It is a small mountain. If so many people suddenly come here, it will be easy to cause trouble. Especially the mountain path of the Cloud Mountain. Although it has been widened several times, if these people are in a mess, they will still be easily pushed down the cliff. If that happens and someone dies, our Academy will be in trouble." He had squeezed his way up from the foot of the mountain and knew the situation of the crowd outside the Academy like the back of his hand. It was precisely because of this understanding that he realized the seriousness of the problem. The first thing he did when he arrived at the Academy was to order the Academy guards to take out a batch of loudspeakers. Together with the Imperial Guard stationed at the foot of the mountain, they immediately maintained order on both sides of the mountain path. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, Li Zishuan knew better than anyone else how serious the situation would be if a large group of people panicked and trampled. Therefore, he had to take precautions. Today was a good day for Yanhuang College to release the results. He couldn't allow this good day to become a bad day. This old man did not consider this thoroughly. "Please punish me, Yamacho." Hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed across Yen Silu's face. Then, he cupped his hands and apologized to Li Zishuan. "No, I don't mean to blame Mr. Kong Gue." Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said seriously, "The scale of the Academy's entrance examination this time is far greater than last year's. The number of applicants alone is more than 3 times of last year's. Under such circumstances, the entire Academy is overloaded, including the previous few days when the Academy teachers were marking the papers together. Everyone has worked hard. As for you, Mr. Kong Gue, you're in charge of the overall situation. You've worked harder than anyone else. Under such a pressing situation, it's completely understandable that you didn't consider this point. It's me, the Mountain Chief, who has done too little." Chapter 1699. How, Quick. I'll search from the back to the middle. You search from the middle to the front. Quickly see if you can find your name. Lin Wenwen's father was also nervous at this time. It was as if he was the one taking the exam instead of Lin Hao. "Dad. Why do we have to search from the back to the front? Can't we search from the front to the back?" However, his words hurt Lin Hao a little. Did his father look down on him that much? "Hey. You brat. Don't tell me you still think your name can be ranked at the front? I just want to find your name as soon as possible." Hearing that, Lin Wenyuan could not help but smack the back of Lin Hao's head as he said in annoyance. He had fantasized that his son could get first place or top 10, but that was just a fantasy. How could it become reality? To be honest, Lin Hao went from being an ignorant rich kid to being taught by Iron Egg to learning engineering knowledge. It had only been 6 or 7 months. How could he get a good result in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College, where there were so many experts? Lin Wenyuan thought that as long as Lin Hao could get into the college, he would be satisfied even if he was last on the list. Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, was very realistic when looking at problems. Dad. I found my name. 228, a total of 82 points. Dad, look. Just when Lin Wenyuan was looking at the bottom of the list, Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed and said excitedly. What? Lin Wenyuan's body suddenly shook. He suspected that he had heard wrong, so he couldn't help but say, 228th? How, you said you were 228th. Where is it? Let me see. After that, Lin Wenyuan quickly opened his eyes wide and desperately looked for the 228th name on the list. Fortunately, although Lin Wenyuan didn't want to get into Yanhuang College, he still taught himself a little of the college's new mathematics in his spare time. After all, the new mathematics was very helpful for business, so Lin Wenyuan also recognized the Arabic numerals on the list. Soon, he found Lin Hao's name behind the number 228. 228th, Lin Hao, a weighted total of 82 points. Seeing this small line of words, Lin Wenyuan had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he didn't know why. When he was extremely happy, he couldn't laugh, and he even had tears in his eyes. It's true. It's actually true. Hao really got into Yanhuang College. And his score is in the top. The ancestors of the Lin family bless and protect him. Lin Wenyuan excitedly patted Lin Hao's shoulder with both hands, and then said incoherently. Hee. Father. I told you long ago, this time's entrance exam, your son is in the bag. At that time, you and mother didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Lin Hao took the opportunity to show off. Hee. I believe you, I believe you. Looks like your mother and father didn't have good eyesight before. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Wenyuan didn't attack Lin Hao's weak spirit with words as usual. Instead, he went along with Lin Hao's words and praised him. This made Lin Hao stunned, and he couldn't help but feel flattered. Father, are you all right? Don't tell me you have a fever. Get lost. Lin Wenyuan reacted at this time, and his old face couldn't help but darken as he roared angrily. He thought to himself, can't you be nice to this brat? Hee. That's normal. Lin Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Father. This time, your son got into Yanhuang College as you wished. Shouldn't you give me some reward? Lin Wenyuan said with a straight face, what reward do you want? Lin Hao thought for a while, and said with a serious face, there are still 2 months before the academy starts. In these 2 months, your son wants to finish all the novels that I didn't have time to read before. Father, you and mother can't interfere with me during this time. Lin Wenyuan glared and couldn't help but feel a little angry. He thought that Lin Hao wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for some money, but he didn't expect that this stinking brat actually made such a ridiculous request. He was really useless. Sigh. Forget it. We'll do as you wish. In these 2 months, your mother and father won't interfere with anything you do. In the end, Lin Wenyuan nodded and agreed to Lin Hao's request. Haha. Thank you, father. Then, your son will go back now. Lin Hao laughed loudly, turned around, and ran away. In a short while, he was nowhere to be seen. This brat, he doesn't have any ambition at all. Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction that Lin Hao left, and then he walked out of the crowd. Hee. No matter what, my Lin family will have a scholar this time. Let's see who dares to look down on this old man in the future. Humph. Although he was a little disappointed, Lin Wenyuan was still very satisfied with Lin Hao's results this time. He clasped his hands behind his back and squeezed out of the crowd while thinking proudly in his heart. Sister. Why didn't I find your name at the front? In contrast to Lin Wenyuan, on the other side, a little girl started to search from the first place on the list. However, after searching for more than 10 names, she still couldn't find the name she was looking for. She turned her head and was puzzled. This little girl was Chen Shuoyu. At this time, she and Chen Shuozhen were in the third row of the crowd. Although they were shorter than the people around them, fortunately, the Academy's red list was hung very high. As long as they looked up, they could still see the words on it. Hee hee. Who said that sister must be at the front? Xiaoyu, look at the 33rd row. Isn't that your sister's name? Chen Shuozhen couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She rubbed Chen Shuoyu's head and smiled. Ah. It's true. Chen Shuoyu looked at the 33rd row and was stunned when she saw it. She said in disbelief, Sister, why are you only 33rd? Only 33rd. If these words were heard by others, they would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. However, Chen Shuoyu knew that her sister got the test papers in advance and went to find people to get the answers in advance. According to common sense, Chen Shuozhen shouldn't be able to get first place, but she should be able to get into the top 10. However, what Chen Shuoyu didn't expect was that Chen Shuozhen only got 33rd. This was really inconceivable. Hee hee. When you grow up, you will understand why your sister only got 33rd. Chen Shuozhen glanced at her right front and said meaningfully. Then she pulled Chen Shuoyu's arm and said, Okay. Let's go home. No matter what, your sister got into Yanhuang College. Let's go home and celebrate. N. Hearing the word celebrate, Chen Shuoyu quickly nodded. The two sisters quickly walked out of the crowd. However, in the direction that Chen Shuozhen was looking at, there was a middle-aged man in green who was looking at the red list. He looked from top to bottom and whispered to himself, Strange. There is no one named Shen Weining in the top 10. Could it be that master is lying to us? This person was the apprentice of the Hanging Pot Hall, Chang Feng. Previously, when Chen Shuozhen went to the Hanging Pot Hall, she met him. He was also the one who introduced Chen Shuozhen to Lin Jichang. Yesterday, Lin Jichang accidentally found out that the entrance examination questions of Yanhuang Academy's medical school were exactly the same as the questions that Chen Weining, Chen Shuozhen, had asked him. Out of curiosity, he sent Chang Feng over to see if Chen Weining was the top student this time. At the same time, he also wanted to see who exactly Chen Weining was to be able to obtain the entrance examination questions of Yanhuang Academy in advance. However, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Jichang. The top student of the medical school wasn't Chen Weining. Her surname wasn't even Chen. Chang Feng didn't even see Chen Weining at the scene. This made Chang Feng wonder if Lin Jichang was lying to him. Ah. It seems that the old man from the Hanging Pot Hall has found out the secret of the questions. He actually sent people from the medical hall to investigate. Luckily, I was prepared. Not only is my name fake, but I didn't get first place because I purposely answered the last two questions wrong. More importantly, I'm wearing tattered clothes today. Unless Chang Feng comes close, he definitely won't be able to recognize me and Xiaoyu. Chen Shuozhen, who was walking down the mountain with her little sister, couldn't help but think proudly. In fact, from the moment she decided to go to the Hanging Pot Hall to get the answers, she was prepared to take precautions. She couldn't let Lin Jichang know her true identity. She also couldn't let anyone other than Lin Jichang know that the 10 questions she said that day were all questions for the Yanhuang College's medical school's admission exam. This way, as long as Lin Jichang couldn't find her, he couldn't take her down and confront her face to face. He wouldn't have any way to prove that she cheated. Without any evidence, without any foundation, and with this matter related to Yanhuang College's reputation, Chen Shuozhen believed that Lin Jichang wouldn't have the guts to publicize this matter before he was 100% sure. As a small fry, if she wanted to live longer, she had to be careful. Chen Shuozhen understood this point very well. This was the caution of a small fry, and also the wisdom that a small fry needed to survive. But the person who got first place in the medical school actually got full marks. Who is so good? Also, this name sounds familiar. Could it be that Marquis not only gave the exam to me in advance, but also leaked it to him in advance? After being proud for a while, Chen Shuozhen's heart also had a trace of doubt. She was very clear about the difficulty of the medical school exam. She didn't think that anyone could get full marks without cheating. If there was, then this person must be a monster. After all, at such a young age, having such high medical skills, if he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? Chapter 1700. Oh my God. Someone actually got full marks in the medical school this time. What? Full marks? Were the medical school's exam questions this year so easy? Bullsh *T. How could it be so easy? I heard that after the exam 2 days ago, someone wrote down the exam questions from memory and showed them to a doctor in Chang'an. Even the doctor wasn't very sure about a few questions. Do you think the exam questions this time were easy or difficult? Hiss. Even the doctor in charge of the medical school couldn't answer them? Then the medical school's exam questions this time were too difficult. Of course. I heard that the medical school's exam questions were personally organized by Dr. Sunday. Of course, ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to answer them. Damn. According to what you said, shouldn't the medical school's examinees have done very badly? How could there be someone who got full marks? How would I know? It seems that the medical school has recruited a medical genius this time. Let's go. Let's go and see who the person who got full marks is. Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan, Chen Shuozhen, and Chen Shuoyu left, but the commotion on Yunshan Mountain did not stop there. Instead, as time passed, more and more people knew that the medical school had a top scorer who got full marks. Even the examinees who were looking at the results at the Eastern Institute of Technology couldn't help but shift their focus when they heard the news. They came over to see who the student who got full marks was. In an instant, the medical school's results list, which was originally quite relaxed, suddenly became crowded. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this Zhang Wenzhong? He actually got full marks. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. If that's the case, isn't this Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills already on par with some of the doctors in the medical school? I wonder how old this guy is. He actually has such amazing medical skills. Soon, more and more people noticed the name list of the medical school's top student. Looking at the name on top of everyone's head, most of the students couldn't even feel jealous because the gap between them was too big. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, 100 points. Second place, Cui Shirong, 90 points. There was a gap of 10 points between the first and second place. One must know that this wasn't a gap of 10 points in a single subject. This was a weighted average score. It was obviously more difficult to create a gap of 10 points in this area. Therefore, that dazzling 100 points directly made people unable to feel jealous. Everyone understood that they really couldn't be jealous of this score. Even if they were given another 10 chances, none of them had absolute confidence that they would be able to get full marks. Did you hear? There's someone who got full marks. What? Full marks? That's amazing. Who is it? According to the people in front, that person seems to be called Zhang Wenzhong. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Sigh. Not only you, I. As time passed, the people who had finished looking at the results began to leave the academy. Today, the academy was only open to the public in front of the Guanghua building. The other places were guarded by guards and no one was allowed to get close. Therefore, those who had finished looking at the results could only leave the academy. Those who were queuing outside were able to move forward and slowly approach the academy's mountain gate. As those who had finished looking at the list left, the news of someone scoring full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences gradually spread through the queue. Soon, almost everyone in the queue knew of this shocking news. Zhong. Zhong, did you hear that? Are you the one who scored full marks? In the crowd, Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were still queuing outside the academy. From time to time, they could hear the people around them talking about a student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong beside him and ask in a trembling voice. At this moment, Father Zhang was both nervous and excited. Even his voice had a slight tremor in it. Mother Zhang immediately looked at Zhang Wenzhong with eager eyes. At this moment, she really hoped that the student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences was her son. Oh. It should be. But, there are thousands of students taking the exam this time, and they are all from different counties in the Tang Empire. It's inevitable that there will be people with the same name. Zhang Wenzhong thought about it and said cautiously. When Father Zhang heard this, he was overjoyed at first, but then he was stunned because the latter half of Zhang Wenzhong's sentence made sense. Hence, he asked nervously, Zhong, how do you think you did in the exam this time? Zhang Wenzhong smiled and said, Father. Didn't I tell you this before? Don't worry. Even if I don't get first place, I won't do too badly. I'm still very confident in this exam. Besides, whether I'm first or not, we can just walk closer to see later. Every candidate has an exam number. With the help of the exam number, even if there are people with the same name, there won't be any confusion. There were 6,000 to 7,000 students taking the entrance exam for Yanhuang College this time, and the final admission number was more than 1,000. It was inevitable that there would be people with the same name. Hence, Zhang Wenzhong guessed that the academy would definitely use other methods to distinguish between people with the same name. In fact, this was indeed the case. Behind every name on the list of results was a row of Arabic numerals. This row of numbers was the student's exam number. Oh. Yes. There's an exam number too. That's good. Zhang Wenzhong's father patted his head. Then, he looked at the dense crowd in front of him and said dejectedly, Sigh. There are so many people. I don't know when it'll be our turn to enter. Father. Don't worry. There are already a lot fewer people in front of us. I estimate that we'll be able to enter the academy in 3/4 of an hour. Although Zhang Wenzhong was also very eager to see if he was the one at the top of the list, he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly comforted his father. 3/4 of an hour? Sigh. We can only wait. However, for Zhang Wenzhong's father, he couldn't even wait for 3 blinks of an eye, let alone 3/4 of an hour. But what could he do if he couldn't wait? Could it be that he could cut the queue? Looking at the two sides of the line, the Yanhuang College guards were eyeing covetously. Then, he recalled that a few people had already been expelled from Yunshan by the guards for cutting the line. Zhang Wenzhong's father shrunk his neck and decisively dismissed the idea of cutting the line. It didn't matter if he was expelled from Yunshan. The key was that it would affect Zhang Wenzhong's future. This was something that Zhang Wenzhong's father absolutely didn't want to see. Zhang Wenzhong's father didn't know how many 3/4 of an hour he had experienced in the first half of his life. However, the current 3/4 of an hour felt so long to him. Under the entanglement of nervous, excited, anxious, conflicted, worried, and other complex emotions, Zhang Wenzhong's father finally endured the 3/4 of an hour. We're in. We're finally in. In order to prevent a large number of people from suddenly rushing in and causing a stampede, the academy adopted the strategy of entering in batches. After the first batch of people left, the next batch of people would enter. Of course, each batch of people could only stay in the academy for a limited time. When the time was up, they had to leave. This was a bit like the upper limit strategy used by some subway stations during the morning rush hour. At this time, almost 3/4 of an hour had passed. The Zhang family of 3 finally entered the academy. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was a trace of joy on his face, but there was also a trace of worry. The medical college's results list is on the west side. Following the guidance of the academy's guard, Zhang Wenzhong's father quickly brought Zhang Wenzhong and Zhang Wenzhong's mother to the medical college's results list. They were faster, so they managed to grab the 3rd row position. It was not bad as they could see the words on the red list clearly. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, exam number 062800913, score 100 points. Zhang Wenzhong's father was literate. He raised his head and went straight to the top of the list. Immediately, he saw his son's name. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong's arm and said excitedly, "Zhong, quickly take a look and see if this exam number is yours." Zhang Wenzhong didn't say anything. He raised his head and quietly looked at his high and mighty name on the red list. It was at the top of the list, far ahead of the second place. This result was a recognition of his devotion to medicine, his diligent study of medicine, and his previous master's treatment of patients. Of course, this was also a reward for his parents' silent support for his medical studies all these years. "Zhong, what's wrong? Is this exam number not yours?" Zhang Wenzhong's father's expression suddenly changed when he saw that Zhang Wenzhong didn't speak for a long time. "Dad. Mom. This exam number is mine. I got into Yanhuang College." Zhang Wenzhong retracted his gaze and looked at his parents with tears in his eyes. He said firmly, "Haha. Good. 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 My son got into the Yanhuang Academy, and he even got first place. Ha ha ha." Zhang Wenzhong's father heard this and his nervous mood suddenly turned into ecstasy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The crowd in front of the medical college's results list immediately turned their attention to this side. "Look. That person is the top of the medical college's exam this time. He got full marks." The crowd automatically ignored Zhang Wenzhong's father and looked at the young man next to him. According to the age limit of the college's enrollment, that young man could be the medical college's candidate this time. Oh my God. So young? How did he get full marks? Could it be that he started studying medicine when he was in his mother's womb? This is incredible. The medical college's enrollment exam questions not only require theoretical knowledge but also practical medical experience. Could it be that he has treated patients at such a young age? I know him. A few days ago, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County treated a young man with intestinal abscess. Marquis, Dr. Sun, and Taoist Xian Qing from the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain treated him together and finally pulled him back from the jaws of death. If I remember correctly, that young man's name is Zhang Wenzhong. What? How could there be such a coincidence? Marquis, you've saved a medical genius from the Yanhuang Academy. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Wenzhong, but Zhang Wenzhong didn't care about the outsider's comments. He cupped his hands to the surrounding candidates and then turned to leave with his parents. "Dad, Mom. My life was saved by Marquis. Oh, it should be Yamacho. I will use this life to save more people in the future to repay Yamacho for saving my life." When they reached the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhang Wenzhong suddenly stopped and turned to look at his parents. He said in an unusually serious tone. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang couldn't help but be startled. After being stunned for a moment, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, "Zhong, you're right. One must know how to repay kindness. The Marquis saved your life, so all the more you should work hard to repay him. However, Marquis doesn't lack money or reputation. Now that you are a student of Yanhuang College, you are his disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You must listen to Marquis in the future and fulfill your responsibility as a disciple by Marquis's side." Zhang Wenzhong nodded solemnly and said, "I will remember father's teachings." "Haha. That's enough. Let's go home. Zhong, I will make your favorite dishes when we get back home to celebrate the top of the exam." Zhang Wenzhong's mother laughed. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mom. Chapter 1701. Who would have thought that Zhang Wenzhong would be able to get full marks? Looks like I've still underestimated him. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the bustling crowd in the academy's Guanghua building. Previously, when Yen Silu told him the name of the person who got full marks in the medical school, he was a little nervous because he was afraid that Yen Silu's name would be Qin Shuazhen. If that happened, he would have to cover up countless lies later on. However, although the person who got full marks wasn't Qin Shuazhen, Li Zishuan was still a little surprised when he heard the name Zhang Wenzhong. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Zhang Wenzhong's ability. Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were unquestionable since he was able to leave his name in history. However, he should only be 7 or 8 years old now, right? What could a 7 or 8-year-old do in modern times? He probably only knew how to play mobile phones and games. However, Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were already comparable to a doctor in a medical hall when he was only 7 or 8 years old. It was really unbelievable. Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? First, there was Jia Jiayin, Li Yan, Li Ku, Li Tai, and now there's Zhang Wenzhong. Yanhuang College is getting more and more monstrous. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, he was really glad that he had saved Zhang Wenzhong's life in the medical hall that day. He didn't just save the life of a young boy, he might have saved the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. Now that Zhang Wenzhong was admitted into Yanhuang College, under the guidance of experts like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Gu Qingyue, and under the influence of the Academy's modern medical theories, Li Zishuan believed that Zhang Wenzhong's future medical skills would be much higher than the original Zhang Wenzhong in history. At that time, he alone would be able to save countless lives. He might very well become the second Sun Simiao of Tang Dynasty. Shaking his head, Li Zishuan shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and left the academy. After descending the cloud mountain, he found Dabai in a small forest. Then, man and horse headed straight for Chang'an City. All the talents in the world will enter Yanhuang College. Although this was just a slogan and Li Zishuan's beautiful vision for the future of the college, this vision was slowly being realized. The number of students that Yanhuang College could recruit was increasing, and the number of talents it could attract was also increasing. Among them, there was no lack of intelligent and stunning geniuses. They would support the future glory of the college. The academy was developing in a better direction, so Li Zishuan had to fight for a stable and safe environment for the academy. Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu requests an audience. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had just finished his morning court session and was sitting on the dragon couch. He did not even bother to drink a cup of immortal tea. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed to Li Er. Oh. Ku is back. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu had returned to the city last night. However, it was already late, so His Highness did not enter the palace to disturb the Emperor. A few months ago, Li Ku was conferred the title of King of Shu and was in charge of military and government affairs in all the states of Jiannan. This was also the official establishment of a prince's residence. Since then, Li Ku had moved out of the palace. However, he usually stayed at Yanhuang College and did not return to Chang'an. He had only stayed in this residence outside the palace a few times. Li Er nodded and said, Let him in. Yes. Zhao Song responded and turned to leave. Greetings, Father. Not long after, Li Ku walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. You may rise, Ku. Li Er waved his hand and then looked at Li Ku for a while. He smiled and said, You've become more mature. You haven't returned to the palace for a long time. Have you paid your respects to your mother? Li Ku cupped his hands and replied, Father, before this, I have already paid my respects to my mother. Li Ku's birth mother was imperial concubine Yang, and the head of the Tang Empire's imperial harem was Zhangsun Wugo. In this palace, etiquette was the most important thing. Even if imperial concubine Yang was Li Ku's birth mother, he had to pay his respects to Empress Zhangsun before he could go to his birth mother. Therefore, Li Ku's words were very appropriate. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Good. Ku, what brings you here today? Li Ku had already prepared a draft before he came. He took a step forward and bowed to Li Er. Father Emperor, a few days ago, this sun followed the mountain elders to the north to exterminate the locusts. I have seen too many hardships of the people. Although most of these hardships were caused by natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. In this extermination of the locusts, there were corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants who tried to hoard and drive up the price of food. The corrupt officials and the evil grain merchants will be dealt with by the imperial censors sent by father. However, I have also discovered that some of the shopkeepers of the Yan Huang Bank's branches are taking the opportunity to stir up trouble in the dark. Jin Wanfu, the shopkeeper of Yan Huang Bank in Xinfeng County, is a typical example. Other than him, during the journey to the north, I and Mountain Head found out that there were a total of 12 branches of the bank that were secretly involved in illegal activities. When we returned to the capital, I learned from Mountain Head that the Dragon's sect had previously rebelled and was fortunately executed in front of Chang and City. However, behind the Dragon sect, there were also 8 shopkeepers of the bank who were using their official position for personal gain, secretly sending money to the Dragon sect. The Yanhuang Bank was in charge of the distribution of the Tang Yuan and also controlled the deposits and loans of the people. It could be said that it was a vital department that was related to the fate of the Tang Empire. The appearance of a parasite like Jin Wanfu was a serious blow to the reputation of the Yanhuang Bank among the people. Fortunately, the Yamacho used a thunderous method to resolve the trust crisis of the Yanhuang Bank. However, who can guarantee that the Yanhuang Bank will not be corrupted in the future? You must know that a place like the bank is the most prone to corruption. Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Ku, what do you think?" Although he was mentally prepared, Li Ku was still a little nervous. Because it involved military matters, he was likely to be suspected by his father, who had taken the throne because of the coup. Forcing himself to calm down, Li Ku's face turned solemn. He bowed again and said, "Father, I intend to establish a new department in the Yanhuang Bank called the Gold-Clad Guard. It will specialize in correcting illegal activities within the bank to ensure that the bank will always operate normally. I sincerely ask for Father's permission." The hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Li Er's tiger-like eyes suddenly flashed. After a long silence, Li Er calmly said, "Oh? Gold-Clad Guard? Ku, can you tell me in detail?" Chapter 1702. In the Ganlu Hall. Under the watchful gaze of Li Er, Li Ku braced himself and explained the overall structure of the golden-clothed guards of the Yanhuang Bank. "Father, the golden-clothed guards will be responsible for monitoring the various branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the Great Tang Empire and preventing internal members from accepting bribes and corruption. They will also ensure the safety of the Yanhuang Bank in its daily operations and prevent criminals from coveting the wealth of the bank. Therefore, the golden-clothed guards will not only have clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but they will also have military personnel who are good at arresting criminals and fighting. This department will be a department that is well versed in both civil and military matters and will do its best to ensure the normal and healthy operations of the bank. I believe that Father knows the importance of the bank to the Great Tang Empire even if I don't say it. Therefore, I implore Father to support me in establishing the golden-clothed guards." After saying that, Li Ku bowed deeply and didn't dare to raise his head for a long time. This matter was too important. He didn't know if Li Er would agree or not, let alone what choice Li Er would make. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Li Er narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his mind was racing. As an emperor who had risen to the throne through a coup, Li Er had always been extremely sensitive to the military and military matters. Take Li Qingxian for example. Even though Li Qingxian was the heir to the throne of the Great Tang Empire, other than the few hundred guards in the East Palace, Li Qingxian didn't have any military forces in his hands. He didn't even have the 6 squads of the Crown Prince. It was just a thing in name only. Among Li Er's sons, none of them had the military power of more than 1,000 people. As someone who had been through this before, Li Er knew very well that with an army in hand, one's ambition would be bred and one would have the capital to fight for the throne. The heavenly policy residence that he had led back then was his capital to rule the world today. And now, Li Ku was requesting him to establish the golden-clothed guards. Although the jurisdiction of the golden-clothed guards was only the Yanhuang Bank, there were so many branches of the bank in the world. If the golden-clothed guards were established, the number of military personnel would definitely not be small. Was Li Er doing this for justice or for personal reasons? On the other hand, Li Ku was the first prince to propose to Li Er. However, Li Ku's identity was too sensitive. He had the royal blood of the Great Tang Empire and the Sui dynasty. He wasn't the heir, but the nobility of his bloodline was no less than Li Qingxian. If he agreed to establish the golden-clothed guards, it would be hard to guarantee that the others in the court wouldn't have improper thoughts. In this short span of time, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind. Finally, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "The matter of the gold-robed guards, did you think of it yourself, or did someone mention it to you? Tell father the truth." Hearing Li Er finally speak, Li Ke couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, "I don't dare to lie to father. The golden-clothed guards came about when the Yamacho went up north to exterminate the locusts and saw the serious corruption within the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfen County. That's why they had the idea of establishing the golden-clothed guards. The Yamacho said that the Yanhuang Bank was related to the economic lifeline of the Great Tang Empire. Its importance was definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries of the imperial court. If the internal operations of the bank couldn't be normal and healthy, and if the corruption reached the root, not only would the bank be finished, but the Great Tang Empire would also be in danger. Li Zishuan? It's really him. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Then have you thought about how many military personnel there would be in the golden-clothed guards? How many civilian personnel would there be? Li Ke was already prepared for this. He replied without hesitation, replying to father, "The Great Tang Empire currently has more than 300 provinces and 1,500 counties. However, not every county has a branch of the Yanhuang Bank. According to the internal records of the Yanhuang Bank, there are a total of 512 branches of the bank in the entire Great Tang Empire. If the golden-clothed guards want to cover all the branches of the bank, they would need at least 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. At that time, the golden-clothed guards will set up the State Guard Station in each province and the Dao Guard Station in each province. Each guard station will conduct security and irregular audits of the accounts of the banks under their jurisdiction. If they discover any corruption, they will immediately report it to the higher levels. First, the internal affairs of the bank will be dealt with. After that, the relevant criminals will be handed over to the local government or the Supreme Court." Even though Li Er was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Ke's grand plan. More than 600 civilian staff and more than 2,000 military staff. What was Li Ke trying to do? He was going to establish a national yamen. Thinking back to when he was still the king of Qin, the Heavenly Policy residence only had 2,000 to 3,000 civil and military personnel. Could it be that Li Ke wanted to use this opportunity to touch the position of the crown prince? At this moment, Li Er couldn't help but suspect that Li Ke had selfish motives. Seeing that Li Er didn't speak, Li Ke's heart jumped to his throat. He actually knew that his request was a bit too much. However, the Yanhuang Bank stall was too big. If there were too few people, they definitely wouldn't be able to take care of such a big stall. 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. This was already considered a small number. When the golden-clothed guards were fully established, the total number of personnel would definitely far exceed this scale. Although this might cause Li Er to be suspicious, Li Ke had a clear conscience. He didn't have any improper thoughts about the position of the crown prince. He only wanted to manage the Yanhuang Bank well. He realized that he had already fallen in love with the job of managing money. Therefore, although the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more serious, although Li Ke was also a little afraid of Li Er's might, he still straightened his back and looked at the top of the hall without changing his expression. This was because he had a clear conscience. Perhaps it was because of this clear conscience gaze that moved Li Er. Li Er looked at Li Ke for a moment and then said, "Haha. 600 civilian staff and 2,000 military staff." Ke was truly a bold man. The Yanhuang Bank is in charge of the issuance of the Tang dynasty's currency and the savings and loans of the common people. It is indeed important. As for the personnel of the bank, they come into contact with large amounts of money every day. It is indeed easy for them to have thoughts of corruption. Your suggestion to establish the golden-clothed guards is very good. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Er opened his mouth, he actually confirmed Li Ke's idea. Li Ku, who was prepared to receive a storm from Li Er, couldn't help but be stunned. What he didn't expect was Li Er's next sentence. Li Er paused for a moment and continued, "Since that is the case, then Ku, you will be in charge of establishing the golden-clothed guards. The number of civilian and military personnel will be handled according to what you said earlier. All the manpower and resources needed, I will fully cooperate with you." Chapter 1703. Within the Ganla Palace, a yamen of more than 2,000 people had been built just like that, and it had even been given to a prince. Before this, no one would have believed that the wise and mighty Emperor Li Er would make such a foolish decision. Li Ke's mouth was agape in shock. Li Er had agreed too quickly and decisively, so much so that he almost couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Li Er. While Li Ku was still in a daze, Li Er spoke once more. In addition, since the Yanhuang Bank is affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue, the establishment of the Gold-Clothed Guard cannot be done without the support of the Ministry of Revenue. We will issue a decree for Xiao Yu to cooperate with you in establishing the civil staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard. They will be responsible for checking the accounts of the bank. As for the military staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard, Li Er paused for a moment, his brow creasing as if he was seriously considering something. After a few moments, he chuckled. Ku, although you've been practicing martial arts since you were young, you've never led soldiers before. If you rashly establish a military staff of more than 2,000 people, I'm afraid that your strength will be insufficient. How about we send someone to assist you? Send someone to assist? Li Ku suddenly had a conjecture. Could it be that Li Ma was recommending Li Junxian to him? Your son thanks Imperial Father. Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Ku did his best to maintain a normal expression as he clasped his hands at Li Er. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. We heard you speak of the functions of the Gold-Clothed Guard just now and felt that the Gold-Clothed Guard was similar to the 100 Cavalry in terms of martial arts. Thus, we plan to have Li Junxian assist you in establishing the military staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard. Ku, what do you think? As expected, although he had expected this, hearing it from Li Er's mouth made Li Ku feel that everything today was too surreal. If not for the fact that he knew that Li Zishuan had not entered the imperial palace recently, Li Ku would have suspected that Li Zishuan had colluded with Li Er. Otherwise, how could the two of them have the same idea? Royal Father is wise. This son will listen to Royal Father's arrangements. Li Ku realized that he couldn't understand Li Er, so he decided not to think about it. In any case, he just needed to do his own thing well. What other people had planned had nothing to do with him. At the very least, as long as he didn't have any ulterior motives for the throne, no one in the Tang Empire could do anything to him. Yes. If you don't have anything else to report, then go back and prepare. Li Er straightened his body and leaned against the dragon couch. He looked down at Li Ku and said, "Yes. Imperial Father. I will take my leave now." Li Ku cupped his hands and left decisively. Today, Li Er's combination of punches had left him in a daze. He had to go home and calm down. With that, he turned around and left. Only Li Er and Zhao Song were left in the main hall. Zhao Song lowered his head and looked straight at the floor of the Suite Du Hall, as if there was some secret martial arts manual on the floor. He was so focused and engrossed in it. He didn't want to ask too much about the matters of the royal family, especially when it involved the princes. Although Li Er's decision today was somewhat abnormal, Zhao Song couldn't be bothered to think about whether there was a deeper meaning to it. Because the emperor's will was hard to fathom, he didn't want to guess. If he had the time, he might as well concentrate on meditating on the true meaning of martial arts. Chief Zhao Song was just so real. Li Er looked at Li Ku's back as he left. The smile on his face disappeared and turned into a thoughtful expression. After a long silence, he finally sighed and said, "Two dragons playing with a pearl is more interesting than a single dragon flying. If Ku really has this idea, then Qingxian should be under pressure, right?" Zhao Song's body froze. As a martial arts grandmaster, his hearing was very sharp. Although Li Er's voice was soft, he still heard every word. This short sentence was full of Li Er's unfathomable shrewdness and foresight. The art of an emperor was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1704. Master, the Marquis of Yong'an is here. Chang'an City West, Duan Residence. Duan Jishuan, who had just finished his morning court session, was preparing to put on his armor and head to the army camp. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the backyard and bowed. Oh. Where is he? Duan Jishuan raised his eyebrows, secretly guessing the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit. At the same time, he asked. Master, this old servant has invited the Marquis of Yong'an to the front hall for tea. The servant bowed and said. Duan Jishuan nodded and said, You have done well. Go and tell the Marquis of Yong'an, this old man will be there soon. Although Li Zishuan was only a marquis, he had an entire province as his fief. Furthermore, he was also the provincial governor of a province. He could be considered as a high-ranking official of the border. His status was no longer the same as before. Now, if he were to be rejected by the Duan Residence's servant, it would indeed be very inappropriate. Yes. The servant obeyed and left. Duan Jishuan could only hang the armor that he had just taken off on the wooden rack at the side. Dressed in his normal clothes, he left the room. Hee. How did Marquis have the time to visit this Duan residence today? In the Duan Residence's main hall, Li Zishuan sat quietly on a wooden chair. The tea on the side table emitted a faint fragrance, but he did not touch it. He closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside the room. Following that, Duan Jishuan walked in with majestic steps. Li Zishuan's eyes suddenly opened. Then, he hurriedly stood up and went forward to greet him with cupped fists and said, This subordinate came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not blame me. This subordinate? Duan Jishuan, who had originally planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Li Zishuan, couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. Then, his expression became somewhat interesting. Marquis, are you planning to join the army after dealing with the external affairs? Duan Jishuan was not stupid. In fact, to be able to get to this position, no one was stupid. Almost instantly, he understood the crux of the matter. More than a month ago, Li Zishuan was appointed as the Black Armored Army Adjutant. However, due to the Academy's affairs and later on going north to eliminate the locusts, he did not go to the army. Now that Li Zishuan claimed to be his subordinate, he was obviously prepared to join the army. 2. Although Li Zishuan was now calling himself Duan Jishuan's subordinate, Duan Jishuan could see that Li Zishuan was neither servile nor overbearing. His aura was even restrained, making him seem even more unfathomable. In comparison, Duan Jishuan was more like a subordinate. Duan Jishuan could not help but narrow his eyes. They had not seen each other for more than a month, but Li Zishuan's temperament had changed so much. Although he did not actively release his aura, the restrained aura made Duan Jishuan feel more unfathomable. He must have made a breakthrough in his martial arts realm. At least, his current martial arts realm is not lower than mine. This was Duan Jishuan's subconscious judgment. Many people knew about the battle at Longmen Pass in the north, but not many people knew about the details of the battle. Li Zishuan benefited from the disaster and broke through to the Grand Master late stage in that battle, and even fewer people knew about this. However, Duan Jishuan could tell that Li Zishuan had made a breakthrough in his realm from just one encounter, mainly because Duan Jishuan's martial arts attainment was also profound. Yes. I have arranged the matters at the academy for the time being. More importantly, the new batch of armor needed by the Black Armored Army has been completed by the wonderful Pavilion Workshop. I plan to bring this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow. In addition, since I will be going to the barracks tomorrow, General Duan, please don't refer to me by my title in the future. Just call me by my name. Li Zishuan clasped his fists and said. Duan Jishuan was the boss of the Black Armored Army, to be precise, he was the second in command. The boss of the Black Armored Army was always Li Zishuan. To put it bluntly, Li Zishuan was here today to bow to the boss. After all, he knew that the third in command of the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xingong, had always disliked him. How could he not curry favor before entering the barracks? It was not that he was snobbish. The main reason was that he did not want to fight for power with Qiu Xingong. He only wanted to raise the combat strength of the Black Armored Army to a higher level so that the Tang Empire would have a greater chance of defeating the Turks. After completing his mission, even if Qiu Xingong did not allow him to leave, he would still resign from Li Zishuan. His life's dream was not to join the army or fight on the battlefield. However, the life he pursued required a stable environment. In his opinion, with Duan Zhishuan's protection, he would at least be safe in the Black Armored Army. Thus, he was more humble today. Putting this aside, Duan Zhishuan was a person worthy of respect. This person had also made great contributions to the establishment of the Li Tang Empire. Duan Zhishuan's eyes flashed and he immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He nodded and said, "All right. Since Adjunct Li is about to return, I will naturally welcome you. Tomorrow morning, the soldiers will be called out. I hope Adjunct Li can arrive on time." Duan Zhishuan had been in the army for more than a decade and was a straightforward person. Since Li Zishuan was willing to return to the army at this time, he was naturally more than happy to oblige. Disregarding everything else, Li Zishuan's terrifying martial arts prowess was a force to be reckoned with for the Black Armored troops. Although the military had never advocated individual strength, it still depended on the level of the individual's strength. At present, no army could ignore a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm. If a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm also knew how to lead troops and the art of war, it would undoubtedly be a headache for the enemy. In addition, Li Zishuan was not an ordinary martial scholar. To be able to face the martial scholar Wu Jie head-on and survive, Duan Zhishuan knew that if he were in Li Zishuan's shoes, he would not have such strength. Thus, in terms of individual strength, Li Zishuan was not any weaker than him, the commander of the Black Armored Army. Not to mention, Li Zishuan had brought 5,000 new sets of armor to the Black Armored Army. Duan Zhishuan had personally experienced the power of these new sets of armor, and he was very greedy for them. Therefore, Li Zishuan's arrival would undoubtedly raise the strength of the Black Armored Army to another level. This general obeys. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely not be late. Seeing Duan Zhishuan's decisiveness, Li Zishuan also cupped his fists and accepted the order. Good. Then this general will wait for Adjunct Li in the camp tomorrow. Duan Zhishuan looked at Li Zishuan with appreciation and said in a clear voice. Yes. After discussing official matters, the two exchanged a few words of greeting before Li Zishuan said his goodbyes. Because he could see that Duan Zhishuan seemed to have something to do, he tactfully took the initiative to say his goodbyes. It just so happened that he had to go to the army camp tomorrow and had to go back today to prepare. Chapter 1705. Xiao Xian, what brings you here today? After leaving the Duan mansion, Li Zishuan did not leave the city immediately. Instead, he went to the Qin mansion. Qin Xiong was Han Yushi's adoptive father and was one of the closest people to Li Zishuan in Chang'an City. Before he went to the military camp to take up his post, he should have informed Qin Xiong. Coincidentally, Qing Yaojin was also in the Qin residence. The two brothers had just finished their morning court session and were practicing in the Qin residence's martial arts field. When Li Zishuan suddenly came over, they quickly put down their weapons and greeted him. Uncle Cheng, you're here too? Li Zishuan first bowed to Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin respectively before stating the purpose of his visit. Tomorrow, I will be heading to the Black Armored Army's barracks to take up my new post. The Black Armored Army has just been expanded. Before the war, they will definitely be training hard to build up their combat strength. As the Black Armored Army's adjutant, I will probably have to live in the barracks for the next 2 months. Hence, I am here today to inform both of you. In April, in order to quell the rebellion in Guangqing as soon as possible and destroy the Cui and Jing families' rebellious forces, Li Er ordered Li Jing to take command and also sent Duan Zhishuan to lead the Black Armored Army as the vanguard to Guangqing County. Unexpectedly, they encountered the tens of thousands of main forces of the Cui and Jing family. Although the Black Armored Army won that battle, they suffered heavy casualties. Then, the situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks suddenly changed. First, they encountered the Turks in the Battle of Shuafang. Then, the tutor of the Turks, Wu Jie, snuck into the Tang Empire and stole the confidential files of Yanhuang College. Following that, 50,000 elite wolf riders suddenly entered the Tang Empire and headed straight for the Longmen Pass. The two countries were at daggers drawn, and Li Er realized that the war between the two countries was imminent. On one hand, he ordered the officials to prepare for the war seriously. On the other hand, he ordered Duan Jishuan to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand it from the original 2,000 to 5,000. This was because Li Er believed that cavalry was the most effective when attacking the Turks, and the Black Armored Army was the most elite of the great Tang cavalry. They were the sharpest spear, and in this crucial war, they were bound to play a crucial role. However, the Black Armored Army had just been formed and its overall combat power was obviously not comparable to before. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew that the Black Armored Army's mission for the next few months was nothing more than to train them crazily, to develop into the greatest combat power in the shortest time. He, as the Black Armored Army's adjutant, he would be extremely busy. Oh. You're going to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow? Qin Xiong's eyes narrowed as his mind raced. He suddenly thought of something and asked, could it be that the 5,000 new sets of armor for the Black Armored troops had been completed? Qin Xiong was very familiar with Li Zishuan's situation. He knew that the reason why Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army was not only because he was busy with the Academy and the Exterminating Locust mission, but also because it was difficult to complete the new equipment that Li Zishuan had asked Li Zishuan to forge in such a short period of time. Now that Li Zishuan said that he was going to the Black Armored Army, it meant that the 5,000 sets of equipment had been completed. It's indeed completed. Tomorrow, I will bring the equipment to the Black Armored Army's camp. Li Zishuan nodded and said under Qin Xiong's and Qing Yaojin's eager gazes. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that was 5,000 sets of equipment and armor. How could it be completed in just a month? Even the supervisor of works did not have this ability. The speed at which Li Zishuan's workshop was terrifying. Haha. Good. Little Xian, you're really something. The speed at which you forge weapons is too fast. Oh, right, do you have any more of the vanadium steel horse lances that you forged? You can give me one as a gift. After a moment of shock, Qing Yaojin walked to Li Zishuan and patted him on the shoulder as he laughed. That day, Li Zishuan had used the vanadium steel horse lances and wore the vanadium steel plate armor to compete with Duan Jishuan in front of all the officials. Through that competition, the flexibility and toughness of the vanadium steel plate armor and the sharpness of the vanadium steel horse lances had left a deep impression on Li Zishuan and the officials. Qing Yaojin's most common weapon was also a horse lance. Therefore, old Sheng had been coveting the vanadium steel horse lance that Li Zishuan had used against Duan Jishuan. Now that he finally had the chance, he could not hold back and directly ask Li Zishuan for it. Qin Xiong turned his face away and pretended that he did not know this old man. It was too embarrassing. Li Zishuan did not mind. On the contrary, he liked old Cheng's straightforward personality. This nephew knows that Uncle Cheng is good at using horse lances, so I ordered someone to make one for you. In a while, I will send someone to deliver it to your residence. I guarantee that it will be better than the one I used on the drill ground that day. Qing Yaojin was instantly overjoyed. He laughed and said, haha. Good. 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 Little Xian, you know this old man well. Unlike my two brats who don't know how to be filial to their father. They only know how to cause trouble. Oh, right, second brother, why don't you have little Xian make a pair of vanadium steel weapons for you? In the end, this fellow still wanted to drag Qin Xiong down with him. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, no need. This old man's golden mace is enough. After saying that, Qin Xiong looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, little Xian, since you have decided to go to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow, this old man has no reason to stop you. The current situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks can be said to be at daggers drawn. A few days ago, according to the report from the spies in the north, Shili's army has been active recently. Not only did they deploy a large number of scouts on the Tang Empire's border, Shili also launched a fierce attack on Tuli in the grassland. It seems that he has completely unified the grassland. Shili's strength is already very strong. If he is allowed to get rid of Tuli in a short period of time, it will definitely not be good news for the Tang Empire. Therefore, this old man expects that the 3-month deadline set by His Majesty will only be sooner and not later. Little Xian, not only are your martial arts strength excellent, but you are also brave and resourceful. In addition, you are the most familiar with this new batch of armor. If you can join the Black Armored Army and take up the position, this old man believes that it will be very helpful in increasing the Black Armored Army's combat power. It's just that your nature is undisciplined and you don't like to be restrained. However, once you enter the army camp, you have to abide by the military rules. Moreover, you have to set an example. Only then can you convince the others. Do you understand? Compared to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong was undoubtedly much more reliable. Qin Xiong patiently explained to Li Zishuan the current situation and the things to pay attention to after entering the army. This nephew understands. Many thanks for Uncle Qin's reminder. Hearing that there were strange movements on the Tang Empire's northern border and that Shili had launched a general attack on Tuli, Li Zishuan was shocked. At the same time, a sense of urgency rose in his heart. It seemed that Shili had already sensed the Tang Empire's next move on the grassland. He was already making preparations in advance. Chapter 1706. Haha. You're right. We have to abide by the military rules. Even if I'm in the military camp, I'm no exception. But Xiao Xian, if you're bullied in the military camp, don't worry about it. Just beat them back. Anyway, you're now a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power realm. No one in the Black Armored Army can beat you. If you can't beat them, I'll go and help you. Compared to Qin Xiong's maturity, Qing Yaojin was undoubtedly more forthright and straightforward. This old fellow had just received benefits from Li Zishuan, so he naturally had to stand up and say a few words. However, given his relationship with Li Zishuan, even if he didn't receive any benefits, he would be the first to stand up for Li Zishuan if he was bullied. Li Zishuan smiled. Old Cheng's words obviously meant something. He was worried that he would be bullied after entering the Black Armored Army. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan was a little touched. He clasped his hands and said, "This nephew appreciates Uncle Cheng's good intentions. But don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me." Even if Qiu Xingong wanted to bully him after entering the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan planned to solve it himself. He was already an adult. Of course, he had to get back the face he had lost. Haha. Good. You're a little like me when I was young. Good, good. Qing Yaojin couldn't help laughing. He didn't know whether this old guy was praising Li Zishuan or himself. Okay. Xiao Xian. Since you're in Chang'an today, don't go back at noon. I'll ask your aunt to get some good wine and dishes. Let's have a good drink at noon. Qin Xiong didn't want Qing Yaojin to continue boasting, so he interrupted, "You can tell us how you broke through to the late stage of the Supreme Power realm this time." Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Qing Yaojin's eyes immediately lit up. Old Qing nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Little Xian, you have to accompany me, Old Qing, and second brother for a few drinks today. Speaking of which, after you go to the military camp, you won't be able to drink even if you want to." Haha. I won't hide it from you. The 12 guards of the capital have all begun their training. In 2 days, this old man will be living in the barracks every day. Qing Yaojin did not care about Li Zishuan's martial arts strength at all because he knew that he had long been surpassed by Li Zishuan in martial arts. Moreover, at his age, even if he wanted to catch up, he would definitely not be able to. Therefore, Old Sheng had already developed a certain immunity to Li Zishuan's monstrous martial arts talent. Compared to this, he preferred drinking. He felt that in terms of alcohol tolerance, he could definitely beat Li Zishuan. Since the two uncles are so kind to invite me, then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Zishuan thought about it and finally agreed. According to his original plan, he had come to tell Qin Xiong about it and then return to Lantian County. However, since the war in the north, he, Qin Xiong, and Xing Yaojin had not met again. Previously, the two old generals had led the army thousands of miles to help Longmen Pass. This was all friendship. How could he not agree to such a small request? What's more, he had just heard from Xing Yaojin that the 12 guards of the capital had begun their training, which was enough to show how serious the current situation was. Recently, he had been dealing with the affairs of the academy on Cloud Mountain and did not know much about the situation at the foot of the mountain, especially the situation in the imperial court. It was better to take advantage of this lunch to understand the current situation from Xing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Chapter 1707. Fragrant. Fragrant. Qin Estate. When it was close to noon, the maidservants of the Qin estate brought over numerous fragrant dishes from the kitchen. Old Xing couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. Second brother, the culinary skills of the chefs in your estate are really getting better and better. This taste is almost on par with the immortal indulgence in. Qin Xiong couldn't help but glare at Xing Yaojin and say, "What chef? These dishes were all made by your sister-in-law herself." Ah. Second sister-in-law actually made them herself? Xing Yaojin was shocked and said in disbelief. He. It's rare for little Xian and Jijie to be here today. I have to personally cook and entertain you. As they were talking, Madame Qin walked in with two maidservants carrying plates and said with a smile. Old Xing chuckled and said, "Haha. Sister-in-law, you're doing this on account of little Xian, right? Looks like I'm still riding on little Xian's coattails today." This old fellow often came to the Qin family to freeload, but it was usually the servants in the manor who cooked. Why would Madame Qin cook personally? Madame Qin scolded, "Nonsense. When you come to the Qin manor, has the Qin manor ever shortchanged you?" Although she said that, everyone knew that it was just a joke between the two of them and couldn't be taken seriously. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Auntie. Auntie, sit down and eat with us." Madame Qin smiled and said, No. You guys eat first. The chicken is still stewing over there. Auntie has to take care of it." "Oh, right. Little Xian, why didn't you bring Yushi with you today? Auntie hasn't seen her in a long time." Han Yushi was the adopted daughter of Qin Xiong and Madame Qin. Because of Li Zishuan, Han Yushi was even closer to the Qin family. The two families were also very close, which was why Madame Qin said that. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "I came to Chang'an to do something today, so I didn't bring my wife along. I'll get her to visit Auntie another day." He. Good. Then Auntie will help you get the chicken soup. Eat quickly." Madame Qin nodded and smiled in satisfaction before turning to leave. "All right. Little Xian, Jijie, eat up." At this moment, Qin Xiong, as the host, hurriedly called out. "Haha. Come on. We haven't gathered since we came back from the north, right? Let's drink first." Xing Yaojin laughed and unceremoniously poured himself a cup as he shouted loudly. There were only the three of them at the table. Qin Huaiyu was still at the academy. After old Xing shouted, the atmosphere at the table immediately became lively. Good. This little nephew toasts Uncle Cheng and Uncle Qin. Previously, the two uncles led an army from afar to rescue us. This nephew will remember this friendship. Ever since Li Zishuan grasped the trick of drinking, although he still did not like drinking, he was no longer afraid of drinking. Hearing this, he raised his wine cup, stood up, and raised his cup to Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong said seriously, "Xiao Xian, we are family. Jijie and I treat you as our family's younger generation. If something happens to you, how can we sit still at home? It's only right that I lead the army to save you." Qing Yaojin interrupted, "Haha. Second brother is right. We are all family. Why are you being so polite? Come on. Cheers." After saying that, old Xing raised his neck and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Good. Cheers. Qin Xiong and Li Zishuan also followed suit and drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. Haha. Good wine and good food, why didn't you call me? Shu Bao, Jijia, you guys are too unkind. After a round of wine, Qing Yao Jin, this old fellow, was preparing to continue pouring wine for Li Zishuan. At this time, a burst of energetic and familiar laughter came from outside the room. Who else could it be other than Li Er? When the three people in the house heard Li Er's voice, they were all shocked. Everyone quickly put down their wine cups and stood up to welcome him. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." As the host, Qin Xiong bowed and apologized, "Your Majesty has come to my humble abode. This old official has not welcomed you. I hope that Your Majesty will forgive me." Li Er went forward to help Qin Xiong up and said, Shu Bao, what are you doing? I'm only here to drink and freeload today. Let's skip the formalities. Speaking of which, how long has it been since we've gathered to drink together? Although Qin Xiong did not believe Li Er's nonsense that he was only here to drink, the latter half of Li Er's sentence still made him fall silent. That's right, ever since Li Er started the change in the Xuanwu Gate and ascended to the throne, they had never sat at the same table to drink and eat meat again, right? Your Majesty must be joking. Please come in. Qin Xiong quickly recovered from his deep thoughts. He quickly turned his body and invited Li Er in. Li Er nodded and walked in with his hands behind his back. However, when he walked in front of Li Zishuan, he stared expressionlessly at Li Zishuan. This stare made Li Zishuan's heart skip a beat. Although there was one more person at the table, the atmosphere was not as lively as before. No matter how much Qing Yao Jin, Qin Xiong, and Li Er had gone through life and death together on the battlefield and called each other brothers, now that Li Er had become the emperor, it was impossible for them to return to their previous state. Why are you here in Chang'an City today? Have you settled the matters at the academy? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and asked lightly. Li Zishuan quickly replied, Your Majesty, the academy released the results today. This year's enrollment has been completely completed. In addition, the 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed. I plan to bring the new equipment to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. That's why I came to Chang'an City today to inform General Duan. The 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed? Although Li Er had already guessed this, he could not hide his surprise when he heard Li Zishuan say it with his own ears. Previously, Yan Lide had roughly calculated with him that if they were to follow the new style of armor invented by Li Zishuan, it would be impossible for the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Works Supervisor to complete the 5,000 sets of armor in 3 months. Now, Li Zishuan's workshop had only used slightly more than a month to complete the 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, and vanadium steel horse armor. This speed made Li Er envious. If it wasn't for the Emperor's reputation, he really wanted to snatch Li Zishuan's strange interest pavilion workshop, because this workshop could be considered a national treasure. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5,000 sets of armor have been completed and can be sent to the Black Armored Army camp at any time. Li Zishuan was a little flustered by Li Er's wolf-like gaze. Even so, he braced himself and replied. Chapter 1708. Haha. Good. Good. In Qin's mansion, Li Zishuan was elated to hear Li Zishuan's reply. Although he coveted Li Zishuan's workshop, he could not show it. He laughed and said, The Black Armored Army has just expanded. If you can finish these armors as soon as possible, Duan Zhishuan will be able to arrange for the soldiers to train and familiarize themselves with the new equipment. Besides, you are the most familiar with the new equipment. With you assisting Duan Zhishuan in managing the military affairs, it will also help the Black Armored Army to become stronger. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, I will do my best and spare no effort. What a great do your best and do your best. You are going to the military camp tomorrow and you are already in Chang'an. Why don't you report to me? Suddenly, Elder Li's face darkened as he looked at Li Zishuan. Sure enough, old Li was here to settle accounts with him. Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Then, he quickly pretended to be in fear and trepidation and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. You are always busy with state affairs. I just don't want to disturb Your Majesty over such a small matter. Li Er shot a glance at Li Zishuan and said crossly, You, punk, have a glib tongue. All right. I am too lazy to argue with you. Then, he drank a cup of wine and asked, regarding the current situation in the north, Xu Bao has told you, right? Speaking of serious matters, Li Zishuan no longer had the mood to continue eating and drinking. He nodded and said, Uncle Qin has already told this subject. What do you think? Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with interest and asked. He really hoped to hear Li Zishuan's unique views on the situation between the two countries. Li Zishuan had been in the imperial court for more than a year, and he always had a unique view on every problem. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to leave the palace and come to Qin's mansion today. Qin Xiong and Xing Yaojin had also put down their chopsticks and wine cups and looked over. At this time, there were only the four of them in the main hall. Some of the servants and maids had already been ordered to leave by Qin Xiong. On one hand, it was for Li Er's safety. On the other hand, it was to prevent Li Er from revealing any confidential state affairs during the meal. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said slowly, Your Majesty, I think that since Xili secretly deployed his troops at the border between the two countries and launched a general attack on Tuli's troops in the grasslands, it proves that he already knows or guessed that the imperial court has a plan to attack the grasslands. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty's 6 yamen, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, all officials to prepare for war. Such a big movement, such a big movement. Such a big movement, so Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, so Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, you're so. Li Er's eyes flashed and he said, Your analysis is reasonable. Then, what do you think the imperial court should do in the face of the current situation? I originally planned to secretly prepare the army for war and catch Xili off guard 2 months later. But now, it's obvious that Xili is already on guard. Moreover, he seems to be more anxious than I am to carry out the war. In this way, what do you think the Tang Empire's chances of winning this war are? Li Zishuan frowned and said, Your Majesty, the Tang Empire and the Turks are the two most powerful countries in the world today. In such a big national war, to secretly catch the other side off guard, Your Majesty, I think this is an impossible task. It's only a matter of time before Xili finds out that the imperial court is secretly preparing the army for war. But it seems that Xili found out about it earlier this time. But Your Majesty, thinks that all these are not important because the main factor that determines the victory of a war is still the hard power of both sides. Since Xili has already sensed the imperial court's intention to attack the grasslands, then before the war truly begins, we should make complete preparations. We cannot fight a war without preparation. Li Er nodded his head and said, This emperor knows that to forge iron, one must be strong. Therefore, a few days ago, all the soldiers of the 12 capital guards had already started training together. The officials from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War have already begun preparing military supplies, allocating funds, and deducing battle tactics more than half a month ago, all for the sake of winning this tough battle. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, Your Majesty, forgive me for being so bold, but I don't think this is enough. Li Er's brows raised and he said doubtfully, Oh? Do you have any better suggestions? Tell me. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I believe that the mobilization of the 6 yamens and the 12 guards of the capital isn't enough. The Tang Empire should be fully prepared for war. Issue the war mobilization order to every single citizen. Our Tang Empire implements a government army system. The citizens usually farm and join the army in times of war. Ever since the imperial court purged all the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire, the world gradually became peaceful. Many of the soldiers who fought on the battlefield and experienced hundreds of battles have all retired. Among these people, even if some of them don't have outstanding martial arts, they are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. They have rich battle experience. To the Tang Empire, they are an immeasurable amount of wealth. I believe that as long as the imperial court summons these veterans, as long as their blood is still warm, they will definitely be willing to put on their armor and go to war again. If these people are integrated into an army, not only can they form a fighting force in a short period of time, their fighting force is definitely not to be underestimated. I believe that in this decisive battle of life and death, the Tang Empire must go all out and not have any mercy or slack off. This time, the Turks must be completely killed. Veterans were wealth, whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Veterans were not old, but they had experience. They had more battle experience and knew how to cooperate on the battlefield and how to survive. Some people said that a veteran on the battlefield was equivalent to 10 new recruits. Li Zishuan agreed with this very much. This was especially true now that the Great Tang was using a government army system. In peacetime, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land, trained during the farm breaks, and joined the army in times of war. The government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses for war, and the entire country had a government that was responsible for selecting and training the government soldiers. Ever since Wang Shichong was killed in the 4th year of Wuda, the Great Tang had been at peace for 6 or 7 years, of course, not counting the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and the Wei River Alliance. In these 6 or 7 years, the number of government soldiers in the government was far less than it had been in the 4th year of Wuda. The main reason was that many government soldiers had retired. This was why Li Zishuan had made this proposal. He believed that once the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate broke out, the strength of the 12 garrison guards and the black armored army was far from enough. They needed to select a group of seasoned soldiers from the various regions. This was both respect and trust for the veterans. Chapter 1709. Recruit veterans? I didn't expect you to value those veterans so much. In the Qin residence, after Li Zishuan finished his long speech, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong's eyes lit up. Li Er was silent for a moment before he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "What you said is actually not without reason. For this attack on the Turks, I originally planned to send 300,000 soldiers. These 300,000 soldiers will be transferred from the 12 guards of Chang'an. Along the way, I will recruit the elite soldiers of the various provinces to expand the army to 400,000 soldiers. At that time, the 12 guards of the capital will be the main force, and the elite soldiers of the various provinces will play a supporting role. However, after hearing what you said, it is a bit of a waste to only send the soldiers to assist the 12 guards. Since that is the case, I have decided to announce to the world that I will select 150,000 elite soldiers from the various provinces and send them to Chang, and within a month. At that time, I will send a few generals to personally lead these soldiers. When we attack the grasslands, they will also be the main force. However, this will cause the national treasury to be tight. Although the soldiers of the Tang Empire would prepare their own weapons and horses when they were in a war, Li Er had changed his plan and decided to let the selected elite soldiers come to Chang and for training 1 month in advance. Behind this decision, the imperial court would have to pay an extra 1 month's worth of food for 150,000 soldiers. This was not a small amount. Your Majesty, this subject believes that we cannot be stingy with money and food at the crucial moment of the national war. If the Great Tang is defeated in this war, there will be no way for it to rise again. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was secretly anxious. He thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? You're still worrying about money and food? Are all emperors so stingy? When Li Er heard this, he immediately glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Brat, you don't know the cost of food until you are in charge of the household. Do you know how much money and armor will be used for 150,000 soldiers in a month?" The assault of 450,000 soldiers on the grasslands was bound to be a protracted battle. The amount of money and food consumed on the road would be astronomical. Although the national treasury had saved up some money over the past year, the plague of locusts had more or less damaged the imperial court's vitality. If we can't take down the Turks in 4 months, the imperial court will very likely be dragged down by this war. Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he said, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. This subject has already said that I want the entire Great Tang to prepare for war. This includes not only the guards of Cheng and not only the officials of the 6 bureaus, and not only the elites of the various prefectures, but also the landowning clans, merchants, and ordinary civilians. This battle concerns the fate of my Great Tang for the next several hundred years. If we win, my Great Tang will have one less powerful enemy, and the northern border will be peaceful for at least 50 years. If we lose, all the Tang people will become slaves of a fallen country, prisoners of the Turks. This subject believes that as long as the common people are clear about the pros and cons, they will definitely support the imperial court. Those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength. This is the strength of the entire nation to prepare for war against the Turks. In this way, this subject does not believe that the imperial court will be worn down by the long supply lines, much less that the Great Tang will lose to the Turks. Li Zishuan's words caused Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's blood to surge. What did it mean to prepare for war? This was what it meant to prepare for war. If they could really unite the hearts of the common people of Great Tang, defeating the powerful Turks would not be a problem. However, uniting the hearts of the common people was easier said than done. When the two thought of this, their surging hearts gradually calmed down. How could Li Eru not understand this principle? He frowned and said, Brat, your words are easy to say, but doing it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. Even though the world has been peaceful for many years, the lives of the common people are still very difficult. Asking them to fork out money is something that we cannot do. As the emperor of a country, Li Eru had his own pride. It was already difficult for an emperor like him to compete with the common people. If he were to ask for money from the common people, Li Eru felt that it would be better for the country to be destroyed. As an emperor, he could not afford to lose face like this. It had to be said that Emperor Li Eru's worldview was still very upright, a little too upright. Li Zishuan choked for a moment. After pausing for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the common people are indeed suffering, but there are many rich merchants and noble clans. This war is also related to their interests. They have the ability and the obligation to support this war. Your subjects' intention is to ask them to fork out some money and food to ensure that the imperial court's attack on the Turks will be successful. Li Eru's eyes narrowed and he said meaningfully, Do you know that it is harder than ascending to the heavens to get those merchants and noble clans to fork out money? The richer a person was, the more stingy they would be. Li Eru naturally understood this principle. Even though those aristocratic clans were all very wealthy, asking them to voluntarily donate money to fill the national treasury, he believed that no one would be willing to do so. Li Zishuan insisted, Your Majesty, your subject believes that such stingy people who can't see the big picture are in the minority. If your Majesty is still worried, your subject can first ask the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants in the world to donate money. All the money donated will be used in this war against the Turks. When the time comes, if all the merchants respond and gather, how can those noble clans not fork out a single coin? Li Eru was speechless for a moment. Even though he was unwilling to compete with the common people, he knew that this war with the Turks would be a bitter one. Especially in the battle in the north half a month ago, the unparalleled strength of the Turks' wolf cavalry had cast a shadow over his heart. Under such circumstances, the Great Tang would obviously not be able to defeat the Turks in a short period of time. In that case, the imperial court would be dragged into the quagmire of war and fall into a predicament of financial difficulties. After all, this long supply line required a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. It was completely different from the Great Tang's previous wars to quell internal rebellions. Good. We will do as you say. Let's see if the merchants in the world will be as generous as you say. After a long silence, Li Eru finally spoke. Your subject obeys. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty. Other than gathering funds from the common people and mobilizing the entire country's strength to support the national war, your subject believes that the imperial court should not sit back and watch Shili gather his superior forces to eliminate Tuli and unify the entire grassland. Right now, Shili's forces are already huge. If we sit back and watch him unify the grassland, in this war, the imperial court's army will probably have a harder time winning. Hearing this, the eyes of the three lit up. Li Er quickly asked, "Oh? Then what plan do you have? Quickly tell us." Chapter 17:10. Your Majesty, although most of the tribes of the steppe have already submitted to Shili, this does not mean that the steppe is a monolithic block. Previously, the Turkic Khitan chieftain led his tribes to submit to the Great Tang, and now, Tuli is stubbornly resisting Shili. This shows that there are still many tribes of the steppe who are not of the same mind as Shili. And we must make good use of this point to obstruct Shili from unifying the steppe. In the Qin residence, Li Zishuan slowly analyzed Li Er's question. This subject believes that the imperial court should immediately dispatch an emissary to secretly infiltrate the steppe with your Majesty's imperial edict. The imperial edict states that Tuli will be conferred the title of King of the Great Tang, and any Turkic tribes that submit to the Great Tang will be richly rewarded. In the current situation, Tuli Kaghan and Shili are already like fire and water. Your Majesty can dispatch people to use Tuli as a foundation to develop tribal forces on the steppe to resist Shili and divide the Turks from within as much as possible. In addition, the imperial court can also deploy a large number of troops on the northern border to exert pressure on Shili, making him somewhat apprehensive and not daring to use all his forces to suppress the rebel forces within the Turks. This way, the Great Tang will have time to prepare for war. In truth, this method of dividing the Turks from within had long been considered by Li Zishuan. At the very least, when the imperial court dispatched troops to encircle and suppress Liang Shidu several months ago, he had already thought of doing it. But at that time, the struggle between Tuli and Shili had not yet reached its climax, and Li Zishuan had not yet dispatched troops to attack the Turks. Thus, Li Zishuan did not have the opportunity to propose this method of dividing the Turks. At present, the Great Tang and the Turks were at daggers drawn, clearly in a state where war could break out at any time. Moreover, Shili clearly wanted to eliminate the rebel forces on the steppe in the shortest amount of time possible and then concentrate all his forces on dealing with the Great Tang. In this critical situation, it was clearly necessary to divide the Turks. Li Er's eyes brightened, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Although your plan is good, at this time, the steppe is no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den to the Tang. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, who would dare to go to the Turks and carry out your plan? In addition, Tuli's heart favors the Great Tang because he had some friendship with me in the past. But it's hard to say for the other tribes on the prairie. To have them betray Shili because of some official titles and benefits, I'm afraid it's not very likely. Li Er was a pragmatic emperor. He was not like the emperors of the later generations who stayed in the palace for a long time and rarely left the palace. He was very clear about the outside world and the ways of the world, so his views were often very realistic. Given the current disparity in strength between the Great Tang and the Turks, any outsider who was not biased would favor the Turks over the Great Tang, let alone the other tribal chiefs of the steppe. It was believed that most people on the grassland believed that Shili was invincible, at least for the Tang Empire. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, let's not talk about the candidates sent by the imperial court to the Turkic Khaganate, but it's actually not difficult to make the other tribes of the grassland side with the Tang Empire. We have an excellent opportunity right now." What opportunity? The curiosity in Li Er's heart was immediately aroused. Then he said with some annoyance, "Kid, if you have any ideas, just say it. Don't keep me guessing." As an emperor, Li Er certainly liked the feeling of having everything under his control. Of course, not to mention the emperor, even ordinary people did not like others keeping them guessing. Li Zishuan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He thought to himself, "When did I keep you guessing? Can't I say it one by one? What's the hurry?" Although he was depressed, he still had to talk about serious matters. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I wonder if you still remember the prophecy that at the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer in the Turkic Khaganate? Although this question was suspected of keeping Li Er guessing again, Li Zishuan had to ask. It was said that important people tended to forget things. Who asked Li Er to be an important person among important people? It had been nearly 10 days since he had returned to the imperial court and told Li Er that the Turkic Khaganate would have abnormal weather at the end of July this year. It was hard to guarantee that Li Er would not forget this matter. When these words were said, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong were both shocked. The two of them looked at each other and could see a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Frost in the 7th month, this kind of thing sounded inconceivable. How could Li Zishuan say it in front of Li Er? However, when they thought of the prophecy that Li Zishuan had said last year that there would be a plague of locusts in the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong had no choice but to believe this absurd prophecy of frost in the 7th month. Li Er frowned. His mind immediately recalled the conversation he had with Li Zishuan in the Sweet Dew Hall that day. His expression became solemn and he said with a frown, "Zhen naturally remembers." Only then did Li Zishuan continue, "The perfect opportunity this subject spoke of is at the end of the 7th month, when the Turkic Khaganate will have abnormal weather in midsummer. As the saying goes, strange phenomena appear in troubled times. These strange phenomena also indicate that the country is about to fall. The emissary sent by your majesty can use this prophecy to bewitch the tribes on the grasslands who are outwardly united but inwardly divided against Shili. Tell them that strange phenomena will soon appear on the grasslands and that the Turkic Khaganate will soon be completely destroyed. Let these tribal chiefs choose a good tree to rest in as soon as possible. If they do not believe, they can wait a few more days. When the white frost descends on the grasslands at the end of the month, they will have no choice but to believe. At that time, the emissary sent by the imperial court will then explain to these tribal chiefs their feelings and use them for benefits. It will be twice the result with half the effort and yield unexpected results. At that time, it will be difficult for Shili to completely eliminate Tuli Khan in a short period of time. This is because those tribal chiefs who believe in the prophecy will definitely not let go of this opportunity to perform. With them working together with Tuli Khan to stall Shili, our chances of victory in the decisive battle with Shili 2 months later will be greater." Li Er's eyes widened. At this time, his chest could be said to be surging with emotions. Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turkic Khaganate gave him an impulse to slap the table and praise. This plan could directly reverse the outcome of this national war. It could also save the Tang Empire from sacrificing thousands of soldiers this time. It was too crucial. Good. 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 This plan is very good. After being excited for a while, Li Er could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Then, he was not stingy with his praise as he said, "Divide the Turkic Khaganate from within the grasslands and let the tribal chiefs of the other tribes help Tuli stall Shili. Then, after we have readied our troops, we will kill our way into the grasslands and have a showdown with Shili. In this way, victory is certain." Chapter 17:11. It is a good plan, but who can go to the Turks to carry out this plan? Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks was indeed a bright one, but Qin Xiong frowned and asked this question. After all, whether a plan was good or bad depended on the result, and the person who carried out the plan would have a direct bearing on the result. Li Er's face froze when he heard Qin Xiong's words. He clearly understood that a good plan was only half the success. The other half depended on the person who carried it out. Xu Bao is right. Li Zishuan, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er asked with a frown. Your Majesty, this little Xian is not familiar with most of the officials in court. He might not have a suitable candidate in mind. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Qin Xiong couldn't help but speak. To the Tang, the Turks were no different from a tiger's den. To have Li Zishuan recommend someone to carry out the plan to divide the Turks was clearly asking Li Zishuan to offend someone. If that person didn't return, that person's clan would probably view Li Zishuan as an enemy for generations. If that person was lucky enough to succeed and come back alive, he would be promoted. That person would not be grateful to Li Zishuan for his kindness. He would only be happy that he was quick-witted or lucky. This was a thankless task. Out of concern for the younger generation, Qin Xiong did not wish for Li Zixuan to answer Li Er's question. It had to be said that old Qin was truly treating Li Zixuan as his own nephew. Li Zixuan was not stupid. Although his EQ was not very high, it was definitely not low. In an instant, he understood Qin Xiong's intentions. He could not help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart. Back then, he had inadvertently cured Qin Xiong's old injury, but Qin Xiong had always treated him as his savior. Normally, he would protect him in everything. Whenever he encountered a problem, Qin Xiong would always be the first to stand up. This was the case when he had killed his way into the Blood-Wind Stockade alone. Half a month ago, it was the same when he had fought the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. Li Zixuan could only silently remember these sentiments in his heart. When the Qin family encountered difficulties and needed help one day, he would definitely provide assistance without hesitation. How could old Li not see through Cheng Yaojin's intentions? His eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Xiong, who was bowing with his head lowered. A trace of understanding quickly flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Xu Bao, how could I not think of the things you can think of?" Don't worry, Li Zixuan's words today will only enter the ears of the four of us. There will not be a fifth person who will know. This was a guarantee to Qin Xiong. He guaranteed that the person recommended by Li Zixuan would not know that he was recommended by Li Zixuan. It was rare for an emperor to be able to do this. Qin Xiong was about to speak when Li Zixuan opened his mouth. He first clasped his hands towards Qin Xiong and said, "Uncle Qin's good intentions, this nephew appreciates it. But this nephew only cares about the life and death of the Tang Empire. This nephew's recommendation to your majesty today is completely out of the public interest. This nephew has a clear conscience." Finishing, Li Zixuan bowed towards Li Er and said, "Your majesty, this subject has a person in mind. He is the most suitable person to carry out this plan. I hope that your majesty can consider it." "Speak." Li Er hurriedly said, his voice carrying a trace of urgency. "Duke Ju, Tang Jian." Under Li Er's aggressive gaze, Li Zixuan did not keep him in suspense this time. He directly said the most ideal person in his mind. It was the legendary person who had been sent to the Turks many times in history and almost lost his life in the grasslands, Tang Jian. Tang Jian's name was Mao Yu, and he was from Jinyang in Bing province. In history, Tang Jian was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He was born in the first year of Xiang in the northern Zhou dynasty and died in the first year of Xianqing in the Tang dynasty. He had experienced 3 dynasties and 5 emperors and passed away at the age of 80. He could be said to be the old man of the officialdom. In his youth, Tang Jian's family had been officials for generations. His family was a famous family. It could be said that he did not get tired of using things and did not get tired of eating things. He received a good education and culture, and was raised to have an unrestrained and forthright personality. He was not a child who followed the rules. However, innate nature was innate, and education was education. Tang Jian was extremely respectful towards his elders and was famous for his filial piety. Due to his father Tang Jian and Li Yuan being close, Tang Jian, who was older than Li Er by 20 years, had the chance to interact with Li Er and become friends despite the difference in age. At that time, the Sui dynasty was filled with rebellions and smoke of war rose everywhere. Tang Jian often discussed the world situation with Shimin and secretly reminded Li Er that the Sui dynasty was in chaos, and the world could be plotted against. Li Er, who had great ambitions, treated Tang Jian as a close friend and reported Tang Jian's words to his father. When Li Yuan heard this, he scolded Shimin not to speak nonsense. After that, he secretly summoned Tang Jian to the palace to discuss the world situation. Therefore, Tang Jian could be considered as one of the earliest ministers to follow the emperor. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of Wuda, Tang Zuo was established. The country's foundation was not stable, and the world was still in chaos. Lu Wuzhou used Mai as a base and formed alliances with the Turks in the north. He sent troops down south to Taiyuan, where Li Tang and Long rose, drinking horses and drinking water from Fan River. Prince Jin, the third son of the new emperor Li Yuan, Li Yuanji, saw Lu Wuzhou coming fiercely. He abandoned Jinyang and fled to Chang'an. After Lu Wuzhou captured Taiyuan, he continued to lead his troops down south. Tang official Lu Chongmao occupied Xia County and gathered people to oppose the Tang, in response to Lu Wuzhou. At that time, Tang Jian was on a diplomatic mission and arrived at the army. Coincidentally, Li Xiaoji and the others were captured by Lu Wuzhou. Unfortunately, he was also captured. During the captivity, the resourceful Tang Jian, although he was trapped in the enemy camp, said, "I am the commander of the thieves, they are all mediocre. Only Yuqi Jingda is wise and far-sighted." Thereupon he seized the opportunity to instigate Yuqi Jingda to rebel, advising him to choose a master and surrender to the Tang. Yuqi Jingda also knew that Lu Wuzhou would not be able to accomplish great things. Under Tang Jian's persuasion, body in Chao camp, heart in Han, he prepared to abandon Lu and surrender to the Tang. In the prison, Tang Jian and Yuan Junbao were locked in the same place. From Yuan Junbao's mouth he learned about Dugu Huai's rebellion. From time to time he also received news that Dugu Huai'an had escaped back to Pudong to assume his original post. Tang Jian saw the situation was critical. He urgently asked Yuqi Jingda to release Lu Shirang and send a message to the Tang camp. Under Qin Wang's urging, Emperor Gaozu was on his way to Pudong when he heard Lu Shirang's story. Thereupon he lured Dugu Huai'an to kill him, and thus escaped from danger. Working together from inside and outside, Qin Wang Li Shimin defeated Lu Wuzhou. After returning to the capital, Tang Jian was appointed as the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Heavenly Policy Mansion, the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate, and was conferred the title of Zhu Guogong. The most legendary thing about Tang Jian was that he later went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. In the first year of Zhongguan, the Tang and the Tujue stopped fighting. Tang Jian was sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue to build peace. In the fourth year of Zhongguan, he sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. Following the imperial court's mission, Tang Jian brought gold, silver, money and provisions to lure Shili to surrender. Shili saw that Tang Ri was powerful, plus he was very respectful toward the Tujue, hence he prepared to surrender to the House of Tang and slacked off on military defense. Right this moment, the Tang court sent Li Jing to launch a surprise attack, defeating the Tujue and quelling the danger of the northern border. Being in the hinterland of the Tujue, in the end, not only did they achieve their goal of luring Shili to surrender, they were also able to escape on the eve of Li Jing's attack. Tang Jian's maneuver could be said to have reached perfection. Afterward, Tang Jian was also promoted as the Minister of Civil Affairs. His son and Princess Yuzhong became Phoenix Luan. The Taiyuan Tang family was not only a high official, but also a relative of the emperor. Henceforth, their glory reached the peak. It was precisely because Tang Jian had left such a thick and colorful stroke in the history books that Li Zishuan recommended Tang Jian to Li Zishuan. He believed that with Tang Jian's quick-wittedness and intelligence, he would definitely be able to successfully carry out the plan to divide the Tujue. This subject heard that Zhu Guogong Tang Jian went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue last year. Regarding the environment and situation of the Tujue, Zhu Guogong is clearer than many ministers. In addition, that year when His Majesty defeated the rebel Lu Wuzhou, Zhu Guogong was in prison, yet he was still able to successfully instigate Uncle Yuqi, who was under Lu Wuzhou's banner, to rebel. This proves that Zhu Guogong's quick-wittedness and eloquence are exceptionally outstanding. How similar is the situation at that time to now? Therefore, this subject believes that with Tuli Khan as the foundation to instigate the leaders of the other tribes, sending Zhu Guogong is the most appropriate. Li Zishuan cupped his hands toward Li Er and said in a clear voice. Chapter 17:12. Oh. You know Mao Yu? After hearing Tang Jian's name from Li Zishuan's mouth, Li Er could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He even felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Based on personal ability and the current situation, Tang Jian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, although Tang Jian had been conferred the title of Duke, he had always lived in seclusion. Li Er did not expect that Li Zishuan would have a connection with Tang Jian, so he could not help but ask. Can I say that I know him from the history books? In the history books, before the great Tang destroyed the Turks, the person who sent the envoy to the Turks was Tang Jian. Li Zishuan had indeed never seen Tang Jian before. The two of them also did not have any interactions. Hearing this, he could not help but secretly roll his eyes and grumble in his heart. But these words could not be said out loud. In the face of Li Er's question, Li Zishuan did not blush, and his heart did not skip a beat as he made up a story. Your Majesty, this subject does not know Duke Zhu, but this subject has heard Uncle Yuqi speak of Duke Zhu's deeds. In addition, this subject recommends Duke Zhu out of righteousness and without any selfish motives. In the current situation, this subject believes that Duke Zhu is the most suitable candidate. After saying this, Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he clasped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Er. Perhaps it was because of the solemnity on this fellow's face that Li Er believed his nonsense. Old Li furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. On the side, when Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin heard the name Tang Jian, their eyes could not help but light up. However, a hint of worry immediately flashed through Qin Xiong's eyes. After all, Tang Jian was a duke, a person of the same status as them. Moreover, this person, whether it was Li Yuan or the current Li Er, had a good personal relationship. If Tang Jian knew that the person who had recommended him to go to the Turks at this time was Li Zishuan, he would probably hate Li Zishuan to death in his heart. Although Li Zishuan's current divine favor did not seem to have any need to fear Tang Jian, who could say for sure about something like a divine favor? What if it was gone in the future? Li Zishuan had offended a duke for no reason at all, even though he didn't have the slightest benefit to himself. However, words that had been spoken were like water that could not be taken back. Qin Xiong could only wait anxiously at the side. While Qin Xiong was anxiously waiting and worrying, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, "Your plan is very good. The person you recommended is also very suitable. We will seriously consider it." After saying that, Li Er looked at Qin Xiong, who was sitting at the side with a worried expression but did not say a word. He immediately understood. He smiled and continued, "Shu Bao, don't worry about this brat anymore. What I said earlier still counts. What's more, Mao Yu is an open-minded person. He's not a petty person. Even if he knows, he'll know the severity of the matter." With Li Er poking at his heart, Qin Xiong could not help but blush. He hurriedly apologized, "Your Majesty is the Emperor. Naturally, your words carry enormous weight. How would this old subject dare to doubt you?" He. Li Er shook his head, not denying it. Qing Yaojin grinned and said, he. "Second brother, you don't mean what you say. But don't worry, even if Tang Mao finds fault with Xiao Xian after this, I, Qing Yaojin, will not agree. I'm not afraid of him." This old fellow's mouth tore down Qin Xiong's stage. What a useless teammate. Qin Xiong glared at Qing Yaojin. Li Er was already used to this and did not mind. He drank a cup of wine and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked calmly, "Li Zishuan, when you go to the Black Armored Army tomorrow, have you thought about how to train this newly formed Black Armored Army?" This was a small test for Li Zishuan. Other than having the right to supervise, the military registrar also had the responsibility to assist the general in managing military affairs. Li Zishuan said seriously, "Your Majesty, I haven't thought about it yet. I've never been to the Black Armored Army's main camp and have never seen the current Black Armored Army. Without seeing the actual condition of the Black Armored Army, if I rashly come up with a training plan for them, it would be no different from talking on paper. Only after seeing it with my own eyes can I formulate a training plan for them. This will allow this newly formed Black Armored Army to quickly adapt to the new equipment and allow them to quickly become a powerful force." Although it was a negative answer, Li Er nodded. He smiled and said, he. Good. Good. If you can think this way, it proves that you're more mature than before. Then I can rest assured and let you go to the Black Armored Army. I only have one request. Within 2 months, let the Black Armored Army become the most outstanding of the 12 camps in the capital. Towards the end, Li Er's voice became extremely firm. If one were to ask who was the elder of elders in the Black Armored Army, that person would be none other than Li Er. Even Duan Jishuan couldn't compare to him. This was because the Black Armored Army was single-handedly created by Li Er. In the process of the Tang Empire's establishment, the Black Armored Army had followed Li Er through many battles. It could be said that Li Er's feelings towards the Black Armored Army were deeper than any other army. Therefore, in the battle 2 months later, Li Er had high hopes for the Black Armored Army. In the past, the Black Armored Army was the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire. It was an elite troop formed by the elites of the elites. However, during the rebellion in Guangcheng, the 2,000 Black Armored Army members and the tens of thousands of troops from the Chui and Jing families met. That battle caused the Black Armored Army to suffer heavy losses. As a last resort, Li Er decided to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand the Black Armored Army. It hadn't even been a month since the expansion of the Black Armored Army was completed. Even though those who were selected to join the Black Armored Army were all experts, they didn't have any cooperation with each other. Naturally, their fighting prowess wasn't as good as before. Right now, Li Er only wanted the Black Armored Army to return to its peak and continue its glory. Sensing the seriousness in Li Er's voice, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Your subject obeys the decree. Your subject will do his best to make the Black Armored Army the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire." Naturally, Li Zishuan wasn't confident in his words. After all, whether it was in his previous life or this one, he had never led an army properly. Being entrusted with such an important task by Li Er without any experience, he naturally felt uneasy. But then again, since Li Er trusted him so much, Li Zishuan felt that there was no reason for him to disappoint Li Er. Besides, if he could train the Black Armored Army well, it would increase the chances of Tang Empire winning this war. Hee. All right. The meal has been eaten and the wine has been drunk. It's time for us to return to the palace. Hearing the affirmative answer from Li Zishuan, Li Er smiled with relief and then stood up. "Farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty." Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, and Li Zishuan quickly stood up and bowed. Li Er waved his hands and left. Chapter 17:13. After Li Er left, even though that old demon Qing Yao Jin was constantly making jokes on the side, the atmosphere at the table did not become lively again. Qin Xiong was still worried that Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks to Li Er would be known. At that time, it was hard to say what Tang Jian's attitude would be, but the entire Tang clan would definitely regard Li Zishuan as a mortal enemy. As for Li Zishuan, he was worried because he was going to start his life in the army tomorrow. After all, wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu. It was the same in the imperial court and the army. He did not know what awaited him next. Facing such an unknown fate, he could not help but feel a little lost. This was not as simple as solving a math or physics problem. It involved many people and matters. He himself was not sure if he would be able to live a smooth life in the army. "Uncle Qin, thank you for your hospitality today. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Many things happened during lunch. Although everyone did not eat to their heart's content, all good things must come to an end. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they continued to chat for a while before Li Zishuan stood up and bid farewell. Good. Go ahead. Qin Xiong also knew that Li Zishuan would have many things to arrange before going to the army, so he did not urge him to stay. However, he still said, "Little Xian, since His Majesty has appointed you as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, it means that His Majesty wants to cultivate your ability in war. You are the only child of your family. Logically speaking, His Majesty would not let you go to the front lines. However, the war with the Turks concerns the survival of the Tang Empire. You may not be able to avoid this war. It is also a good thing for you to gain experience in the Black Armored Army. In addition, you must be mentally prepared to go to the front lines. The medicine master is better than me and Jijia in terms of military strategy. Before you enter the army, you should pay him a visit. Speaking of which, you are considered relatives. I believe that he will not hide anything from you. If you can learn something from the medicine master, it may come in handy in the future. Hearing Qin Xiong praise someone like this, Qing Yaojin was not unconvinced. Because that person was Li Jing, the Tang Empire's military god. In terms of military strategy, Li Jing's military talent was admirable. Old Sheng was no exception. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He originally wanted to go home directly, but after hearing what Qin Xiong said, he suddenly changed his mind. Uncle Qin is right. I will go to Duke Wei's mansion to visit Uncle Li. Uncles, this nephew will take his leave. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Li Zishuan changed his route and went straight to Puning Lane, Duke Wei's mansion. Outside the mansion, Li Zishuan reported his name. The gatekeeper of Li Zishuan's mansion was shocked. He was about to go in and report, but he immediately put on a warm expression and welcomed Li Zishuan in. Master has instructed that Marquis, you don't have to report your arrival. Go directly to the side hall for tea. Old Master is reading in the study room right now. I will go and inform Old Master. The gatekeeper enthusiastically led Li Zishuan to the side hall of Duke Wei's mansion. After asking the servant girls to serve him tea, he quickly ran out like a wisp of smoke. Why are the people of Duke Wei's mansion so polite to me? Could it be that Li Jing has divine foresight and predicted that I would come today? So he informed the gatekeeper in advance? That's impossible. The history books only wrote that Li Jing was a military god, but they didn't say that he was a swindler. Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the chair, was not in the mood to taste the fragrant tea. Instead, he muttered to himself. The atmosphere in the mansion was a little too strange. It was true that he was related to Li Jing, but it was far from being to this extent, right? Just as Li Zishuan was puzzled, light footsteps came from outside the door. Li Zishuan frowned, because the footsteps did not sound like it came from a man, but more like a woman. As expected, in the next moment, a graceful woman wearing a red dress walked in. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he knew that it was not good. Because the person who came was Hong Funu. Li Zishuan deeply remembered that when the bearded man first came to Cloud Mountain to show off, he was beaten to a pulp by him and Mo Huai. After that, Hong Funu killed her way to Cloud Mountain and almost fought with her life. If not for Li Jing stopping her, a great battle of the century would probably have broken out on Cloud Mountain. So when he saw the unreasonable Hong Funu again, Li Zishuan immediately had the urge to flee. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. When Hong Funu saw Li Zishuan, she did not glare at him angrily, nor did she speak sarcastically. Instead, she revealed a trace of kindness on her face. She walked towards Li Zishuan with a smile and said, "TSK TSK. I heard that you fought with the Tuju Estate Preceptor in the north and did not die. Little Xian, grandmother really underestimated you. But you were able to not lose to Wu Jia, which can be considered as helping your brother vent his anger. He. How is it? Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, grandmother will ask someone to prepare some food and wine for you. Oh, if you haven't eaten yet, grandmother will personally prepare food and wine for you." The more Hong Funu spoke, the happier she became. In the end, she could not help but pat Li Zishuan on the shoulder, with a look of, "I'm giving you face, you have to accept it. Many thanks. Many thanks for grandmother's kindness. It's just that I've already eaten before coming here." Li Zishuan shuddered and hurriedly stood up from the stool. He cupped his hands and said. At the same time, he seemed to understand something in his heart. It seemed that the reason why Hong Funu was so friendly to him was mainly because of the bearded man. That night, when Yun Shan was attacked, the bearded man had no choice but to fight Wu Jia head-on. In the end, if it were not for little Yu's timely arrival, the bearded man's head would have been separated from his body. With Hong Funu's temperament, if she heard that the bearded man was beaten up, she would probably want to capture that person and torture him to death with a knife. After that, Li Zishuan happened to meet Wu Jia at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not defeat Wu Jia did not gain any advantage over him either. It was probably because of this incident that Hong Funu's attitude towards Li Zishuan changed greatly. Have you eaten? That's not important. You can have another meal after you've eaten. Grandmother will ask someone to prepare a table of good wine and dishes for you. Later, Brother Jing will accompany you to drink a few cups. Li Zishuan's guess was right. The reason why Hong Funa's attitude towards him had changed greatly was mainly because Li Zishuan had fought Wu Jia alone at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not seriously injure Wu Jia, he had still injured him and helped the bearded man vent his anger. It was not a joke to say that the Feng Chen three heroes were of the same breath and branch. Cough cough. All right. Chu Chen, don't make things difficult for little Xian. De Jian is looking for you in the front yard. Quickly go out and take a look. Just as Li Zishuan was at a loss, Li Jing finally arrived. He coughed dryly and said to Hong Funu. De Jian? What could he possibly want from me? All right. Brother Jing, you can chat with little Xian. I'll go out first. Hong Funa pouted unhappily, then turned around and left. Chapter 1714. Xiao Xian, what brings you to Chang'an today? I heard that your Yanhuang College has been busy with recruiting students. It seems like you've finished your work, right? Duke Wei's mansion, side hall. After Li Jing sent away that nonsensical Hong Funu, he invited Li Zishuan to sit down. After exchanging some pleasantries, Li Jing went straight to the point and asked Li Zishuan why he was here. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, Uncle Li, I've finished my work at the college. In addition, the 5,000 sets of new armor that His Majesty had ordered the workshop of the interesting pavilion to make have been completed. Therefore, I plan to head to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. I'm here today to inform General Duan in advance, so I came to visit you. Actually, he was here today to learn from Li Jing, but how could he say such things so bluntly? He, Li Zishuan, still cared about his reputation. But then again, his relationship with Li Jing was a bit messy. According to his relationship with Han Yushi, he should call Li Jing granduncle. However, this way, Li Jing would be a generation older than Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. This was because Li Zishuan usually called them uncles, but now he called Li Jing granduncle. What was going on? Therefore, ever since he found out that Han Yushi's father, Han Tianhu, was a descendant of Han Qinhu, one of the 8 pillar countries of the former Sui dynasty, old Sheng had emphasized to Li Zishuan more than once that he could not call Li Jing granduncle. Oh. 5,000 sets of weapons and armor? How did your workshop finish making them so quickly? When Li Jing heard this, his eyes flashed and he could not hide the shock on his face. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was not only proficient in leading troops to war, but he also had a good understanding of weapon manufacturing. He knew that according to the plate armor style that Li Zishuan had shown in front of the civil and military officials, there were no more than 5 workshops in the Tang dynasty that could make such exquisite plate armor. Including the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor, there were no more than 5. Even if the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor worked together, it would be impossible for them to create 5,000 sets of such armor in a month's time. How could Li Zishuan not be surprised that Li Zishuan's interesting pavilion workshop did it? Yes. Thousands of craftsmen, working day and night, finally succeeded. Li Zishuan nodded calmly. Others only knew how amazing this speed was, but they didn't know how much the workshop had paid for this speed. Even though Li Zishuan's family was extremely wealthy, creating these 5,000 sets of armor was still a huge blow to his vitality. After all, if he wanted to achieve such a fast speed, he needed enough skilled craftsmen. If he wanted to motivate the craftsmen to produce, he had to give them enough wages. However, the only fortunate thing was that the iron and vanadium used to make the weapons and armor were all dug out from the mines. Li Zishuan had a few mines in his hands. In terms of raw materials, he only had to pay the miners' wages and the cost of transporting the ores. Otherwise, just these 5,000 sets of armor would be enough to empty his family's fortune. Making weapons was really too expensive. Especially in ancient times where there was a shortage of iron. However, even though he had spent a lot of money to make these 5,000 sets of armor, Li Zishuan didn't regret it. Because to him, money could be earned again, but if the country was gone, it would be useless no matter how much money he earned. Good. 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 Hearing the affirmative answer, Li Zishuan nodded repeatedly. He smiled and said, Xiao Xian, these armor of yours came at the right time. Xieli in the north is making a move, I'm sure you've heard about this, right? Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at each other's throats, the sooner you can make the armor, the sooner the newly formed black armored army can be formed. I've already heard about the movements of the wolf tribe in the north. That's why I'm in such a hurry to go to the army camp. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Xiao Xian, not only are you strong in martial arts, but you're also meticulous. In fact, not only Jijia and Shu Bao, even I have always wanted to transfer you into the army. However, you're Jingma's only son, so I can't bear to do that. Now that the Tang Empire is in danger, and you've coincidentally become the Black Armored Army's commander, I think it won't be long before you shine in the Tang Empire's military. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and looked at Li Zishuan with a serious face. He wasn't deliberately flattering Li Zishuan. A person with unparalleled martial arts could become a fierce general. However, in addition to unparalleled martial arts, this person also had unparalleled wisdom and meticulous thinking. With a little training, this person would definitely have the chance to become a one-in-a-million good general. And Li Zishuan was such a person. A master of the Grandmaster realm and the head of the engineering school, wasn't that the perfect combination of martial arts and wisdom? Uncle Li, you're too kind. Hearing this, Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, although I'm strong in martial arts, I've never led an army to war before. How can I deserve such praise from Uncle Li? Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and smiled faintly. Of course you deserve it. I also believe that my judgment is not wrong. If you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Li Zishuan laughed dryly and didn't continue the conversation. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, leading an army to war requires actual combat experience, but this experience can be cultivated later. In these years, I've followed His Majesty to fight in the north and south. I've experienced at least 800 battles, if not 1,000. I have some understanding of the art of war and strategy, but I don't know if you'd like to listen to my nagging. Li Zishuan was delighted. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan solemnly. He said, Uncle Li, what are you talking about? You're the invincible war god of the Tang Empire. It's my honor to be able to listen to your teachings on the art of war. If I hadn't been apprenticed when I was young, would have been willing to serve you as a teacher. Seeing Li Zishuan's attitude, Li Zishuan felt gratified. In fact, he had never intended to accept any disciple. His position in the military was too high. He only wanted to live a secluded life and not get involved in politics to reduce the suspicion of the emperor. Therefore, he had never thought of accepting any disciple. However, Li Zishuan was too outstanding in both martial arts and literature. It was hard not to love him. In addition, Li Zishuan was his junior and relative. Under such circumstances, Li Zishuan couldn't help but want to teach Li Zishuan something. The generals of their generation would eventually grow old. He hoped that Li Zishuan could shoulder the heavy responsibility of making the Tang Empire prosper in the future. Haha. You don't have to be so serious. I can't teach you anything too profound in such a short time. I'll just teach you some superficial things so that you can have a general understanding of the military drill of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan stood up and helped Li Zishuan up. He said with a smile. Chapter 17:15. Duke Wei's Mansion. Li Jing's lecture lasted all the way until dusk. He spoke very quickly, and Li Zishuan, who had strong mental strength, digested it very quickly as well. It was so fast that even Li Jing could not keep up with Li Zishuan's speed. This was really a strange thing. A teacher's lecture speed could not keep up with the speed at which a student digested the knowledge. This was really unheard of. Initially, Li Jing only wanted to talk to Li Zishuan about the current structure of the Tang army, the main generals in the army, and the military formations that were often used during military drills. He did not expect Li Zishuan to understand it on the spot. He only hoped that after Li Zishuan entered the Black Armored Army's camp, he would be able to slowly digest these things through his daily training. After all, Li Zixuan had never been in the army before, nor had he ever led an army before. Even if he was extremely talented, it was impossible for him to digest so much military knowledge in such a short time. But who knew that Li Zixuan, who had never come into contact with military formations before, would be able to digest the knowledge that Li Jing taught him even faster than some of the veteran generals who had been in the army for years. Sometimes, Li Jing only needed to talk about the general rules of a certain military formation and the principles of cooperation, and Li Zixuan would be able to draw inferences from it. Moreover, some of the unintentional words that came out of his mouth would make Li Jing's eyes light up. As a result, the class, that was supposed to last until dusk, was finished by the time it was 5 in the afternoon. Furthermore, Li Zixuan, as a student, was able to digest the new knowledge better than he had expected. Left with no choice, Li Jing could only increase the learning content for Li Zixuan. He personally went to the study room and took out a stack of unbound manuscripts. Then, he began to talk to Li Zixuan again. What he had taught Li Zixuan previously was only the surface of the art of military formations. But in this stack of manuscripts, it was the essence of the art of military formations. These were all summaries of Li Jing's military experience over the years. Its value was absolutely immeasurable. Li Zixuan explained the contents of these manuscripts slowly. In the process, he would often intersperse some of the wars he had experienced before. The purpose of this was to combine theory and practice so that Li Zixuan could better understand them. Li Zixuan was also having a great time listening to them. After all, 9 out of 10 men were military fans. It was a rare opportunity to listen to a military lecture from the great Tang army god. Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. In terms of teaching skills, although Li Jing was not as good as the gold medal lecturers in modern schools, Li Jing's understanding of military formations was unparalleled. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, making people involuntarily think and comprehend. All right. It was getting late. Little Xian, you should go back. Otherwise, when the city gates close, it won't be easy for you to leave the city. When the sun was setting, Li Jing collected the scattered manuscripts on the table, then stood up and said to Li Zixuan, who was sitting opposite him. There was a trace of tiredness on his face. Teaching for half a day had exhausted his spirit. It was really because Li Zixuan, this student, was absorbing new knowledge too fast. As a teacher, he had been tense and did not dare to relax for a moment in order not to drag him down. Now that he was finally liberated, Li Jing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Teaching a disciple is really tiring. Under normal circumstances, half a day could not teach or learn too much. However, the two people in front of him, one was the invincible god of war, the other was a genius with a photographic memory. In half a day, the two of them had completed the cultural inheritance that would take others more than 10 days to digest. At this time, Li Zixuan stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Jing. He said, Uncle Li's teaching today is very likely to save the lives of many other soldiers on the battlefield in the future. I will remember your life-saving grace in my heart. Li Jing's military lecture today was extremely important to Li Zixuan. He was going to the military camp tomorrow, but before that, he knew nothing about the military. He didn't even know about the job structure in the military, let alone the military drill method of this era. Although he was a modern person and knew some of the training programs of the modern army, through watching TV or military training, it was absolutely impossible to forcibly transfer the modern set over. Every era had its own characteristics. If he forcibly forced the things of another era into this era, there would definitely be a problem of acclimatization. But now, after experiencing Li Jing's teaching, the situation was completely different. Although he had not completely grasped the essence of Li Jing's military strategy, at least he now had a good understanding of the system and basic military formation in the Tang army. When the time came, he could formulate a set of specific training system according to the military formation training method of this era, and there would not be a problem of acclimatization. In addition, through this afternoon's lecture, Li Zixuan had a general understanding of the military rules in the Tang army. In this way, when he entered the military camp in the future, he would not inadvertently violate the military rules. He did not like to have his weakness in the hands of others. Haha. Little Xian, your words are too serious. Li Jing waved his hand and said, the art of war exists in the heart, and the actions are more important than the reason. The so-called art of war can only allow you to understand the deployment of various military formations and battlefield strategies, but the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. Blindly imitating the art of war is not advisable. Since you have received my teachings on the art of war, you are half a disciple of mine. This old man does not want you to become that armchair strategist Zhao Kuo, who brings disaster to the country and the people. You must remember what this old man has said today. Li Jing's face was filled with solemnity. Although he had great military achievements in his life and was revered as the war god of the Great Tang by the people, he had never formally accepted a disciple. On one hand, he wanted to keep a low profile, and on the other hand, he did not want to have a half-baked disciple like Zhao Kuo, who would bring disaster to the lives of the soldiers. Ho Junji was not Li Jing's disciple yet. Li Zishuan clasped his hands solemnly and said, this nephew will remember Uncle Li's teachings. I will not become that armchair strategist Zhao Kuo. After a few moments of hesitation, Li Jing reluctantly handed the pile of manuscripts on the table to Li Zishuan and said, these manuscripts are some of the insights this old man has gained about the art of war while following His Majesty. This old man has named it the Mirror of Six Armies. Although it has not been completed yet, it should be of some help to your current situation. Take it back today and have someone copy it before returning the original manuscript to this old man. Mirror of Six Armies. It was actually the Mirror of Six Armies. In history, the Mirror of Six Armies was the first book written by Li Jing that gathered the essence of the art of war, but for some reason, it was lost. Li Zishuan did not expect Li Jing to pass such a precious book on the art of war to him. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. Many thanks to Uncle Li for passing this book on the art of war to me. Li Zishuan was overjoyed as he hurriedly received the book with both hands. Chapter 17:16. Li Zishuan was in a good mood as he held the Mirror of Six Armies that Li Jing had given him. This was Li Jing's masterpiece in the art of war. Although there were many military books in this era, such as Sun Tzu's The Art of War, they had to keep pace with the times. Although Li Jing's Mirror of Six Armies was better than Sun Tzu's The Art of War, the content of the Mirror of Six Armies had definitely absorbed the wisdom of the ancestors and combined it with the current military system and formations of the Tang Empire. Therefore, the Mirror of Six Armies was more suitable for this era. Li Zishuan, who was in a good mood, rode Whitey out of Chang'an City quickly. He had to get to the workshop before the end of the day and asked the craftsman to make a copy of the Mirror of Six Armies. This military book was too important. Before he left, Li Jing had repeatedly warned him not to reveal it to anyone else. The art of war was not something that could be easily imparted. Because if someone with evil intentions learned it, it would be a disaster for the country and the people. If not for the fact that Li Zishuan was a promising talent, that Li Zishuan was humble, adept in both the pen and the sword, and that Li Zishuan was half a relative of his, and that the Turks and the Great Tang were at daggers drawn and a war could break out at any time, he would never have taught Li Zishuan the Mirror of Six Armies at this time. Therefore, Li Zishuan would not let anyone else make a copy of the Mirror of Six Armies. He had to keep an eye on it himself. Marquis. His Highness Prince of Wei is looking for you everywhere. It seems that there is something urgent. Not long after leaving Chang'an City, a middle-aged man riding a horse came up to him. When the man was about to reach Li Zishuan, he steadied his horse and dismounted. He bowed to Li Zishuan with his fists clasped. Jia Yi, why is Qin Ke looking for me? Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. The person who came was Du Yi. After the Heavenly Dragon sect was annihilated, Venerable Du Yi was taken in by Li Zishuan as a servant. In order to avoid causing panic in his family, Li Zishuan changed Du Yi's name to Jia Yi. After a long time, he got used to calling him Jia Yi and not Du Yi. Counting the days, Du Yi had been a servant of the Marquis's household for nearly half a month. During this time, Li Zishuan had probed Du Yi many times, intentionally or unintentionally. However, he found that the other party seemed to have accepted his fate and did not have the slightest intention of rebelling. Thus, Li Zixuan gradually relaxed his guard against Du Yi. However, even so, Li Zixuan did not dare to let Du Yi stay in the Marquis's mansion all the time. Usually, Du Yi spent more time in the Yunshan courtyard. Mo Huai, a master at the late stage of the Grand Master realm, was guarding the Yunshan courtyard. Even if Du Yi had the intention of rebelling, he would not be able to make any waves. In any case, Li Zixuan did not dare and would not risk his family. He was rarely in the Marquis's mansion, so he would not leave Du Yi alone in the Marquis's mansion. Du Yi used to be a monk. However, after becoming Li Zixuan's servant, in order to avoid attracting strange gazes when he went out, he usually wore a silk scarf hat outside. He looked a bit like a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. In the face of Li Zixuan's inquiry, Du Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know. Half an hour ago, the king of Wei went to the academy to look for the Marquis. When he found out that the Marquis was not on Cloud Mountain, he ordered this penniless monk to head down the mountain to look for the Marquis. Prince of Wei only said that he had something urgent and wanted you to go back to the workshop as soon as possible." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was a new development in the steam engine research? He nodded at Du Yi and said, "That's good. Let's go back to the workshop as soon as possible." He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make a copy of the military book. Now, he could solve Li Tai's problem along the way. Thus, the master and servant rode 2 horses and galloped wildly on the official road, splashing up a lot of smoke and dust along the way. "Young master, you're finally here. Prince of Wei and Faubert are at the steel mill. You should go quickly." As soon as they arrived at the workshop, Song Xiaoxi came up to them and said hurriedly as he helped Li Zixuan lead the horse. "Okay." Since they had already arrived at the workshop, Li Zixuan didn't ask for more details. He would know what happened in a moment anyway. He was about to step into the workshop when he suddenly stopped and turned to Song Xiaoxi and said, "Song Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Xiaoxi, go to the editing department and ask the craftsman who is in charge of making a copy to not leave work yet. I have something to ask him." Although Li Tai's matter was important, making a copy of the military book was also very important. The contents of the military book might save his life on the battlefield in the future. "Yes. Young master." Song Xiaoxi responded and then went to lead Big White to the stable in front of the workshop. There was high-quality horse grass there. Li Zixuan then walked in through the door. "Marquis, I will wait for you outside." Du Yi cupped his fists and said. Ever since he became Li Zixuan's servant, he hadn't really entered the workshop. He knew that Li Zixuan's most important secrets were hidden inside. Although he was curious, it was only curiosity. He didn't have any other improper thoughts. Li Zixuan frowned. After a moment, he said, "It's fine. Come in with me." Du Yi was not only a person with strong martial arts, but he was also quick-witted and had many tricks up his sleeve. If this kind of person could be loyal, Li Zixuan felt that he could be of great use. Therefore, he did not mind giving Du Yi more temptations to test him. Du Yi was stunned when he heard this. He probably did not expect Li Zixuan to take the initiative to invite him into the workshop. However, while he was still in a daze, Li Zixuan had already walked in. He quickly responded, "Yes, Marquis." After saying that, he hurriedly followed them in. "Qingke, why hasn't the leaf turned yet?" "Soon. It should be soon." "Steward Zhang, get someone to make the fire bigger and pump more air into it. Let the water boil faster." "All right." When Li Zixuan walked into the steel mill, he heard the voices of Li Tai, Faubert, and the rest. The atmosphere seemed to be heavy. He looked around and saw a huge cylindrical furnace standing in the middle of the yard. The furnace's surface had gears and connecting rods and other transmission mechanisms. At the end of the furnace was a generator made by the workshop. A few shirtless blacksmiths were blowing air into the furnace. Although he could not see the flame, Li Zixuan could feel a wave of heat hitting him in the face. "It's moving. It's moving. It's spinning. And it's getting faster and faster. Success. We've succeeded. At this moment, the connecting rods drove the gears, and the gears drove the generator's wheels to turn. The people in the yard suddenly cheered. No one noticed Li Zishuan's arrival. Dui widened his eyes and looked at the huge machine in disbelief. He clearly did not see anyone exerting force on the machine, but how could the machine turn on its own? Could this be the magic of immortality? Thinking back to the magic of immortality that he had performed on the streets of Cheng, and in order to bewitch the people, Dui's face could not help but burn. Compared to this, the magic of immortality that he had performed before could only be regarded as child's play. Haha. Good. 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 Qingke, you've finally succeeded. The Tang Empire, and even the whole world, will completely change because of your invention. When Li Zishuan saw that Li Tai's steam engine test was successful, he could not help but clap his hands and laugh excitedly. Chapter 1717. There was no doubt about the steam engine's role in promoting the development of human society. It was the most important symbol of the replacement of handicraft labor by large-scale machine production. Perhaps Faubert, Zhang Hongsheng, Li Tai, and the others in the workshop did not realize the great value of the steam engine, but as a modern man, Li Zishuan knew very well that this thing was enough to change this era. In the past, he invented the Datang Daily, the immortal chariot, the curved plow, the water wheel, and other things. Perhaps they caused the wheel of history to deviate slightly from its original trajectory, but the appearance of the steam engine was very likely to cause history to be completely different from what was described in the history books. Yamacho, you're finally here. Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Li Tai, who was in a state of great excitement, turned around and saw Li Zishuan standing at the door of the courtyard, looking at him with a smile. Li Tai was excited and complained a little. Speaking of which, after the first steam engine was built today, he had originally planned to invite Li Zishuan over to test it himself. However, whether it was in Lantian County or Yunshan, he could not find Li Zishuan. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only bring people over to test it. When Li Zishuan explained the principle of the steam engine to him, he told him that if the design of the steam engine was not reasonable, it would be easy to cause a road cavity explosion during use. Little Fatty cherished his life, so he wanted Li Zishuan to come over and take charge. But after waiting for a long time, Li Zishuan did not come, so he could only take the risk and try it himself. Fortunately, there were no major problems in the end. I went to Chang'an City today for some business. If I had known that you were going to test the steam engine today, I wouldn't have stayed in Chang'an City for so long. Li Zishuan walked to Li Tai, patted the latter's shoulder with a smile, and explained a little. Then he said, haha. You did a good job, Qingke. This steam engine is stable and can drive the generator at a constant speed, which proves that you've succeeded. Congratulations. You've completed a magnificent invention. The millions of people of the Great Tang will remember you, and your name will definitely appear in the history books. Li Tai also felt that he was very amazing to have achieved great success on his first attempt at building a steam engine. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's praise, he felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Yamacho, Tai only built a steam engine. How can millions of people in Tang remember it? And it will be written in the history books? Aren't you exaggerating? Although the rest of the people didn't say anything, they had a look of deep understanding on their faces. Obviously, they were like Li Tai, not realizing the huge change that the steam engine could bring to this era. Haha. Not exaggerating. Not exaggerating at all. In about a year, you will understand that what I said today is not an exaggeration at all. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously, and then he looked at the steam engine and the transmission mechanism outside. Although this thing was running normally now, it did not mean that there were no hidden problems. He had to check it carefully. Seeing Li Zishuan's serious tone, everyone subconsciously believed his prediction. Li Tai shook his head and said, Yamacho, even if the steam engine is really so important, the person who will be recorded in the history books should be you, not Li Tai. All the blueprints for the steam engine came from Shanzhang. Tai was just following the blueprints and drawing according to the blueprints. The credit of inventing the steam engine is not mine. As Li Zixuan inspected the steam engine, he smiled faintly and said, imitating a gourd requires skill. Some people try to imitate a tiger but end up looking like a dog. Compared to them, Qingke, you're much better. Also, it is not easy for you to build a steam engine in such a short time. The success of the steam engine belongs to all of you. As for me, it is better if I don't have this false reputation. While they were talking, Li Zixuan had already checked all the details of the steam engine and transmission mechanism. He nodded with satisfaction again and said, There should be no problems. Just follow this prototype and make a few more. Then, Qingke, you can go to Bing Province and Yunzhou. At this point, Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Faubert, Zhang Hongsheng, and the others. With a serious expression, he said, Faubert, Qingke is going to Bing Province and Yunzhou to build telegraph relay stations. This is a very important matter. Everyone in the workshop must do their best to assist Qingke. Whatever he needs, the workshop will build it for him as soon as possible. This is an extremely urgent matter. Faubert had never seen Li Zixuan speak of something so seriously. Hearing this, he couldn't help but become serious. He cupped his hands and said, Young master, don't worry. Everyone in the workshop will work together to assist King Wei. Li Zixuan nodded. He then looked at Li Tai and said, Qingke, during your trip to the north, you must ensure that the telegraph relay stations are built as soon as possible and pay attention to your safety. Bing Province is fine, but Yunzhou is located at the northern border of the Great Tang. I'm afraid that there might be some unforeseen circumstances, so before you leave, you must ask His Majesty to send an army to escort you. In addition, Qing Chimo and the others should be almost done with their final exams. When the time comes, let Qing Chimo and Iron Egg go north with you. Master has to go to the barracks tomorrow morning, so I can't go north with you. Take care of yourself. In the past, Li Zixuan wouldn't be so long-winded. However, from what he learned in the House of Chang and today, the secret war between the Great Tang and the Turks had already begun. The two countries' intentions for war were clear as day. It was just that the two countries weren't fully prepared yet. Under such circumstances, if the Turks knew that King Wei of the Great Tang was going to the northern border, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't come up with some bad ideas. Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Yamacho. You take care too. Goo. After saying that, Li Tai's stomach made a strange noise. Li Zixuan couldn't help but say, You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat, don't starve. Xiaoxi, go to the cafeteria and ask them to prepare some delicious food. Everyone has been working hard to build the steam engine these days. Yes. Young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and hurriedly ran off to pass down the order. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng cupped his hands and said to Li Zixuan, Marquis. The 5,000 sets of vanadium steel horse lances, vanadium steel plate armor, and vanadium steel horse armor that you requested have all been completed. They are all stored in the warehouse of the workshop. I have checked them one by one. Would you like to take a look now? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Since you have already checked, I won't take a look. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, this marquis will bring people here to collect the armor. He still had to make a copy of the military book. As for the armor and weapons, he had already taken a look at some of them a few days ago. Since Zhang Hongsheng said that there was no problem, then there should be no problem. Good. Then I will wait for Marquis to collect the armor tomorrow. Chapter 17-18. Little you, it's already so late. Why haven't you gone back yet? After telling Li Tai about going to the north to set up a telegraph, Li Zixuan went straight to the editorial department of Datong Daily. At this time, the editorial department was still lit up, the workshop had already been electrified and it wouldn't be long before most of Lantian County would be electrified. When Li Zixuan walked in, he saw little Yu, sitting on a chair and flipping through something. She was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone had come in. Li Zixuan couldn't help but quietly walk up to her and said, Mister, you're here. Hearing the familiar voice, little Fishy was shocked. She quickly put down the document in her hand and stood up, saying, Little Four came over earlier and said that you had something important to make a copy of. I thought that since it was something important, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave it to the craftsman. It just so happens that I'm also very familiar with our movable type printing method, so I stayed and waited for you. You little girl. Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed. This kind of work should be left to a reliable person. You're a little girl. If you don't go back at this time, wouldn't it be unsafe to walk at night? Li Yu didn't care and said, What's wrong with that? Lantian County is Mister's territory. The law and order here are very good. Could it be that there are criminals? Besides, I went to investigate the county magistrate of Hua County by myself. Didn't I come out unscathed? Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but stare at Li Yu angrily and said, You little girls still have the nerve to say that. If Yushi didn't mention this to me a few days ago, I wouldn't even know about it. Although you're a gold medal reporter personally appointed by the emperor and can supervise all illegal things in the world, if you went to investigate the county magistrate alone, what would you do if the other party became desperate and killed you to silence you? In fact, ever since Li Yu was given the title of a gold medal reporter, she was not honest at all. This girl would often mingle in the streets and restaurants. Whenever she heard of corrupt officials or illegal activities, she would either arrange for someone she trusted to investigate in secret or disguise herself and investigate on her own. A few days ago, after Li Yu returned from the north, he heard that the people of Hua County were unable to receive any relief food. After the locust plague, the imperial court distributed a certain amount of relief food according to the severity of the disaster. When Li Yu heard this, he didn't know where he got his courage from. After a little preparation, he actually went to Hua County alone to secretly investigate. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Hua County wasn't very vigilant. After Li Yu's identity was exposed, the Hua County warden decisively sided with Li Yu. That was how Li Yu was able to find out that the county magistrate of Hua County had embezzled disaster relief food and escaped unscathed. Li Zishuan had also heard about this matter 2 days ago when he was chatting with Han Yushi. At that time, he was really worried for Li Yu. He secretly wondered why this little girl was so bold. She always did things that ordinary people couldn't do. Cough cough. Mister, please don't mention this matter anymore. Aren't I fine now? Although Li Zishuan's tone was strict, the care and love in his words couldn't be concealed. Li Yu's heart was warmed, but she still acted coquettishly. She quickly changed the topic and said, Oh right. Mister. Don't you have something to make a copy of? Quickly give it to me. I'll go and arrange it for you. Although Li Zishuan knew that Li Yu was deliberately changing the topic, he still took out the 6 armies mirror from his chest and handed it to her. He said, There's a lot of content. I estimate that you'll be done by midnight. After you're done, don't go back to the county. Go directly to Yunshan Courtyard. It's been empty recently. Ever since the Marquis residence in Lantian County was built, the Li family's Yunshan Courtyard was rarely used. Even so, there were still maids taking care of and tidying up the place every day. Li Yu was delighted when she heard this, but she said, Mister, this isn't good, right? Li Zishuan said unhappily, What's not good about it? But you're going back to the county in the middle of the night. Even if you don't meet any bad people, if you fall into a ditch, you won't be able to call for help. From the workshop to Yunshan Courtyard, there are street lamps all the way. There won't be any accidents. Li Yu smiled and said, Thank you, mister. Then I'll go make a copy of the book. After that, Li Yu took the 6 armies mirror from Li Zishuan's hands and went out the door. Looking at the girl's energetic back, Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. However, looking at Li Yu's state today, it seemed that she was slowly getting used to the position of the editorial department supervisor. A few days ago, Ma Zhou went to Qingzhou to take up the position of the provincial governor. The entire editorial department's heavy burden fell on Li Yu's shoulders. At first, Li Zishuan was worried that this girl wouldn't be able to handle such a huge pressure. However, after Ma Zhou left, the Datong Daily editorial department had been operating normally without any problems. This meant that Li Yu was slowly able to control this huge mess. In the editorial department, Li Zixuan looked at the manuscripts on the various desks, as well as the previous issues of Datang Daily. Only then did he leave with his hands behind his back. After leaving the workshop, he rode on Dubai and returned to the Marquis residence in Lantian County. "Husband, you're back. I'll go prepare some food for you." When he returned to the Marquis residence, the sky was already dark. Seeing that Li Zixuan had returned, Han Yushi quickly went up to him and said. Li Zixuan came back too late, so no one waited for him to have dinner together. Li Zixuan said casually, "No need to trouble yourself. Let the kitchen maid heat up the dinner. I'll just eat whatever I want." Han Yushi frowned. However, seeing that Li Zixuan was so insistent, she couldn't persuade him. She could only let Xiao He instruct the kitchen. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Zixuan picked up his bowl and started eating without caring about his image. This was only when they were a couple. When there were other people present, he still had to be careful about his image as Marquis. Han Yushi supported her chin and looked at the man in front of her without blinking. Although the way this man ate was not elegant at all, it didn't hinder her from liking him. She secretly thought that this was what it meant to be real and not fake. Anyway, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Li Zixuan is the best no matter what. Han Yushi knew that Li Zixuan would leave Lantian County tomorrow to take up his position in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, in these last few hours, she couldn't bear to look away from Li Zixuan. Ahem. What's wrong? Wife? Didn't your husband wash his face this morning? Feeling Han Yushi's gaze, Li Zixuan couldn't help but touch his face and look at Han Yushi. Chapter 17-19. Pfft. In the side hall of the backyard, Han Yushi couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Zixuan touching his face in embarrassment. However, her smile quickly disappeared. She looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Husband, don't you know if you washed your face this morning? I just feel that I can't get enough of your face." Oh my, once this woman learned how to say sweet nothings, she could simply be so sweet. Li Zixuan instantly felt that the fragrant food in his mouth had turned into a sweet and greasy taste. He quickly wiped his mouth and said, "Cough, cough. I didn't expect that my wife's sweet nothings would be no weaker than my husband's." What Han Yushi said just now was just that she couldn't help herself. At this moment, she knew that she had misspoken and couldn't help but blush. She glared at Li Zixuan and said, "Husband, you're talking nonsense." "I didn't." In order to prevent his wife from being embarrassed, Li Zixuan laughed and waved his hand. "Haha. All right. Your husband is full. Wife, get someone to clean up. It's getting late. We should wash up and rest." Li Zixuan especially emphasized the word wash. This guy's lecherous heart was simply self-evident. Han Yushi's face instantly turned even redder, so red that water was about to drip out. She felt even more shy, especially when she thought of last night's situation. Fortunately, after Li Zixuan said this, he directly went to the side room with his hands behind his back. Otherwise, Han Yushi really didn't know how to continue this conversation. It was the last night before the young couple parted. There was no need to say more about the craziness. At midnight, the storms suddenly stopped. These two people didn't sleep but leaned against the bed and actually started talking about things. "Wife, after I leave tomorrow, I'll leave this huge Marquis estate to you to take care of. Father, Mother, and Faubert will help you with the affairs of the estate, so I'm not worried. I'm mainly worried that there will be people with evil intentions outside the estate who will take advantage of the situation to harm the people in the estate. Therefore, I won't bring any of the guards with me this time. They will all stay behind to protect the safety of the Marquis' estate. During this period of time, the family will try to reduce the number of times they go out alone." The two brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Feng, were both from the Imperial Army. They were skilled in martial arts and each of them was capable of fighting against 10 experts. However, Lu Feng had escorted Ma Zhou to Qingzhou a few days ago. Even so, Lu Yun alone was more than enough to ensure the safety of the residents. Although Fei Ji's martial arts are not as good as Lu Yun's, he has followed me for the longest time and is the most trustworthy. Furthermore, he is meticulous in his thinking. The guards of the Hou Fu can be assigned to him. Wife, you must learn how to use these people well. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi with one hand and said slowly. He wasn't making a big fuss about the safety of the family and the estate, but he felt that it was necessary to take precautions. Especially after the incident of the academy being attacked, Li Zishuan felt that when he made decisions in the future, he couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the people around him might lose their lives because of him. Han Yushi understood Li Zishuan's feelings. She nodded and said, This concubine will remember everything that my husband has said. I'll take good care of father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and I won't let them meet with any danger. This was a promise and a responsibility. As his wife, although she couldn't share Li Zishuan's worries in official matters, she could help Li Zishuan take good care of the family. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would be distracted by family matters. It's been hard on my wife. Li Zishuan sighed and said. He knew that he shouldn't have placed all of his family's affairs on a woman, but the current situation forced him to temporarily leave this small family and strive for a stable environment for the other great family to develop. If the great Tang wasn't surrounded by powerful enemies like the Turks, Li Zishuan would be willing to give up his position and peacefully accompany his family every day, living the life of a wealthy man. It's not hard on me. Husband, you're the one who's working the hardest. At this moment, Han Yushi raised her head and looked steadily at Li Zishuan. She said, This concubine knows that husband's heart is not only concerned about our small family, but is even more concerned about the lives of the common people and the survival of the country. This concubine does not ask that husband can stay by this concubine's side forever. I only ask that husband can protect himself when you are outside. To this concubine and my parents, husband is the sky of this family. This silly woman, although she didn't talk much, she would always be the one who understood Li Zishuan the most. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but pull Han Yushi into his arms and hug her tightly. He sighed and said, You know me best, my wife. However, your husband isn't as great as you think. Your husband doesn't have great ambitions. I only want to be by your and my parents' side every day. But without a big family, how can there be a small family? If we don't take care of the Turks, the Great Tang will never be at peace, and the people of the Great Tang will always have a sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. In this situation, how can our families live happily together? So it's not that your husband has great ambitions, but that I'm forced by the situation. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan lovingly and said, Husband, why do you have to belittle yourself like this? This concubine likes a husband like you. It was said that the men of the Gu family were the cutest. Some men might be conferred the title of Marquis, Prime Minister, and Minister, but they might not be good husbands, good sons, or good fathers to their families. Han Yushi felt that Li Zishuan was quite good like this. Haha. Li Zishuan smiled. He stroked Han Yushi's back and suddenly thought of something. He said, Oh right. If I remember correctly, Rin Biao and Li Jingchu should be getting married soon, right? Rin Biao is my good brother, and Li Jingchu is my adopted sister. I'll have to trouble my wife to send a congratulatory gift to Qizhou. Han Yushi knew a little about Wang Rin Biao and Li Jingchu. Hearing this, she nodded and said, This concubine understands. I'll go and arrange it tomorrow. Li Zishuan responded. He suddenly felt a wave of tiredness. After all, it was already early in the morning. Thus, he patted Han Yushi's back and said, It's getting late. Wife, let's rest. Husband, wait. Han Yushi suddenly sat up. She was a little shy, but also a little anxious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be confused. Han Yushi stretched out her wrist and said softly, Husband, help me take my pulse. Take your pulse? Take what pulse? Wife, where are you feeling unwell? Li Zishuan heard this and was even more confused. Han Yushi lowered her head and said softly, this concubine feels that after these 2 days, our concubine seems to be pregnant. Husband, your medical skills are excellent. Can you take my pulse? Li Zishuan almost fainted when he heard this. Wife, aren't you being too impatient? Even if we do that, we might not be pregnant. Even if we are pregnant, it's impossible to show a pregnancy pulse so quickly, right? Chapter 17:20. Husband. It's 5:30. It's time for you to wake up. The next day, before dawn, Han Yushi propped herself up and nudged Li Zishuan, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Last night, she, who was eager to have a child, had pestered Li Zishuan for who knows how many rounds. Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster after all, so his physical strength was limitless. She, on the other hand, could not do the same. She felt weak all over and was too lazy to even move a finger. Even so, she still relied on her strong willpower to wake up on time and wake Li Zishuan up. This was because Li Zishuan had told her yesterday that the Black Armored Army would be calling for soldiers at 7 in the morning. Li Zishuan had to be there on time with the armor and equipment. Oh. Let me sleep for a while more. Li Zishuan, who was sleeping, turned over and mumbled. Then, he went back to sleep. Although he was a Wu Dao master, a Wu Dao master was still human. After doing so many things, he would still feel tired and sleepy. Husband, it's 5:30 already. If you don't wake up now, you won't be able to make it to the military camp before 7 in the morning. Han Yushi felt helpless. Although Li Zishuan's tired expression made her heart ache, she didn't dare to let Li Zishuan delay such important military matters. Oh, military camp? It's 5:30 already? Li Zishuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. Thank goodness for you, my wife. Otherwise, would have overslept. As he spoke, Li Zishuan had already lifted the blanket and jumped out of bed to get dressed. This was his first day at the military camp. He didn't want to be late. Wouldn't that be handing his weakness to the enemy? Besides, in his previous life, Li Zishuan didn't like to be late. It was a matter of personal habit. Husband, let this concubine help you dress. Han Yushi used all her strength to get up, but she forgot that she was only wearing a very thin gauze dress. This movement almost made Li Zishuan unwilling to get out of bed again. Ahem. Wife, don't move. You'd better have a good rest. I'll wear it myself. Li Zishuan coughed and quickly pressed Han Yushi down. Then, he got out of bed and went to get dressed. Since he was going to the military camp, he naturally had to wear armor. Li Zishuan was wearing the military uniform given to him by the imperial court and not the latest plate armor made by the workshop. That thing was too troublesome to wear. If one's body wasn't flexible enough, one person probably wouldn't be able to do it. Even if his body's flexibility was perfect, if he wanted to wear the new plate armor made by the workshop, he wouldn't be able to do it without a cup of tea's time. When Han Yushi was pressed down by Li Zishuan, she knew that she had just walked. She, who was more shy, used the blanket to wrap her body. Looking at Li Zishuan's heroic appearance in armor, the admiration in her heart couldn't help but grow stronger. It was said that a man in a military uniform was the most charming. The style of the Tang dynasty's armor was very heroic and domineering. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan was born handsome. Now that he was wearing armor, he would definitely charm a lot of young ladies when he walked outside. How could Han Yushi be an exception? Hey! I didn't expect it to fit so well. This saves me a lot of trouble. Li Zishuan moved his arms and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he walked to the bedside and looked at Han Yushi on the bed. He said, "Wife, I'm going to the military camp. Stay at home and take good care of your parents. You also have to take good care of yourself. Understand?" Chapter 17:21. I didn't expect you to think so highly of Li Zishuan, Erlang. In the bedchamber, after Li Er finished speaking, Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This child has only returned to Chang, and for a little more than a year, but he is already in the court and has been conferred the title of Marquis. Sometimes I am really curious how spiritual Master Ling Su trains his disciples to actually produce such an outstanding person like Li Zixuan. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but associate Li Zixuan with her own children. After all, in terms of age, Li Zixuan wasn't much older than Li Qingqian and Li Tai. A trace of doubt flashed through Li Er's eyes. He had only heard of spiritual Master Ling Shu from Baiqi's intelligence, but had never seen him in person. Hearing Empress Zhongsun sigh with emotion, he couldn't help but be curious about spiritual Master Ling Shu's methods of teaching his disciples. Haha. Li Zixuan is indeed talented, but Qingqian, Xiaoke, and Qingke aren't bad either. Qingqian is now conscientious and is learning how to manage government affairs from me. In time, when I grow old, Qingqian will certainly become a wise ruler. Xiaoke is dedicated to managing the Yanhuang Bank. Yesterday, he came to me to ask for people, saying that he wants to set up a department called the Gold-Clad Guard in the bank to supervise the illegal matters within the bank and to protect the bank's safety. If the bank can really become orderly under his management, then my Tang Empire will be able to recreate a super golden age no less than the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era. Qingshue's grades are among the best in Yanhuang College, and her achievements in engineering are comparable to several of the college's discipline leaders. Now, she has become the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, leading the advancement of these two projects. Yesterday, I heard people say that Qin Ke has successfully built the first steam engine in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. I heard Li Zixuan mention this before. It is a good thing. It was rare to hear Li Er ramble on about such trivial matters, so Empress Zhongsun listened very patiently. But when she heard about the steam engine, she couldn't help but interrupt. Your Majesty, what is this steam engine? How is it a good thing? Li Er smiled mysteriously and said, Hoo. In Li Zixuan's words, the steam engine is a power machine, a machine that uses fire to generate power. It can be used to drive generators to generate electricity or other machines to work. It's truly convenient. It's hard to imagine how prosperous our great Tang would be if this machine could replace human labor on a large scale. Empress Zhongsun opened her small mouth in surprise. Using fire to generate power? The cyan sparrow can actually create such a miraculous thing? At this moment, Empress Zhongsun was only short of saying, Is this still my son? She found it hard to imagine that the child who only knew how to fight for his parents' favor not so long ago had now become a master of engineering and created such a wonderful product. The change between before and after was really too great. Haha. Maid Guanyin, don't underestimate Qin Ke. I can see that as long as this child uses his intelligence in the right place, no one can compare to him. Li Er smiled proudly. Then, he looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said meaningfully, All right. It was almost time for the morning assembly. There are some things that I should tell everyone in the court. Empress Zhongsun quickly stood up and said, I will dress your Majesty. Although she was the mother of a nation, in front of Li Er, she always regarded herself as his wife. Things like serving Li Er and dressing him, she would usually do it herself and never let anyone else do it. This was already a tacit understanding between husband and wife. Hongsheng, have all the armors and equipment been loaded? At the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, although the sky was not yet bright, it was already in full swing. Dozens of craftsmen were moving goods back and forth. Li Zixuan, dressed in military attire, found Zhang Hongsheng and asked, Marquis, all the armors and equipment have been counted. In half a cup of tea's time, they will all be loaded onto the carriage. Zhang Hongsheng bowed and cupped his fists. Although Li Zixuan had just arrived at the workshop, the craftsmen were already busy, especially Zhang Hongsheng. He did not even go home last night. This morning, he had already gotten up before dawn to arrange for the craftsmen to count the armors and equipment and load them onto the carriage. After all, it was 5,000 sets of armors and equipment. It would take a lot of time just to count them, let alone load them onto the carriage. When Li Zixuan arrived at the workshop, there was already a long line of carriages in front of the workshop. They were all carriages that specialized in transporting goods. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Hongsheng. Li Zixuan patted Zhang Hongsheng's shoulder and said. In fact, he did not tell Zhang Hongsheng to do these things in advance. It was Zhang Hongsheng who took the initiative to do them in advance. If it were not for his subordinates who were so easy to deal with, he might not have been able to reach the barracks on time today. Hey! This is nothing. It's not hard at all. Zhang Hongsheng waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. Sir! Your things. At this moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Li Zixuan turned around and saw Li Yu holding a black package and walking towards him quickly. Li Zixuan went forward and received it with both hands. He opened the package and saw 2 stacks of manuscripts lying quietly inside. One stack was unbound and was obviously Li Jing's original manuscripts. The other stack was bound and even had an exquisite craft paper cover. It was obviously Li Yu's masterpiece. This girl is quite meticulous. Li Zixuan praised in his heart. He then looked at Li Yu and smiled. Good. Little Yu, thank you for your hard work. You must have slept very late last night, right? Although Li Yu's face could not hide her tiredness, she still smiled sweetly. It's okay. Sir. It's not hard for little Yu to work for you. Compared to the help Li Zixuan gave her, what she did was insignificant. Li Yu had always been grateful to Li Zixuan. You little girl. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly and said, go back and rest after you've given the orders to the editorial department today. It's easy for girls to get wrinkles if they stay up too late. Li Yu wrinkled her nose and whispered, I won't get wrinkles. Zhang Hongsheng walked over and cupped his fist. Marquis, all 5,000 sets of weapons and armor have been loaded. There's a total of 100 carriages. Do you want to check? Li Zixuan perked up and waved his hand. No need. I'm not worried about you. After I leave, Hongsheng, help Faubert with the workshop. He's old now. Try not to let him tire himself out. Zhang Hongsheng cupped his fist. I understand. Marquis, don't worry. Li Zixuan nodded and looked at Li Yu. Little Yu, I have to go to the barracks. Take care of yourself. If there's anything, send me a telegram. Li Yu took a deep look at Li Zixuan and cupped his hands as a disciple. Take care, Mr. Li Zixuan made a sound of acknowledgement and then shouted to his bodyguards, move out. Destination, Chang'an City. Chapter 1722. At Li Zixuan's command, more than 100 carriages set off at the same time, heading straight for Chang'an. 5,000 sets of armor, and these were the most advanced weapons and armor in the world. Both Li Zixuan and the imperial court attached great importance to this. Li Zixuan had taken more than half of the personal guards of the Marquis's residence with him today, and more than 100 soldiers of the imperial army at the foot of Cloud Mountain had also been transferred over to accompany Li Zixuan in escorting these weapons and armor to Chang'an. Although the folk customs of the Tang Empire were open and chivalrous, and the imperial court did not explicitly forbid scholars and chivalrous men from carrying swords or other weapons, the imperial court would never allow the weapons and armor made by the new workshop of the interesting pavilion to fall into the hands of the common people. This was because the new weapons and armor were simply too formidable. Just imagine, if someone were to obtain a set of vanadium steel armor, a vanadium steel horse lance, and a vanadium steel horse armor, wouldn't that person become an invulnerable iron knight who could charge through anything? Such a person would definitely be able to casually charge into the local government of a small province or county, creating a very unstable factor for the Great Tang's common people. This was just like how many countries in modern society banned firearms. To this era, the weapons and armor created by the workshop were no less dangerous than firearms in modern times. Hiya! Li Zixuan rode at the front of the long procession on Debai's back. He was dressed in military attire and looked extremely handsome, just like a general who had just returned from a victorious battle. Thankfully, it was still early and there weren't many people on the road. Otherwise, who knew how many young girls would be mesmerized by his handsome appearance? Li Zixuan didn't have time to think about such frivolous matters. At this time, he was thinking about his next plan. although he hadn't wanted to go to the army and suffer, what was done couldn't be undone. Moreover, the Great Tang and the Turks were at each other's throats, so he truly did have a responsibility to join the army and contribute to the country. In this situation, he had already calmly accepted the difficult life that awaited him. In addition, for some reason, when he thought about personally experiencing the military life of the Tang dynasty, Li Zixuan felt a sliver of anticipation in his heart. While drunk, I look at swords under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn at the barracks. 800 li of troops under the scorching heat, 50 bowstrings overturning the sound beyond the Great Wall, the soldiers of autumn on the battlefield. In the past, Li Zixuan had only experienced the thrill and excitement of ancient battlefields through poetry. Now that he was personally going to the military camp, and in the near future, he might personally go to the battlefield. How could he not be excited? Especially in this life, he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Now, he was already a Wu Dao master. It was said that those who were skilled were bold. In his previous life, every time he saw the military parade of his motherland on TV, he had an impulse to join the army and serve his country. However, at that time, his body was not strong. He was in a sub-healthy state where he was panting after running 2 laps around the field. He definitely could not endure the hardships of being a soldier, so in the end, he gave up. But in this life, not only did he have the heart, but he also had the ability. He wanted to use his abilities to make some contributions to the people who were suffering in this era. After all, he was a descendant of Yan Huang. Wait. Yamacho, wait for us. While he was deep in thought, Li Zixuan suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. At first, he thought it was an auditory hallucination, but after a while, the voice behind him became clearer and clearer. He finally couldn't help but turn around. He saw 2 funny teenagers riding 2 bicycles, rushing towards the convoy. It was Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin. Lu Yun, Feiji, you guys take the convoy and leave first. I'll be right behind you. Li Zixuan frowned and said to the people around him. Chapter 1723. Old Master, Chou Niu is doing well in Yunshan. Why did you let him join the Black Armored Army? In Chang'an City, Madame's son couldn't help but ask as she helped Qing Yaojin put on his court robes. After Li Zixuan left the Qin manor yesterday, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin discussed and decided to send their younger generation to the Black Armored Army's camp. However, Qin Xiong's son, Qin Huayu, only studied poetry and didn't know any martial arts. Obviously, he couldn't be sent to the army. In the end, Qing Yaojin called Yuchi Jingda and the 2 old fellows went to the palace to ask for an official position for their son. At this moment, hearing his wife's question, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but glare and say, "Humph. Madam, don't you know whether that brat is good at studying or not? It's better to let him get the last place in Yunshan and embarrass his father than to let him go to the army camp and earn some military merit. That way, when his father rises to the heavens, this brat won't starve to death on the streets." Speaking of which, from the start, Qing Yaojin didn't expect Qing Chimo to have any achievements in literature. As long as Qing Chimo didn't always get the last place and embarrass him, it would be fine. The reason why he let Qing Chimo go to the mathematics school was mainly because Qing Yaojin had already seen that Li Zixuan was not a fish in a pond. Among the younger generation in Chang'an City, Li Zixuan was the only one who could convince Qing Yaojin in terms of martial arts and talent. It was said that when one sees a worthy person, one should emulate the worthy. Having met such an outstanding young man like Li Zixuan, Qing Yaojin naturally wanted his son to be influenced by Li Zixuan and cultivate their relationship. Cough, cough, of course, this relationship was only brotherly. In the future, when their generation grew old, Qing Chimo would have a capable brother to rely on. Old Qing wouldn't be worried, right? This couldn't be considered as using. To be precise, it was an investment. Qing Yaojin had long seen the potential in Li Zixuan and had long invested in Li Zixuan, this potential stock. Bah. Bah. Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? When Sun Shi heard this, her eyebrows raised. She could not help but pinch the soft flesh on Qing Yaojin's waist as she reprimanded. She couldn't be blamed for being unreasonable. It was just that Qing Yaojin's words were really asking for a beating. Ioyo. Madam, let go. Old Qing, won't say anything. Qing Yaojin could not help but grimace in pain as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Humph. Let's see if you dare to spout nonsense in the future. Madam's son glared at Qing Yaojin. The latter gasped and rubbed his old waist, not daring to say anything harsh. After a while, Madam's son asked doubtfully, Master, since you want Chonyo to join the army, why don't you let him join the Right Guards? This way, it'll be convenient for you to take care of him. Qing Yaojin was not only the High Duke of Lu, he was also the General of the Right Guards. In the Right Guards, Qing Yaojin's words could be said to be absolute. What Madam's son meant was very simple. That was to let Qing Chumo become a soldier under Qing Yaojin. With Qing Yaojin taking care of him, Qing Chumo would not be bullied in the army, right? It was said that mothers loved their sons the most. How could Madam's son be an exception? Her mentality was in line with the majority of mothers in the world. After listening to Madam's son's nagging, Qing Yaojin's mouth twitched but he did not reply. Madam's son waited for a long time but did not hear a reply. She could not help but pinch Qing Yaojin again and said angrily, I'm talking to you, are you listening? This time, Qing Yaojin was prepared. He nimbly avoided Madam's son's killing blow and said, Didn't you not let me speak just now? Now that I'm not speaking, you're blaming me. You're really unreasonable. You. When Madam's son heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to die. Seeing this, Qing Yaojin quickly waved his hand and said, Aya. Madam. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's almost morning court. If I'm late, Wei Jing, that old thing, will impeach me again. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, the old man adjusted his belt and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Chapter 1724. Haha. Finally, I don't have to study in the academy anymore. In my opinion, Xiao Xian, you should go to the Black Armored Army as soon as possible. That way, I can follow you to the barracks. On the official road from Lantian County to Chang'an City, the convoy escorting the new equipment was moving forward quickly. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were riding the workshop's most advanced speed-changing bicycles, sandwiching Li Zishuan in the middle. The three of them walked side by side at the front of the convoy, making the entire convoy look a little strange. However, Qing Chumo didn't care about this at all. At this moment, he was holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and waving his right hand as he laughed loudly. Yanhuang College usually implemented strict military management of the students. Not only were there many rules in the academy, but students were also not allowed to go out during normal teaching periods. Most importantly, the competition between the students in the academy was very fierce. Qing Chumo, the underachiever, had enough of it. Although the students in the academy were still very friendly with each other, it was very easy for him to accidentally score last in every exam. If he were to score last in the exam, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned home. His skin was thicker than others, but he couldn't stand being beaten up every day. Actually, if the exam wasn't a factor, Qing Chumo still liked the life on Yunshan Mountain. Now that he was able to leave the academy temporarily, this guy was like a tiger that had just been released from a metal cage. He couldn't help but want to roar 3 times to the sky. You rascal, you can't wait to leave the academy? Li Zishuan, who was riding on Big White's back, couldn't help but glance at Qing Chumo and say, Hee hee. You can't say that. Staying in the academy is actually quite fun, as long as there are no exams. Xiao Xian, you know that I'm not cut out for it. Qing Chumo was still holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and scratching his head with the other as he laughed foolishly. This guy had obviously practiced his driving skills on the way to the north to kill the locusts. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too lazy to deal with this useless person. Actually, as to why the two brothers, Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, would suddenly follow him to the black armored troops. He had just pondered over this question for a moment. He more or less understood Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's intentions in making such an arrangement. Regarding this, he only felt gratitude towards these two old generals. After all, with Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's current position in the imperial court, no one in the military dared to touch their sons, not even Qiu Xingong. This could be considered as a safeguard for Li Zishuan. After entering Chang'an City, you two will give up the bicycle and ride horses instead. As for your car, I'll get someone to send it back for you. Otherwise, how can you go to the barracks like this? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan instructed Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin. Yeah. Yuqi Baolin was more obedient and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Qing Chimo was unconvinced. What's wrong with riding a bicycle to the barracks? The Tang Empire's military regulations don't say that riding a bicycle to the barracks isn't allowed, right? This fellow didn't like riding a horse when he went out anymore. He was already used to riding a bicycle. Li Zishuan glared at this fellow and said unhappily, "Then when we go to war, do you also ride a bicycle? If I tell you to ride a horse, then ride a horse. The military isn't like other places. When you go to the barracks, don't be unconventional and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll get someone to send you back to the academy." Hey. Don't. Xiao Xian. I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. If you want to ride a horse, then so be it. It's not like I don't know how to ride a horse. Iayao, F***ck, save me. Upon hearing this, Qing Chimo was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. What a joke, it wasn't easy for him to leave the academy. How could he bear to go back? However, in a moment of panic, when he waved his hands subconsciously, both his hands left the handlebars. The bicycle instantly lost its balance and went straight towards the farmland by the side of the road. Whoa! Where did all these carriages come from? Why are there imperial guards escorting them? What's in these carriages? When Li Zishuan and the rest arrived at Chang'an City, the city gates were already open. The carriages entered through the Yanqing Gate and went straight towards the Black Armored Army's barracks in the northwest of the city. Along the way, the huge carriages naturally attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Under normal circumstances, those who could wake up so early were mostly peddlers who entered the city to sell their goods or commoners who entered the city to buy things. The huge carriages caused them to discuss animatedly. However, although these people were curious about the armored soldiers beside the carriages, they could only shrink back and point at them from afar. The general in the lead looks like the Marquis of Yong'an. What? The Marquis of Yong'an? Why did the Marquis of Yong'an bring so many soldiers and carriages to Chang'an City? Who knows? Could it be that the imperial court is sending the Marquis of Yong'an to suppress bandits? Nonsense. Now that the world is peaceful, where would there be so many bandits to suppress? Besides, the Marquis of Yong'an isn't a general, why would he lead soldiers to suppress bandits? That's true. But why is the Marquis of Yong'an wearing a general's uniform? About this, it had to be said that the people of Chang'an City were quite familiar with Li Zishuan. There were very few people who had never heard of Li Zishuan, and there were even more who had seen Li Zishuan with their own eyes. As such, among the pedestrians on both sides of the road, there were people who quickly recognized Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan naturally didn't have the time to care about these people's discussions. This was because there was only 15 minutes left before the Black Armored Army's barracks were called. In order to avoid being late, he could only speed up the carriages. Luckily, there weren't many people on the streets of Chang'an City early in the morning, and there weren't any traffic jams. Of course, speaking of this, it was all thanks to the widespread use of bicycles. Whether it was the civil and military officials or the common people, they were used to riding bicycles instead of horse carriages for short journeys. Otherwise, there would still be traffic jams on some of the key streets of Chang'an City. This was because this was the time when the civil and military officials left their homes to rush to the palace for the morning court. If it was in the past, every official would take a horse carriage to attend the morning court. It would be strange if the streets weren't congested. Who are you? This is the Black Armored Army's barracks. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Finally, Li Zishuan arrived at the Black Armored Army's barracks before the 7:00 hour. This was a hilly wasteland in the northwest corner of Chang'an City. Inside the barracks, there were several large and small white tents, and one could vaguely see groups of fully armed soldiers. When the two soldiers in front of the barracks saw Li Zishuan, they hurried forward to stop him. Li Zishuan flipped off his horse and said loudly, "I am Li Zishuan, the Black Armored Army adjutant appointed by the Emperor. Today, I am officially here to take up my post." Chapter 1725. You are the Marquis of Yongmen. In Chang'an, in front of the Black Armored Barracks, the two guards were shocked when they heard Li Zishuan's identity. Although there were many people in Chang'an who had seen Li Zishuan, these two guards were not among them because they were in the army all year round. Not only them, but less than 10% of the soldiers in the barracks had seen Li Zishuan, but more than 90% of them had heard of Li Zishuan. Therefore, after knowing Li Zishuan's identity, the two guards were so surprised and excited. After all, Li Zishuan was a marquis at a young age, a Yamacho from Yanhuang College, and the first person to kill locusts. With so many halos around him, Li Zishuan was now considered a celebrity in the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that the two guards were very enthusiastic after knowing his identity, he smiled and said, "Maybe you can call me adjunct." The two guards looked at each other and quickly bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Sir Adjunct." The news that Li Zishuan had been appointed as adjunct of the Black Armored Army had long been spread. At first, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army were talking about it for a long time. However, due to various reasons, Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army. After a long time, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army gradually forgot about this matter. Today, after hearing Li Zishuan's intention, the two guards could not help but recall the news from more than a month ago. They were surprised. "Your subordinate, Lu Xingwu, is from Jinzhou." Jinzhou was also badly affected by the locusts in Guangzhou. Fortunately, Sir Adjunct Sky Pheasant Brigade provided timely relief. Most of the fertile land in Jinzhou was saved. "Sir Adjunct, please accept my bow." At this time, one of the shorter guards bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan, saluting him. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to meet someone he had helped in this place. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. The one who saved the people of Jin province was His Majesty, not me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty." This was a political issue. Li Zishuan did not want to carry too much popularity among the people. He was familiar with ancient history and knew that in this feudal era, keeping a low profile was the way to go. "Yes. Yes. Yes. It's all thanks to your Majesty's wisdom." Lu Xingwu was very tactful and quickly bowed in the direction of the palace when he heard this. Time was of the essence. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste too much time outside the gate, so he said, "Lu Xingwu, these carriages are filled with the new weapons and armor that I have created for the soldiers. Quickly lead a group of people and come over to transport the weapons and armor. I still have to enter the camp to pay my respects to General Duan." When Lu Xingwu heard Li Zishuan calling his name, he couldn't help but feel energized. He quickly cupped his fists and said loudly, "Your subordinate obeys." Li Zishuan nodded and led Xing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin directly through the gate and into the depths of the camp. Lu Xingwu and Yuchi Baolin didn't have time to ask about Xing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's identities. From their point of view, since Li Zishuan was a member of the Black Armored Army, he definitely knew the rules of the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't bring an unrelated outsider into the Black Armored Army's camp. What the two of them were concerned about now was to get people to transport the weapons and armor. "These are all the weapons and armor that General Duan made for us?" "So many." The soldier beside Lu Xingwu looked at the endless carriages in front of the gate and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Quickly go in and get some brothers to move them. These are all good stuff." When Lu Xingwu heard this, he bumped the soldier's arm and said unhappily. More than half a month ago, Li Zixuan wore vanadium steel plate armor and wielded a vanadium steel sword to duel with Duan Jixuan on the drill ground. In the end, he completely crushed Duan Jixuan with his superior equipment. That duel caused quite a stir in the army. The generals and soldiers of the 12 capital guards all coveted the new weapons and armor that Li Zixuan used that day. The soldiers of the black armored army also raised their heads in anticipation of the new weapons and armor that Li Zixuan had created. At this moment, Lu Xingwu looked at the carriages in front of him and was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. Good. Xingwu, you stay here and watch. I'll go get people. The other guard responded, then immediately turned and ran through the gate. General Li Zixuan greets the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. After the announcement, Li Zixuan walked in with Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. Duan Jixuan and Qiu Xingong were in the tent, so he cupped his fists and greeted the two. Although his status outside was not lower than the two in front of him, he was in the army right now and had to look at military rank and experience. Where there were people, there would be jianghu. In the army, one had to follow the rules of the army. Greetings to the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. It was rare for Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin to not be mischievous at this time. Instead, they followed behind Li Zixuan and imitated him by bowing respectfully to Duan Jixuan and Qiu Xing. Duan Jixuan was the great general of the Black Armored Army and was in charge of military affairs. Qiu Xingong was the deputy general and only had the title of general, only below Duan Jixuan. According to the military system of the Great Tang, under the great general and general, there would be the assistant commander, 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 and so on. Since you have entered the Black Armored Army, you are my brothers. No need to be so polite. Duan Jixuan nodded slightly to Li Zixuan and the other two. Qiu Xingong's tiger-like eyes swept over Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. He did not speak, and no emotions could be seen on his weathered face. Duan Jixuan continued, Qing Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, the two of you are both descendants of generals. You should know better than anyone else that you should abide by military rules in the army. Go and change into your uniforms. In a while, when the soldiers are called out, you are not allowed to be late. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin trembled and immediately cupped their fists. Understood. Although the two of them were always joking around outside, their fathers were both generals in the army. Under their influence, they naturally knew that the military rules were strict. As such, they did not dare to hesitate or smile at Duan Jixuan's orders. Colonel Li, I know that you have a special identity and a lot of responsibilities. Yesterday, His Majesty gave you permission to set up personal guards in the Black Armored Army to protect yourself. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin will be under your command as your personal guards. After Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin left, Duan Jixuan looked at Li Zixuan and said in a low voice. Li Zixuan already knew about the personal guards. When he heard this, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you, great general. Humph. Qiu Xingong couldn't help but snort. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense. Qiu Xingong cupped his fists casually at Duan Jixuan and said, General Duan, it's time to call out the soldiers. I will go to the drill ground first. With that, he turned and left without waiting for Duan Jixuan's permission. Chapter 1726. The morning breeze blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. At this moment, there was already a touch of red on the horizon. Most people had probably just woken up. On the drill ground in the northwest of Chang'an City, there was already a black mass of soldiers standing. When Li Zixuan followed Duan Jixuan to the stage, he saw such a magnificent scene of soldiers on the battlefield. What entered his eyes was that all the soldiers had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Like a pine tree, they stood upright on the drill ground. Although there were many of them, they were not in disorder. The distance between each person was the same, neat and tidy, not moving at all. This scene reminded Li Zixuan of the military parade of his motherland that he had seen on television in his previous life. Steel lions, just like heavenly soldiers. No wonder they were the strongest cavalry of the Tang Empire. With just one look, Li Zishuan could feel the strength of the army in front of him. Although this black armored army had only been formed for a few months, they already had an imposing aura. Reporting to the great general, other than the 20 men from the D battalion who are transporting equipment outside the gate, the soldiers of the other 5 battalions have all arrived at the drill ground. No one is late. Seeing Duan Jishuan arrive, a tall and straight young soldier quickly walked forward and saluted Duan Jishuan with his fists clasped. Return to your ranks. Duan Jishuan nodded and said. Yes. The young soldier replied and quickly retreated to the front of the troops on the left side of the stage. At this moment, Duan Jishuan walked to the front of the stage and scanned the entire drill ground with his tiger-like eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking dignified even though he was not angry. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his mouth. All soldiers listen to my order, at ease. Duan Jishuan's first sentence surprised Li Zishuan. What the hell was at ease? Wasn't this a movement that only existed in the modern army? Was Duan Jishuan still sleeping and talking in his sleep? But what he did not expect was that as soon as Duan Jishuan finished speaking, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground all neatly took half a step forward with their left foot and made a at ease gesture. Their movements were uniform and extremely precise. Of course, it was not absolutely uniform. There were 2 people at the back of the line who were slower by half a beat. Li Zishuan's sharp eyes recognized them immediately. Who else could they be but Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin? These 2 fellows had participated in the military training of the academy, so it was impossible that they did not know the basic military movements such as at ease and at ease. The reason why they were slower by half a beat was probably because they did not expect the black armored army to use of the academy's training. Fortunately, Duan Jishuan knew that they were new to the black armored army, so he pretended not to see the 2 discordant factors and continued speaking. It has been nearly 2 months since the expansion of the black armored army. As the most elite cavalry of the Great Tang, His Majesty has always placed high hopes on the black armored army. However, the black armored army's current strength is not worthy of His Majesty's high hopes. Fortunately, the black armored army's adjutant has finally arrived to take up his post. As for who our adjutant is, I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. Adjutant Li, come and greet the soldiers. Although Duan Jishuan did not shout at the top of his lungs, his voice could be heard in every corner of the drill ground. All 5,000 soldiers heard his words clearly. When they heard Duan Jishuan say that the black armored army's adjutant had finally arrived to take up his post, everyone could not help but look at the young general behind Duan Jishuan. He was so young, but he had already become a legend of the Great Tang. Chapter 1727. At the black armored army's camp. On the stage, Duan Jishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored soldiers for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be good at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be good at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a boorish fellow and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Haha. Sweat more in normal times and bleed less in times of war. Duan Jishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the black armored army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the black armored army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and even more so, your parents and wives." At this point, Duan Jishuan's fierce eyes scanned the crowd. Perhaps the ordinary soldiers didn't know how valuable the equipment Li Zishuan had brought today were. However, as an important official of the imperial court and the leader of the black armored army, how could he not know how valuable this batch of equipment was? Not to mention other things, even the generals of the 12 capital guards almost fought over this equipment. If not for Li Zishuan supporting the black armored army, the moment Li Zishuan entered Chang'an City, more than 100 carriages of equipment would have been divided among them. After pausing for a moment, Duan Zhishuan's gaze turned serious and he said loudly, "All generals, listen up. From today onwards, Adjunct Li will be in charge of the daily drill of the black armored army. His orders are military orders and my orders. No one, no matter what position they hold, is allowed to disobey. Do you all understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers on the drill ground were pleasantly surprised. They had not expected Li Zishuan to be entrusted with such an important task by Duan Zhishuan as soon as he joined the black armored troops. He had directly taken on the daily training of the black armored troops. Not only were they shocked, Qiu Xingong was even more shocked. However, a trace of anger flashed across Qiu Xingong's face. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the fact that there were so many soldiers on the drill ground. He walked 5 steps in front of Duan Zhishuan and cupped his fists. "General Duan, Adjunct Li has just been appointed and is not familiar with the military affairs of the black armored army. Furthermore, Adjunct Li has never led soldiers before. How can we let him take over the military affairs of the black armored army?" Black armored army's camp. On the stage, Duan Zhishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored troops for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Zhishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be adept at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be adept at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a brute and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Haha. Sweat more during normal times so that you can bleed less during wartime. Duan Zhishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the black armored army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the black armored army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and your parents and wives." Chapter 1728. While the black armored army was doing a roll call, the morning court was being held in Chang'an City's Taiji Palace. Li Er sat on the dragon throne. After listening to a few officials reporting some trivial matters, his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice, "Dear officials, I received an urgent report yesterday. Xieli has gathered a large number of troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops. Tuli Khan has asked me for help urgently. He wants the Tang Empire to send troops to help him resist Xieli." It was unknown if it was true or if Li Er was just making things up. Anyway, as soon as he said that, all the officials in the imperial court were in an uproar. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds, and it was a bit like a market. Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong closed their eyes and pretended to be in deep thought. They did not say a word because they were present when Li Zishuan proposed the plan to Li Er. Today, when Li Er said this, these 2 experienced old generals could guess what Li Er was going to say next. "Your Majesty, I think that the imperial court should send troops to help Tuli. Otherwise, after Xieli unifies the grassland, the next one to attack may be our Tang Empire. The imperial court cannot sit back and watch Xieli expand in the grassland." Fang Xianling stood out and bowed to Li Er. Old Fang had followed Li Er to fight in the north and south in the early years. Old Fang was definitely experienced in judging the war situation. "I second the motion. Now that the Turks and the Tang Empire are like fire and water, at such a critical moment, we cannot let Xieli unify the grassland. The imperial court should send troops to help Tuli." Zhang Sun Wuji also stood out and bowed to Li Er. After Zhang Sun Wuji, some other officials and generals also stood out and seconded the motion. Li Jing also came to the morning court today. Unexpectedly, he actually stood out and objected, "Your Majesty, I think that it is not appropriate for the Tang Empire to send troops now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Li Jing, the war god of the Great Tang, would actually stand out to oppose when everyone was united against a common enemy and unanimously wanted to suppress the Turks. This was truly a little inconceivable. Li Er's gaze focused. He looked at Li Jing and asked, "Oh? What does apothecary mean?" Li Jing cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, it has only been a little more than a month since the Tang Empire began to prepare for war. The 400,000 soldiers, horses, and provisions needed to attack the Tujue have yet to be fully prepared. How can we recklessly declare war on Xieli? Marching into the grassland will not be the same as pacifying the rebellion in the Great Tang's territory a few years ago. When the time comes, the army's provisions and supplies will become incomparably difficult due to the distance. This old subject believes that at this time, whether it is the provisions and supplies or the preparation of the various armies, it is not advisable to shed all pretense of cordiality with Xieli and rashly start a war." Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others could not help but frown. Although they agreed to send out troops, they had to admit that Li Jing's words made sense. It was indeed not the best time to start a war with the Turks. Medicine Master's words are reasonable. At present, my Great Tang has just experienced the plague of locusts and is not yet ready to start a full-scale war with Xieli. At this moment, Li Er opened his mouth. However, he immediately changed the topic and said, "But the imperial court can't just sit by and watch Xieli unify the grasslands and strengthen his strength. Therefore, I've decided to send an envoy with a batch of provisions into the grasslands to assist Tuli Khan in resisting Xieli. I just don't know who is willing to go." The moment Li Er finished speaking, Taiji Palace immediately fell silent. Chapter 1729. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Xiao Yu's suggestion, a hint of worry flashed across the faces of the officials in the palace. A war was not only a test of a country's military strength. At the same time, it was also a huge test of a country's economic strength. After all, war required money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a saying in history that they were all militaristic. Li Er smiled and said, "Minister Xiao, you don't have to worry about money and provisions. I already have a foolproof plan. I will not let these 150,000 soldiers drag down the national treasury." Don't be fooled by Li Er's solemn vow and full confidence. In fact, he was very uncertain in his heart. No one knew if the national donation plan that Li Zishuan had suggested to him yesterday would work or not. If it worked, then everything would be fine. If it did not work, then the finances of the imperial court might not be able to support it. This was a very risky decision. Using this kind of decision without full confidence was not in line with Li Er's style of doing things. However, the current situation showed that Xieli had the intention to speed up the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. If the Tang Empire wanted to have a higher chance of winning, the imperial court had to prepare more elite soldiers and strong generals. Li Er had to take the risk. He could only hope that Li Zishuan's plan would work. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. As the Minister of Revenue, he was in charge of the country's purse. Even he could not think of a good idea to break the situation. How could Li Er think of it? Therefore, old Xiao asked Li Er curiously, "May I ask what exactly is your Majesty's foolproof plan?" Li Er's expression was slightly sluggish but quickly returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say more about this. Within 3 days, Minister Xiao will definitely see money and provisions flowing into the national treasury." But Xiao Yu was very dissatisfied with Li Er's ambiguous answer. He was about to ask again when Li Er interrupted him, "No buts. After the court is dismissed, the Secretariat will immediately draft an edict and announce to the world. The edict orders all states to immediately select 150,000 elite soldiers and rush to Cheng, and within a month. At that time, the imperial court will send a few generals to personally command these soldiers." Hearing Li Er's resolute words, Xiao Yu and the other officials did not dare to continue asking about this matter. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and cupped his hands. This old official obeys the edict. The Secretariat was in charge of formulating policies and drafting edicts. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji was not only the Minister of Rights, he was also in charge of the Secretariat. Yes. Li Er nodded and said, if there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed. Minister Tang, stay behind. This subject obeys the decree. Tang Jian bowed and accepted the order. After the morning assembly dispersed, the civil and military officials returned to their homes. Tang Jian came to the sweet nectar hall under the lead of the chamberlain. He had yet to bow when Li Er laughed and waved his hand, saying, her. There are no outsiders here, Mao Yu, you don't have to be so courteous. Come, give him a seat. Tang Jian was flattered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right this moment, a chamberlain brought a stool over. Tang Jian sat down cautiously. Li Er spoke bluntly, this time I sent Mao Yu as a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue. It was indeed Jin's last resort. Shili's power is already great, now he wants to annex Tuli's troops. It can be said that he has the ambition of a wolf. How can Jin let him fulfill his wish easily? However, Jin knows that the journey to the Tujue will be filled with difficulties and dangers. Mao Yu, if you have any misgivings, Jin can withdraw the decree now and send someone else instead. It was said that a monarch's words were not joking. Generally, it was impossible for the emperor to take back what he had said. Now that Li Er said this to Tang Jian, whether it was sincere or just putting on an act, it was very rare and precious. When Tang Jian found out that Li Er wanted him to be a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue in the morning assembly, he still had some misgivings and unhappiness in his heart. After all, he was now a duke. Now that he was suddenly sent to such a dangerous place like the Tujue, it was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, with Li Er's words, the misgivings and unhappiness in his heart instantly vanished into thin air. It was really not easy for an emperor to do this for his subject. This subject thanks Your Majesty for your consideration. Tang Jian hurriedly got up and bowed to Li Er with a moved expression. However, since this subject has already agreed to this mission of being a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue, there is no reason for me to back down. Now that the country is in danger, this old subject receives the country's salary and should share the country's worries. Even if the Tujue is now in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, this old subject will not turn back. Tang Jian has met a wise ruler like Your Majesty in this life. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. After saying that, Tang Jian straightened his back. His face was full of righteousness, awe-inspiring, and fearless. Li Er was horrified and moved. He hurriedly got up and personally walked down to hold Tang Jian's arm. Good. 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 Jin really did not misjudge you. Mao Yu, you really did not disappoint Jin. Chapter 1730. Hee hee. Little Xian, I didn't expect this plate armor to fit so well. It's also so light and agile. I thought it would be heavy and cumbersome at first. No wonder my father wanted it so much. Hee hee. In the black armored army's camp, Li Zishuan distributed the weapons, plate armor, and horse armor to the soldiers according to the roster. At around 9 in the morning, the soldiers were all wearing the new armor. Qing Chimo was wearing a shiny plate armor and he ran to Li Zishuan to show off. This fellow and Yuchi Bao Lin were both temporary recruits to the black armored army. Logically speaking, the two of them didn't have a share in this batch of armor made by the workshop for the black armored army. However, there were always exceptions. These two brothers had special identities and it wasn't a problem for them to gather 2 sets of armor at the last minute. As a matter of fact, Lu Xingwu and Zhang Debao, the 2 guards who were standing guard in front of the gate in the morning, had lent their armors to Qing Chimo. Needless to say, the 2 guards' physiques were about the same as Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin's, so the armors fit the 2 brothers quite well. Li Zishuan had sent someone to the workshop to have them make 2 more sets of armors according to Lu Xingwu and Zhang Debao's measurements. With the workshop's current production speed, it would probably take less than 2 days for the 2 sets of armors to be sent over. Li Zishuan looked up and down at Qing Chimo, who was tightly wrapped in vanadium steel patches. He nodded and said, yes. Looks good. Cho Nyo, have you and Bao Lin's tents been arranged? It's all arranged. Yuchi Baolin walked over in his plate armor and replied, Yamacho, Brother Cho Nyo and I have been arranged to be in the same tent in the Wu battalion. This child was originally stronger than others. After putting on the plate armor, he was simply like a moving iron tower. He was completely a walking tank, making people feel intimidated just by looking at him. Although they were in the military camp, Yuchi Baolin was still used to calling Li Zishuan Yamacho. He was different from Qing Chumo. Qing Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after returning to Chang'an City. Therefore, most of the time, Qing Chumo treated Li Zishuan as a friend and brother. Yuchi Baolin, on the other hand, respected Li Zishuan more. This was because he admired Li Zishuan both in terms of knowledge and martial arts. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda had assigned Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin to the black armored troops respectively. This was both a form of protection for Li Zishuan and also a form of trust. Li Zishuan felt that at the very least, he could not let his brothers suffer in the military. Otherwise, how could he be the big brother of this small group? That, Xiao Xian, Qing Chumo scratched his head, as if he wanted to say something. Li Zishuan said angrily, if you have something to say, just say it. Since when did you become such a shy little girl? Pfft. Yuchi Baolin almost burst out laughing when he heard that. Qing Chumo blushed and said angrily, What little girl? You're the one who's acting like a little girl. I wanted to ask you, can Baolin and I stay in the same tent as you? It's too cramped for 10 people to stay in one tent. Also, 2 of our brothers' big feet are too smelly. At this time, the black armored troops camp was built in a military camp in the northwest of the imperial city. The soldiers usually stayed in tents and not houses. This way, they could recreate the situation of war to the greatest extent and allow the soldiers to be in a state of combat readiness at all times. Of course, with the current resources, it was impossible for every soldier to stay in a tent alone. Normally, 10 soldiers would share a tent. This was even more cramped than Yanhuang College's dormitory. The higher-ranked generals would stay in their own tents. Li Zishuan was the black armored troops adjutant. Moreover, he had many identities and duties outside. This time, he had even brought a telegraph with him when he joined the black armored troops. Therefore, he also had his own tent. That was why Qing Chumo wanted to come over and sleep there. Li Zishuan glanced at Qing Chumo and said angrily, Your smelly feet aren't any better, are they? I've heard about it from Qing Ke and the others. How dare you look down on others? In Yanhuang College's dormitory 001, Qing Chumo's big feet were the most smelly. They could be used as poison gas bombs. Last year, Li Tai had complained to Li Zishuan about it many times in private. However, under the compulsion of the other dormitory members, Qing Chumo had developed the good habit of washing his feet frequently. Chapter 1731. Ha! What's wrong? Li Kanjun, you've been watching for so long. Have you seen anything? The black armored army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xinggong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't around, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xinggong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, Li Zishuan wasn't a pushover either. If they were to fight one-on-one, Qiu Xinggong might not be able to defeat him. Hee hee. So it's General Chiu. Li Zishuan clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong with a fake smile, and then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I only looked at it for a short while, how could I possibly see anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies. After a while, he grinned and said, "Heh. I didn't expect Li Kanjun to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified Black Armored Army conscript." When the old man saw Li Zishuan's humble attitude, he took advantage of his seniority to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Chiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my ability is limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good commander. If General Chiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to this junior will naturally be very grateful." Heh. What? Li Kanjun, you've been observing for so long. The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Chiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fist towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I've only observed for a short while. How could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." When the old man saw Li Zishuan's humble attitude, he took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Chiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my ability is limited and I'm not sure if I can do a good job in the army. If General Chiu has the time and can teach this junior some experience, this junior will naturally be very grateful." Heh. What? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan smiled insincerely and cupped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect General Li to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general in the military. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." "Heh. What? General Li has been watching for so long, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court and gain the Emperor's favor. You can be a competent Yamacho in the Academy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than mine. I also know that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general in the army. If General Chiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, I will be very grateful. Ha! Why? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to defeat him. Hee. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while. How could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned and said, "Ha! I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." Ha! What? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Jishuan. Now that Duan Jishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. Hee. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned and said, "Ha! I didn't expect Colonel Li to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't comparable to the Imperial Court. It's also not something that Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, obtain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified colonel in the Black Armored Army. Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, General Chiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Naturally, your experience and knowledge are much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good colonel. If General Chiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, this junior will be very grateful. Chapter 1732. Currently, the Black Armored Army is divided into 5 battalions, A, B, C, D, and E, respectively. They are located at the east, west, south, and north corners of the drill ground, as well as the center. Each battalion has 1,000 people. Lieutenant Zhang Shigui of the A Battalion is at the peak of the Qi stage. He has been in the army for 11 years. Back then, he fought alongside His Majesty against Wang Shichong and Dou Jinda. He is one of the oldest generals in the Black Armored Army. Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian of the C Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Lu De of the D Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the E Battalion has been in the army for 3 years. He just joined the Black Armored Army not long ago and is the only new recruit among the 5 Black Armored Army captains. Sun Jiping was originally a general in the Northern Imperial Army. He has outstanding military achievements and is good at commanding troops. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the Qi stage. He has great potential. In the Black Armored Army's main camp, Duan Jishuan brought Li Zishuan around the drill ground to inspect the 5 battalions. As he inspected them, he explained to Li Zishuan. Zhang Shigui? Sun Jiping? When Li Zishuan heard Duan Jishuan's explanation, he couldn't help but be surprised. Out of the 5 names that Duan Jishuan mentioned, 2 of them were Li Zishuan. They were Zhang Shigui and Sun Jiping. There was no need to talk about Zhang Shigui. Those who had watched the TV series, The Legend of Xueren Gui, would know that there was a villain in the Tang dynasty named Zhang Shigui. He was jealous of his subordinates' achievements and framed the famous general, Xueren Gui. Cough, cough, in truth, this was just the novel vilifying Zhang Shigui's mission. In the official history books, Zhang Shigui was actually a famous general of the Great Tang, a founding general of the Great Tang. His military exploits were illustrious. Moreover, he knew people well, loved his soldiers, had a keen political insight, and was skilled in both civil and martial arts. He could definitely be called a famous general of his generation, completely different from the unofficial history books. Zhang Shigui joined the army at a young age and joined Li Yuan at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he gradually mingled with Li Er. When Li Er established the Black Armored Army, Zhang Shigui was one of the first Black Armored Army generals. His personal strength was not bad, but in that era of famous generals, his edge was completely overshadowed by Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Qing Yaojin, and the other exceptional generals. It was to the extent that he was still only a mid-level general in the Black Armored Army, while Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others had become great generals of one of the 12 guards of the capital. Li Zishuan never thought that he would meet someone like Zhang Shigui in the Black Armored Army's camp. He could not help but take a few more glances at Zhang Shigui. If meeting Zhang Shigui was a surprise, to Li Zishuan, meeting Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army's camp was a pleasant surprise. Sun Jiping used to be a subordinate of Dugu Xian and held the position of a military officer in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. Last year, when Li Zishuan led the army to besiege the Snake Spirit Mountain, the main force was the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. To a certain extent, Sun Jiping could be considered as a comrade who had fought side by side with Li Zishuan. In that battle, many Imperial Army soldiers were killed or injured, but Sun Jiping was lucky enough to survive. After returning to the capital, Sun Jiping was promoted to the position of a general in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army because of his military exploits. It was because of his participation in that battle that Sun Jiping's attitude towards Li Zishuan became extremely respectful. Although Li Zishuan was young, he was a man who had annihilated a mountain sect and avenged his fellow soldiers. He was worthy of Sun Jiping's respect for the rest of his life. Furthermore, when Cui Yunhan had led the students from the Hongwen school to besiege the Li Zishuan, it was Sun Jiping who had led the troops to rescue Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan would never have thought that he would meet Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army. Moreover, Sun Jiping had even become a lieutenant. He was very curious as to how Duan Jishuan had managed to poach Sun Jiping from the Imperial Army. However, all these were not important. The most important thing was that he had finally met an old acquaintance in the Black Armored Army. This was really not easy. Why? Have you heard of these two people before? Duan Jishuan asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's reaction. Air. Cough cough. I've heard of them, of course I've heard of them. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. This Black Armored Army is really filled with talented people. Duan Jishuan did not suspect anything and nodded. That's right. The soldiers in the Black Armored Army are all elites from the various armies. It is because they are all elite soldiers that His Majesty was able to defeat Wang Shichong's army of 100,000 with just 3,000 Black Armored Army during the crucial battle in Luoyang. Li Zishuan could not help but nod his head. Sometimes, quality was more important than quantity. It was the same principle as the special forces of the modern era. Those who could become special forces were the kings of soldiers. If such people were to form a group of elite soldiers, they would be like a sharp sword on the battlefield. They would often be able to achieve unexpected results. Half a month ago, His Majesty ordered the 12 military guards to step up their training. All the soldiers are urgently preparing for battle. As the Black Armored Army has just been expanded and His Majesty has high hopes for them, the training pressure on the Black Armored Army is undoubtedly the greatest. Now that Li Zishuan has come to the barracks, I hope that you can integrate into the Black Armored Army as soon as possible so that the Black Armored Army can become a fighting force as soon as possible. Duan Jishuan suddenly sighed and said faintly. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "It is my duty to do so." Let me bring you to continue watching. Duan Jishuan nodded and pointed to a group of soldiers who were training on the drill ground. He said, "Ever since His Majesty led the officials to Yanhuang College to watch your military training ceremony last year, the various barracks in the capital have gradually begun to implement your formation training method. It is not difficult and has some similarities with the previous training methods in the barracks. You saw it when the soldiers gathered on the drill ground this morning. They stood in neat formation. However, the Black Armored Army is still cavalry. The focus of our training is on their horse skills." After listening to Duan Jishuan's explanation, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel enlightened. With a face full of approval, he said, "Great General, you're right. Posture and formation are only the basics of military training. It's only to allow the soldiers to maintain better spirit and a more orderly formation. In a war, it's more about the individual qualities of the soldiers. I believe that the Black Armored Army's training will focus on two aspects. First, it is to train the soldiers' physical fitness. The Black Armored Army is a heavy cavalry. All the soldiers wear armor and armor. In war, it is very taxing on their physical fitness. We must ensure that all the soldiers have sufficient physical fitness. Second, it is to cultivate the rapport between the soldiers and their horses. The horses are the cavalry's second life on the battlefield. Only when the two work together can the advantages of the cavalry be maximized." Haha. Not bad, not bad. In such a short period of time, Li Zishuan was able to understand these 2 points. This is already very commendable. Next, I can rest assured that the training of the Black Armored Army will be handed over to you," Duan Jishuan said with a face full of praise. Chapter 1733. This is my first time in military affairs and there are many things I do not understand. I hope that General will enlighten me when the time comes. After conversing with Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's Mirror of Six Armies, and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Kiki. Of course, of course. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and replied. HM. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A Battalion doing? Are they preparing for the equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled, Kiki. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked, General, what do you mean? Seeing Li Zishuan humbly asking for advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they have to train them first. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task and requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out their equestrian archery training, the soldiers must have some intimate interactions with their war horses. For example, caressing them, scratching them, washing them, providing them with clean water, and feeding them fresh fodder. This is to increase the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential on the battlefield. Li Zishuan was enlightened when he heard this. I see. Just now, I said that I would increase the rapport between the soldiers and the horses in future training. I did not expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I am ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. This general is new to military affairs, so there are still many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the general will not be stingy with his guidance. After talking to Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's Mirror of Six Armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Haha. Well said, well said. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and agreed. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A Battalion doing? Are you preparing for equestrian archery training? At this moment, the formation of the A Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan followed the voice and looked over. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, her. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Great General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they must first train them. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task. It requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such power in this era, I'm new to the military and there are many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the great general will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zixuan, Li Zixuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he needed to combine it with Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Haha. Sure. Duan Zixuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zixuan looked towards the direction of the voice and stroked his beard. Haha. Yes and no. Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but ask, Great General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zixuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zixuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they must first train them. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. To do this, it is not easy. It requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such a great military force in this era, there are still many things that I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the great general will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zixuan, Li Zixuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Hee. Of course. Duan Zixuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zixuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled. Hee. Yes and no. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, what does the great general mean? Seeing that Li Zixuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zixuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, in order to use the horses, they must first train the horses. Even though horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task and requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's how it is. Just now, I said that in the future training would increase the content of developing a tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect the black armored troops to have already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such a great military force in this era, there are still many things that I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the Grand General will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the black armored troops' future training. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. He. Of course, of course. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Grand General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled. He. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, what does the Grand General mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly seeking advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the Black Armored Army is a cavalry unit. Other than physical training, the soldiers also have horsemanship training. However, in order to use a horse, they must first train the horse. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make them accept the intentions of the soldiers and use the strength of the horses effectively, the soldiers and the horses have to develop a tacit understanding and relationship. This was not an easy task. It required a lot of meticulous and patient training of the warhorse. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out their equestrian archery training, the soldiers must have some intimate interactions with their war horses. For example, caressing them, scratching them, washing them, providing them with clean water, and feeding them fresh fodder. This is to increase the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect the black armored troops to have already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such power in this era, I'm new to the military and there are many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope the Grand General can enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. He. Sure. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Grand General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? At this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zixuan looked towards the direction of the voice and stroked his beard. He. Yes and no. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Grand General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zixuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zixuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they have to train them first. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. To do this, it is not easy. It requires meticulous and patient training of the war horses. Hence, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops undergo equestrian archery training, the soldiers have to interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water and feeding fresh grass to increase the bond between the soldiers and the war horses. On the battlefield, only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential. Li Zixuan heard this and was enlightened. So that's how it is. Just now, I said that in the future training would increase the content of developing a tacit understanding between the soldiers and the war horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. Chapter 1734. Qiu Xingong was originally inspecting the training of the soldiers in 2nd Battalion. Before Li Zixuan came to the barracks, he was in charge of the daily training of the Black Armored Army. Just now, one of his personal guards suddenly came to report that Li Zixuan was going to display his archery skills on the drill ground. Qiu Xingong was instantly energized. Li Zixuan's master was spiritual master Ling Su and his martial arts were superb. This was something that the entire Cheng and city and even the entire world knew. However, at the same time, everyone also knew that Li Zixuan's weapon of choice was the sword and not the bow. One had to know that there were many types of bows. The horn bow used by the Black Armored Army was completely different from the bow used by the common people. Even though Li Zixuan had used a bow before, it was impossible for him to adapt and familiarize himself with the special horn bow in the army in such a short period of time. Therefore, Li Zixuan's archery skills demonstration this time was undoubtedly a humiliation to Qiu Xingong. How could he miss such a good show? It's not a demonstration. It's just that I have never used a bow before. Now that I have joined the Black Armored Army, I should at least learn the art of equestrian archery. Therefore, I asked someone to bring me a bow to give it a try. Li Zixuan had lived 2 lifetimes. Although he wasn't considered to be a sophisticated person, his emotional intelligence was definitely not bad. How could he not see that Qiu Xingong wanted to see him make a fool out of himself? However, after all, he had never used a bow before and he wasn't sure how he would perform later. Therefore, he didn't boast. He didn't like to show off something that he wasn't confident in. Haha. You are too humble, Instructor Li. Qiu Xingong walked to Li Zixuan and said with a fake smile, in the entire Cheng and city, who doesn't know that Instructor Li is the son of an immortal and has unparalleled martial arts? Why would you be stumped by a mere bow? Oh. This is a 3-stone bow? TSK, Instructor Li's arm strength is indeed amazing. It was this old man who couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh when he saw the horn bow that one of Duan Zixuan's personal guards handed to Li Zixuan. In the Tang dynasty, 1 stone was equivalent to 106 caddies in modern times. Hence, a 3-stone bow would require an arm strength of more than 300 caddies to draw. To most people, this requirement was quite high. To most people in modern times who were in suboptimal health all year round, an arm strength of more than 300 caddies was simply unattainable. However, to those who practiced martial arts, it was not difficult, especially for a martial arts master like Li Zixuan. In addition, when the soldiers of the Tang dynasty joined the army, there was usually a hard condition, and that was that they had to be able to draw at least 1 stone bow. General Qiu has been through hundreds of battles and your archery skills are unparalleled. Why are you making fun of me? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Qiu Xingong, this young man. He pulled out an arrow from the quiver on the back of the soldier beside him. On the other side, there was naturally a soldier who had set up a target 300 zhang away from Li Zishuan. 300 feet, 100 meters, 100 steps away. This distance wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. The maximum range of an ancient bow was about 200 meters, and its effective range was only about 100 meters. Cho Nyo, look. What is Yamacho doing? On the other side, at the training ground of the Wu Battalion, Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished his military formation training and was taking a short break, saw a group of people surrounding Li Zishuan in the middle of the training ground. He hurriedly pushed Qing Chimo's arm and pointed in Li Zishuan's direction. What? Qing Chimo didn't react at first, but when he looked at where Yuchi Baolin was pointing, he was shocked. What the F***CK, why is Xiao Xian holding a bow? Is he going to compete with someone in archery? I've never heard of him using a bow before. Archery? Yamacho knows how to use a bow. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin was also puzzled. It was true that he worshipped Li Zishuan, but an outstanding archer had to go through many years of practice. Could it be that Li Zishuan had been practicing archery for a long time? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Qing Chimo waved his hand and said. But what if the lieutenant wants us to gather for training later? Although Yuchi Baolin wanted to go and take a look, he hesitated when he remembered that this was a military camp and he had to follow the military rules. Are you stupid? Let's just go for a while, and didn't you see that Lieutenant's son is also there? Let's go quickly. Qing Chimo patted Yuchi Baolin's arm in disappointment. Coincidentally, the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, Sun Jiping, was also walking towards Li Zishuan. Sun Jiping's eyes suddenly lit up, and without saying anything, he dragged Yuchi Baolin and ran towards Li Zishuan. This is my first time shooting an arrow, please don't laugh at me. On the other side, Li Zishuan took a deep breath and said to Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong who were beside him. Then he took 2 steps back and stood still. He knocked an arrow and focused all his energy on the arrow. At this moment, his eyes were only focused on the center of the target that was 300 feet away. During this short period of time, there were already quite a number of soldiers who had noticed the commotion. Those who had training missions only dared to sneak a peek at Li Zishuan's side. Soldiers like the Wu Battalion who happened to be taking a half-time break came closer, wanting to see how good Li Zishuan's archery skills were. After all, before Li Zishuan entered the Black Armored Army, he was already a famous figure in the Great Tang Empire. Now that he was about to show off his archery skills, how could the soldiers not be curious? Qiu Xingong, on the other hand, was secretly laughing in his heart. Because from Li Zishuan's action of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow just now, Li Zishuan was definitely a complete novice in archery. It was hard to say if such a novice could even hit the target at such a distance, let alone the center of the target. At this moment, Qiu Xingong really hoped that all the soldiers in the army would come over to take a look. If that happened, Li Zishuan would definitely become the laughing stock of the soldiers. He might even be too ashamed to continue staying in the Black Armored Army. On the other hand, Duan Jishuan's heart sank. Obviously, he could also see that Li Zishuan's archery was a little unfamiliar. Initially, he only wanted to see how good Li Zishuan's archery skills were. But after Qiu Xingong came, the nature of the situation changed completely. If Li Zishuan didn't perform well, Qiu Xingong could use this as an excuse to suppress Li Zishuan's reputation in the Black Armored Army. But now, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. Even if Duan Jishuan wanted to stop it, he couldn't. He could only wait and see. Li Zishuan, who was in the eye of the storm, didn't have the slightest bit of worry like Duan Jishuan. At this moment, his eyes were only on the target and his heart was only on the arrow. He had already felt the weight of the arrow and the force of the angle bow when he was knocking the arrow. At this moment, he was using his powerful mental strength and knowledge of physics and mathematics to deduce and calculate the trajectory and landing point of the arrow in the air. In the eyes of others, there was only Li Zishuan knocking the arrow and the target in the distance. But in Li Zishuan's world, there were many invisible parabola lines between the arrow and the target. Different force and angle of release corresponded to different trajectories and landing points. A simple engineering student could easily deduce the trajectory and landing point of an arrow with a known speed and angle of release, but unfortunately, this engineering student couldn't pull the bow. A strong martial artist could easily pull the three-stone bow, but when he tried to shoot the arrow for the first time, he would definitely not be able to hit the target 300 feet away. This was because he lacked experience and couldn't calculate the landing point of the arrow. And Li Zishuan happened to be the perfect combination of the two. He was an engineering otaku with excellent martial arts skills. It's done. This is the force and the angle. Although it was a complicated process to deduce and calculate the trajectory and landing point of the arrow, for Li Zishuan, who had powerful mental strength, it only took him a few breaths to complete. Soon, he found a perfect parabola among the many invisible trajectories of the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow that left the bowstring made a whistling sound as it flew rapidly toward the target 300 feet away. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qiu Xingong was already prepared to burst into laughter, while Duan Zhishuan had a serious look on his face. He was already thinking about how he could help Li Zishuan out of this predicament later. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin just happened to arrive at this moment. The two of them could only look at the arrow that had left the bowstring and pray in their hearts that it would definitely hit the target. Bang! A distance of 300 feet was nothing more than a blink of an eye for the arrow that had been shot out. Under everyone's gaze, the arrow hit the target hard and made a dull sound. It hit the target. It hit the target. Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. What a pity that it almost hit the bullseye. Qing Chumo said regretfully as the arrow hit the fourth ring. Most of the archery targets in the Tang dynasty only had 5 rings, which was different from modern times. It was only a few inches away from the bullseye of the 5th ring. On the other side, the smile on Qiu Xingong's face suddenly froze. Although the arrow did not hit the bullseye, it was still very close to the bullseye. One had to know that this was Li Zishuan's first time shooting an arrow. It was definitely not embarrassing to have such a result. One had to know that in the Black Armored Army, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to hit the bullseye from 300 feet away. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan would definitely miss the target on his first try. But now, with such an ending, how could he still smile? Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Qiu Xingong was stunned, but Duan Zhishuan was happy. He was stunned for a while before he could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Adjunct Li can hit the bullseye from 300 feet away on his first try. Such talent is really rare. What? This is Adjunct Li's first time shooting an arrow? When the surrounding soldiers who came to watch the fun heard Duan Zhishuan say that this was Li Zishuan's first time shooting an arrow, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, they only thought that Li Zishuan hitting the 4th ring of the target from such a long distance was already very good, but after hearing Duan Zhishuan's words, how good was this? It was simply a monster. Who could shoot an arrow so accurately on their first try? Alas! What a miscalculation. I actually neglected the wind speed. What a pity. The crowd around him exclaimed in surprise, but our main character didn't seem to have heard the praises and exclamations from the audience. At first, he was disappointed because according to his calculations, this arrow should have hit the bullseye perfectly. But now, he only hit the 4th ring. Of course, he was disappointed. After being disappointed, he tried to find the reason. He squatted down and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood and could not help but murmur. At the beginning, he had considered the speed, angle, and gravity of the arrow, but he had neglected the wind speed. Fortunately, the distance between him and the target was not long, and the speed of the arrow was fast enough. Otherwise, if he missed the target by a millimeter or 1,000 miles, his arrow might have missed the target directly. If that happened, it would be a joke. What? Li Zishuan's voice was too soft, so Duan Zhishuan did not hear it clearly. However, he could feel the regret in Li Zishuan's voice. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his fists towards Duan Jishuan. When this general was shooting the arrow, I neglected the wind speed, so I did not hit the bullseye. This general wants to try again. I hope that the Grand General will allow it. Adjunct Li wants to try again? Duan Jishuan was shocked when he heard this, but at the same time, he was also a little troubled. Who knew if Li Zishuan's arrow was a fluke, or if the next arrow would miss the target? Right. You should shoot a few more times. Archery is very dependent on luck. Qiu Xingong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly agreed. Obviously, this old man thought that Li Zishuan's first arrow was purely luck. If he tried a few more times, he would definitely not be so lucky. As for Li Zishuan's claim that his first arrow did not hit the bullseye because he neglected the wind speed, Qiu Xingong felt that it was completely boasting. The young man did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and did not know when to stop. He had to pay the price. All right. Then Adjunct Li will try again. Duan Jishuan's face darkened. After hearing Qiu Xingong's words, he had to agree even if he did not want to. Thank you, Grand General. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and then smiled at Qiu Xingong. Then, without wasting any time, he squatted down and picked up a handful of grass. Then, he released his hand and the grass fell with the wind. Southeast wind, 3.5 meters per second. Soon, Li Zishuan estimated the current wind speed. Then, he directly took out an arrow from the quiver on the soldier's back. His powerful spiritual power began to move. Countless invisible lines appeared before his eyes. This time, the lines were different from the previous ones. There was an additional correction of wind speed compensation. It should be about time. Soon, Li Zishuan finished his deduction and calculation. He chose the best shooting angle and speed, and the arrow was shot out again. With a whoosh, there was a sonic boom in the air. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the arrow that left the bowstring. At this time, Li Zishuan looked away. This was because when the arrow was in mid-air, he was already sure that this arrow would hit the bullseye. He did not stop and quickly took out another arrow. Using the same speed and angle as before, he shot the arrow again. In this way, 3 arrows were shot consecutively. Bang, bang, bang. Li Zishuan's hand movements were as fast as lightning. The arrow's speed in the air was also as fast as lightning. Soon, the 3 arrows hit the target and made 3 sounds of impact. It hit. 3 consecutive arrows, all hit the bullseye. Duan Jishuan's eyes were fixed on the target. When the 3rd arrow hit the bullseye, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost and could not help but exclaim. At the center of the bullseye, 3 arrows hit the bullseye one after the other. Moreover, the arrow at the back just happened to hit the arrow in front. In other words, all 3 arrows hit the same spot. This level of archery was simply amazing. The scene fell into a dead silence. However, after the silence, there was madness. Everyone was shocked. These 3 consecutive arrows all hit the bullseye. And all 3 arrows hit the same spot. How is this possible? Instructor Li's archery is amazing. All hail Instructor Li. The surrounding soldiers could not help but exclaim. At this time, Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how Li Zishuan could hit the bullseye with all 3 arrows on his first try. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Li Zishuan's reputation in the Black Armored Army. However, who knew that in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. Chapter 1735. Good. 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 On the training ground, Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Duan Jishuan, on the other hand, was in a good mood. He clapped his hands and laughed. I didn't expect Adjunct Li to be so talented in archery. Haha. General Qiu, what do you think of Adjunct Li's archery skills? As he finished speaking, Duan Jishuan glanced at Qiu Xingong with a spurious smile. Earlier, Qiu Xingong wanted to humiliate Li Zixuan at every turn, so wasn't that the same as slapping Duan Jixuan's face? It was impossible for Duan Jixuan to not be unhappy. Now that Li Zixuan had exceeded everyone's expectations, not only did he not embarrass himself, he even made a name for himself with these 3 arrows. Duan Jixuan obviously wanted to counterattack Qiu Xingong. Hearing that, Qiu Xingong instantly felt as if he had eaten feces. His old face flushed red, and after a moment of stuttering, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Adjunctly, it's your first time shooting, and you're already so accurate. Of course, you're talented. Cough cough, but on the battlefield, there won't be such a dead target standing there for others to shoot at. So, Adjunctly needs to practice diligently in the future." After saying this, Qiu Xingong felt that he couldn't stay here any longer and wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, he saw that there were already quite a number of black armored army soldiers surrounding him. He rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, "What are you all doing here? Don't you think the training mission is heavy enough? Get back to your training." "Yes, General Qiu." When the soldiers saw Qiu Xingong's expression, they knew that this old fellow was not in a good mood right now. Thus, they hurriedly responded and scattered like birds, returning to their respective camps for training. "Let's go. Let's go back to training." Even Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin didn't dare to provoke Qiu Xingong at this time. Qing Chumo saw Li Zixuan's prowess just now and wanted to talk to Li Zixuan for a while. Hearing this, he could only yell and leave with Yuchi Baolin. As the lieutenant of the V camp, Sun Jiping naturally had no reason to stay. He cupped his fist towards Li Zixuan and left without caring if Li Zixuan could see him. "General Duan, the A camp hasn't been patrolled yet. I won't keep you company." Qiu Xingong's expression became slightly better when he saw that the soldiers had dispersed. He cupped his fists towards Duan Jixuan and said indifferently. Duan Jixuan nodded and said, "Jixuan, Duan, General." "Yes." Only then did Qiu Xingong turn and leave. Only Li Zixuan, Duan Jixuan, and 2 of Duan Jixuan's personal guards were left in the temporary shooting range that had been quite lively just a moment ago. Li Zixuan returned the bow to one of the personal guards, then went up to Duan Jixuan and said, "This general was just interested in testing the bows in the army. I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion and attract General Qiu and the other generals here. This is truly a crime." Duan Jixuan laughed and said, "Haha. No worries. There are some people who want to see you make a fool of yourself. Even if you didn't call them over, they would have come by themselves. You can't be blamed for this." Although Duan Jixuan didn't mention any names, everyone knew who the person who wanted to see Li Zixuan make a fool of himself was. Li Zixuan's expression was normal and he didn't say anything. Duan Jixuan could say that about Qiu Xingong, but he couldn't. No matter what, Qiu Xingong's position in the black armored army was higher than his. Whether it was in the ancient times or modern times, it wasn't good to criticize one's superior in front of others. Seeing that Li Zixuan didn't say anything, Duan Jixuan looked at him with admiration and took the initiative to say, "Instructor, you should be more familiar with the black armored army now, right? I still have things to do. Instructor, you can walk around by yourself." He only wanted to bring Li Zixuan to familiarize himself with the black armored army. He didn't expect to cause so much trouble. Li Zixuan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Grand General." Duan Jixuan waved his hand and left. Li Zixuan thought for a while and then walked towards the training square of the Wu Battalion. When he was doing the roll call in the morning, he didn't notice that the lieutenant of the Black Armored Army's Wu Battalion was Sun Jiping. After all, there were so many people and he couldn't see how everyone looked like. However, when Sun Jiping clasped his fist and bowed to him, he had already noticed it. Since he met someone he knew here, he naturally wanted to meet him. No matter what, they would be colleagues in the future. Every unit is bringing people to the stables to get their horses and bows. Next, we will begin the equestrian archery training. Same rules, before noon, those who fail 3 tests are not allowed to eat lunch. Do you hear me? Li Zixuan had just arrived near the square of the Wu battalion when he heard Sun Jiping lecturing the soldiers. His voice was loud and clear, and his tone was serious. He had the dignity of a general. He couldn't help but praise Sun Jiping in his heart. It seemed that this Sun Jiping had some talent as a general. Yes, sir. The soldiers were already used to this. It was obvious that they had been through this before. Hearing Sun Jiping's words, they responded loudly. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were completely dumbfounded. They had just joined the Black Armored Army today and didn't know what the equestrian archery assessment was. They had to undergo such a harsh punishment. If they failed the assessment, wouldn't they not be able to eat lunch? Then how would they train in the afternoon? Lieutenant Sun, Baolin, and I have to take the assessment too. The soldiers dispersed in all directions. Qing Chumo walked up to Sun Jiping unwillingly and asked anxiously. Sun Jiping frowned and said with a serious face, regardless of the background of the soldiers in the Black Armored Army, once they enter the camp, they will be treated the same. Although the two of you have just joined the Black Armored Army today, there will be no exceptions for the assessment. If you fail the assessment, you will still be punished. In the Wu Battalion, if you want to eat, you have to train hard. Isn't that a little too unfair? Qing Chumo was suddenly dumbfounded. Sun Jiping's words had blocked all his escape routes. He could already foresee that he could only watch others eat at noon while he had to starve. Fair? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. There is only strength. Sun Jiping snorted. He thought for a while and said, however, the two of you are from a family of generals and have a strong foundation. As long as you don't slack off during training, the assessment in the Black Armored Army shouldn't be too difficult for you. But no matter what, since the two of you have joined the Black Armored Army, the general and I will treat you the same. There is no exception. When the Black Armored Army was expanding and the new recruits just entered the camp, they were all treated the same way. Do you understand? Qing Chumo could only say helplessly, understood. Then why aren't you going to the stables to get the horses? Sun Jiping said indifferently. Yes, sir. Qing Chumo replied and left with Yuchi Baolin. Chapter 1736. Hee. Field Officer Sun is indeed a strict commander. In front of the Wu Battalion, Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin left after listening to Sun Jiping's lecture. Li Zixuan walked up to Sun Jiping and smiled. Marquis. Sun Jiping was shocked to see Li Zixuan. He quickly cupped his fist and greeted him respectfully. Last year, Li Zixuan led the Imperial Guards to attack the Snake Spirit Mountain. In that battle, the Imperial Guards suffered heavy casualties. Sun Jiping could only watch helplessly as his fellow soldiers died in the hands of Een Batian and the belly of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. It was extremely painful. However, Li Zixuan destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain single-handedly and avenged the Imperial Guards. Ever since then, Sun Jiping respected Li Zixuan immensely. Seeing Sun Jiping's respectful look, Li Zixuan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Haha. This is the military camp. We can address each other as soldiers. You don't have to be so polite. Yes. I'm joining the army. Hearing Li Zixuan's sincere tone, Sun Jiping hesitated for a moment and cupped his fist. Hee. Tell me, how did you become the field officer of the Wu Battalion? Li Zixuan smiled and asked. He was overjoyed to meet an old acquaintance in the Black Armored Army. However, he was still curious as to how Sun Jiping came to be in the Black Armored Army. Sun Jiping thought for a moment and replied, ever since the rebellion in the 4th month, the Black Armored Army suffered heavy losses. His Majesty ordered the reorganization of the Black Armored Army. The soldiers of the Black Armored Army were all selected from the 12 battalions in the capital. General Gudu recommended me. I passed the Black Armored Army's assessment and became the field officer of the Wu Battalion. To be able to become the field officer of the Black Armored Army, it proves that your personal ability is outstanding. Hearing this, Li Zixuan nodded and couldn't help but smile. An unnatural expression flashed across Sun Jiping's face. He forced a smile and said, I'm only at the middle stage of Qi transformation. How can this insignificant ability be considered outstanding? It was pure luck that he was able to become the lieutenant of the Wu battalion. This general's ability is far inferior to General Dugu and Ho. Lieutenant General, you. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, your personal martial arts realm may not be as good as mine, but you were born in the military after all. In terms of military experience, you are far above me. There is no need to belittle yourself. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said, you flatter me, Colonel. Li Zishuan still wanted to say something, but he saw that the soldiers of the Wu battalion were already leading their horses and walking towards them. So he said to Sun Jiping, haha. Then continue with your training, I won't hold you up any longer. Come to my tent tonight and let's have a good chat. Yes. Join the army. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said. Li Zishuan nodded and turned to leave. He didn't go far, but he stood at the edge of the drill ground and watched the soldiers of the Wu battalion from afar. Because of Sun Jiping, Qing Chumo, and Yuchi Baolin, he paid special attention to the Wu battalion. He wanted to see how the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty trained on a daily basis. These were not shown on TV in his previous life. He could only speculate and imagine from the words in the history books. Now that he could see it with his own eyes, he naturally didn't want to miss it. It was just that he felt that Sun Jiping seemed to have something that he couldn't say. But this wasn't the place to talk, so they could only talk in private at night. Ahem. Campus broadcast for the first time. Campus broadcast for the first time. Li Zishuan started his military career in the Black Armored Army's camp. But at Yanhuang College, everything was as usual. It was not appropriate to say that everything was as usual, because today, Yanhuang College ushered in a new thing that appeared for the first time in this era, radio. In the afternoon, the square and beehive-shaped objects on the electric poles on both sides of the road suddenly sounded a person's voice at the same time. Those teachers and students who participated in the killer project and stayed back during the summer vacation were all shocked at this moment. They all looked at the square box on the electric poles nearby. What is this thing? How can it speak? This thing seems to be installed in the early morning, right? I saw someone climb up with a ladder to install it. Was that the sound just now made by that thing? Seems like it. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere before. I also think it sounds familiar. Hey. I remember now. Listen, doesn't this sound like the voice of the Green Sparrow? The teachers and students of the academy surrounded the square box, radio, on the electric poles in groups of 3 to 5. They could not help but point and talk about it. Fortunately, they were used to all kinds of new things in Yanhuang College in the past year. If an ordinary person at the foot of the mountain encountered such a bizarre thing, he would definitely be scared and think that God or Buddha had come down to earth. There was a high chance that he would kowtow and worship. But after all, these teachers and students of the academy had experienced the influence of engineering knowledge for a year. Moreover, the academy had just developed a loudspeaker not long ago. Although this thing in front of them looked different from a loudspeaker, its function was more or less the same, which was to transmit sound. The only difference was that one needed to be placed next to the speaker's mouth, while the other did not need to be placed next to the speaker. Therefore, not only were the teachers and students of the academy not frightened by the radio on the electric poles, but they were also very curious and wanted to find out what it was. And soon, someone identified the owner of the voice in the radio just now. It was Li Tai. Li Tai's identity was special. Many people in the academy knew him, so it was not strange that someone recognized his voice at this time. Is it really the voice of the Green Sparrow? Could it be that this thing was made by Qingke? Too amazing. This thing seems to be able to transmit a person's voice very far away. I wonder where Qingke is now. After figuring out the owner of the voice, the teachers and students of the academy immediately exclaimed. Thinking of Li Tai's identity as the deputy chief engineer of the second and third trump card projects of the academy, Everyone easily guessed that the radio on the electric poles was probably made by Li Tai. After all, even some teachers in the academy were convinced by Li Tai's talent in engineering. Qingke, the sound can be heard from test points 1 to 10. Your radio is a success. Everyone in the academy is talking about you now. Everyone was guessing where Li Tai was at this time. In fact, this little fatty was in the Guanghua building of the academy. Li Tai had applied for a small room from the academy to be used as a radio room. At this time, Iron Egg, Sun Zifen, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, and the others pushed the door open and said excitedly to Li Tai, who was sitting in front of the desk.